say Bakiolo Dango, ewo. I say Bakiolo Dango, Chimo. Ewo, she is a woman, Bakiolo Dango, Tinubu. I say Bakiolo Dango, ewo. Tinubu, Bakiolo Dango, Chimo. I say she is a woman, Bakiolo Dango. I say Bakiolo Dango, Chimo. Tinubu, Bakiolo Dango, ewo. She's a woman, Bakiolo Dango. I say Bakiolo Dango. Tinubu, Bakiolo Dango, ewo. I say she's a woman, Bakiolo Dango. Tinubu, Bakiolo Dewo, Chimo. Tinubu, Bakiolo Dango, ewo. She's a woman, Bakiolo Dango. Tinubu, Bakiolo.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimawo egumawego. Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimawo egumawego. Obodo jisike nubosi erona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ni ka ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Asekwa nefo ya banye se akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Ìpàdé dọjọ́bọ̀. So ìpàdé di ọjọ́bọ̀. So there it is. Good to see you. Good to have you here, and good to be in your company. And how are you? So how are you? Hope you had a gloriously wonderful day. I wasn't actually going to do a session because there wasn't that much in the news, and I was wondering if there is sufficient enough to wrap a session around. But I decided to hold the session nevertheless. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure how it will go, but I will see how it does go. The news cycle is a bit sparse, so we'll just have to wrap whatever it is around what we have. So we'll do it that way. It might well end up being a very, very short session or not. So it's in the lap of the gods. But in the lap of the gods, but what is not in the lap of the gods, what is entirely at your discretion, is to click on the like button. So clicking on the like button is not in the lap of the gods. It is at your discretion. So use that discretion to click on the like button immediately and right now. And if you're not already subscribed, correct that as well. So like and subscribe. So now, how the session goes is entirely dependent on you guys. And how it depends on you guys is the level of participation that you're willing to involve yourself in. So if you want to be involved, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Then that brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. So that's how it usually works. Otherwise, I'll just monologue to you and have a monologue for sufficiently enough. Then we'll say our good nights to reconvene for a later time. But that's how it works. Click on like, that's compulsory. Click on subscribe, that is essential. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's at your discretion, but you're encouraged to do that. And the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's there. You can just ignore that if you so wish. So let's go to the headlines that I do have. Like I said, the news cycle is not offering much, but it does offer this. Ohanaeze to meet Tinubu over Nnamdi Kanu. And this is Onyanwu, of course, who infamously called the Yoruba people rascals just in the throes of the elections not that long ago. Ohanaeze to meet Tinubu over Nnamdi Kanu, a headline attributed to the lead person of the Ohanaeze Ndigbo, Onyanwu. So let's go through it. The president of Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide, Emmanuel Onyanwu, has said the Apex Socio-Cultural Organization of Igbo Ethnic Nationality has plans to meet soon with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to canvass for the immediate release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So let's pause there for a moment. There are two ways, and ultimately there always has been two ways that can affect Nnamdi Kanu's release. So there are two ways that can affect Nnamdi Kanu's release, either through the courts. If Nnamdi Kanu is surrendered to the judicial process, then it's not coming out anytime in his lifetime, because there's sufficient enough of all of that guy's activities directly or covertly or by way of incitement or even inducement that has actually led to the death of people, including uniformed men. So there's sufficient enough to keep him incarcerated for the entirety of his life. And it's sufficient enough for the court processes to, without too much of an argument, present that. So that there is that. But the other strand is a political management of the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. So if it's left to the judiciary, there's very little chance of him not serving a jail term. But if it's handled as a political chip, then it can come into play. But how does it come into play is the question. So the sitting government can only really release Nnamdi Kanu when it's most expeditious, if there's such a word, when it's most expeditious, when it's most convenient, let me say it that way. The sitting government can only really release Nnamdi Kanu when it best serves their purpose and when it plays to the most maximum benefit for them politically. So if they are going to release him politically, which are all the signals are that they will release him politically, it is when it is most advantageous for them to do that. And in this climate that we're in now, it's not the climate to release Nnamdi Kanu because it plays in so many ways. If they release him before the Supreme Court's judgment, then they will be accused of somewhat unfairly trying to influence the narrative in the build-up towards the Supreme Court and to somewhat partisan the decision within that space. So they're essentially going to be accused of trying to influence that Supreme Court space. But if they release him post the Supreme Court, which is the earliest that they can release him, they cannot release him south of the Supreme Court. They have to release him north of the Supreme Court, which is to say, after the Supreme Court judgment has come in, then they release him. But when do they even do that is the thing. So there's so many scenarios that can lead to the release of Nnamdi Kanu. They can release him shortly after the Supreme Court judgment to seize the energy back from the Peter Obi space, because if we know the Southeasterners, they move very sharply from one talking space to another. We saw how very sharply they moved from the Nnamdi Kanu narrative to the Peter Obi narrative. And if they bring Nnamdi Kanu back into play, and then that battle there for the alpha space, for that narrative, is another subset. So that battle for the alpha space between him and Simon Ekpa is a subsect of that release, but the main dish of that release will essentially be how it will counterweight the Peter Obi narrative. And having then exhausted all the judicial avenues available to them, the abundance of the obedient followership, they would then say, if we cannot have Nigeria, let's gravitate back to Nnamdi Kanu. So they can play it that way. But if they are going to play it politically, they have to play it in the most advantageous way that serves their purpose. So that's essentially how, that's the only play that this Nnamdi Kanu narrative but ultimately, if you ask my opinion, I think they are going to play him politically. And I can tell you for certain that Nnamdi Kanu is not coming out anytime, maybe even this year, or they can just gift him as a Christmas gift to the Southeasterners. Oh, that's Alexander Gomez. Another, I was on another space earlier on today, taking on some elements that purports to be some professor or something or the other, and he couldn't handle the pressure and he buckled. You know, this is the thing. I tell you, I'm an Oyo man, always outnumbered, never outgunned. You know, I've never known myself to be outgunned. You know, I'm never outgunned. You know, because I'm an Oyo man. I keep telling you this, but you don't believe. I think that's what Alexander Gomez is nodding to there. But back to it. The president of Ohanaeze Indigbo worldwide, Emmanuel Nwanyanwu, has said the Apex Social-Cultural Organization of Igbo ethnic nationality has plans to meet soon with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to canvass for the immediate release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. Ohanaeze made this known on Saturday during a courtesy visit to the leadership of the Supreme Council of Nigeria Traditional Rulers Southeast Chapter, led by President His Royal Excellency Eze, I won't attempt his last name, of Abia State, etc., etc. Ohanaeze stated that other ethnic groups in Nigeria have sold the dummy of perceived fear of secession of the Igbo ethnic group to the federal government. This, he said, has created the suspicion of every good intention of the group before the government. Quoting statistics, he said the Igbos are the real critical stakeholders in Nigeria's project, as they own over 60% of the investments in the country. So, I'm not quite sure about this statistic, I have to say. I am not quite sure about this statistic, I have to say. Quoting statistics, it said the Igbos are the real critical stakeholders in Nigeria's project, as they own over 60% of the investment in the country. So I'm not quite sure about that. Because what prism are we looking at? Are we looking at quantity? Because of course, there is no street, no matter how remote within the Nigerian space, that we don't have your Uchenna chemist and your Okechukwu spare parts dealer. Go to Jalingo, go to Maikodi, go to outer inner region of Borno, go to Oyoalafin. There's always your Uchenna that is the chemist, and there's always your Okechukwu that is the spare parts dealer. So are we talking about the quantity, or are we talking about the net worth, which is a different narrative? So there are different spaces that this speaks to, and I'm not quite sure that it coheres with any of them. Quoting statistics, it said the Igbos are the real critical stakeholders in Nigeria's project, as they own over 60% of the investments in the country. It stated further that their investment and residential identities spread across the nation, unlike other ethnic groups that invest and reside only within their ethnic geographical location. So that's right there. There is no equivocating this. This is a truism right there. Because for reasons of what I already said, the entirety of the totality of the land span of Nigeria, you will find an Igbo person there, because they have the bravity and they have that sense of adventure to go and discover newfound lands and conquer it. So that to an extent, there's actually no ethnic group more Nigerian than an Igbo man. We have to say that. Well, and it's let me rephrase that. Let me stay with that, and then we'll put a caveat at the end of it. There is no ethnic group more Nigerian than an Igbo man. If you look at it from the prism of having an association or a presence in virtually every culture within the Nigerian space, then you have to give that to the Southeast, because there is nobody that has traversed the expanse of that country quite like a Southeasterner. So there's nobody more Nigerian than a Southeasterner from that prism. But really, for all of their travels and all of their presence in all of the spaces of Nigeria, they have never once tried to integrate themselves with the local people. And that has always been their Achilles heel. Tribe, that's always been their Achilles heel. Your request, Supreme Council of Nigeria Traditional Rulers Southeast Chapter and Solidarity Visit have reinvigorated my leadership intention to see President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on issues concerning the Igbo ethnic group, more especially the need to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu of IPOB. His continual detention is escalating insecurity in the Southeast. I wouldn't actually I would like to see Nnamdi Kanu released, if only to test that theory. Let's see how much of an abatement we would see in insecurity in the southeast if Nnamdi Kanu is released, because a lot of the insecurity in the southeast is wrapped under the umbrella or under the banner of free Nnamdi Kanu. So if Nnamdi Kanu is then freed, then how would they then continue? Because these people already have the bloodlust. They are already used to that culture of bloodletting, of kidnapping, of jacking and whatnot, and all of the easy and quick money that comes from that. So are they going to pack all of that in as soon as Nnamdi Kanu has been released? So that can be tested. Your request and solidarity visit have reinvigorated my leadership intention to see President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on issues concerning the Igbo ethnic group, more especially the need to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu of IPOB. His continual detention is escalating insecurity in the southeast. Let us see when he's released. Any person or group that will be instigating insecurity or crisis in Igbo land using his name or detention. Some people and groups are illegally feasting on his popularity and detention just to cause unnecessary trouble and problems in the entire southeast, and for their own selfish interest. There must be peace and stability in Igbo land. Immediate release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will definitely restore sanity. The chief host of the delegation, Eze Oliver something or the other, the traditional ruler of some place in Igbo land. Anyway, that's the gist of that. Let me not go on that particular trajectory. So let me not go on that particular trajectory, but let me go to this trajectory instead. Let me go to this trajectory instead. Appointment of 24-year-old fresh graduate as former chairman sparks controversy in Nigeria. So I've been avoiding this headline, which has been circulating for quite a few days now. So let's delve into it, see what exactly is going on. Here. The recent appointment of Imam Ibrahim Kashim Imam, a 24-year-old fresh graduate, as the chairman of the Federal Road Maintenance Agency, in Nigeria, has instigated a wave of controversy and divided opinions amongst the Nigerian populace. A farmer responsible for road construction, improvement, and connectivity between states plays a crucial role in maintaining the country's federal roads. The appointment, announced by Ajuri Ngalale, the special advisor to the president, has led to both commendation and criticism across social media platforms. Imam Ibrahim Kashim Imam, a first-class graduate in mechanical engineering from Brighton University, is the son of Kashim Ibrahim Imam, a prominent politician in Nigeria, and he completed his NYSA program in August 2022. So a youth corps heads one of the most important agencies in Nigeria. So this is the thing, that's that conflation, isn't it? So first you are saying let the youth in, now you are saying he's still young. While some people are applauding President Tinubu for his decision, others are expressing skepticism about the suitability of the young graduate for such a significant leadership role. Those who disagree with the appointment argue that Imam lacks the necessary experience and expertise to effectively lead a strategic organization like FEMA. I don't think there is much of an argument there. For whatever brilliance he is, and if he got a first class from Brighton, then you must acknowledge that it's not from Ahmadu Bello University or some some backwater space. If he got a first class from Brighton, you must acknowledge that. But for all of his first class, he's never even done a day's job in his life. And you are putting him in charge of a federal agency, in charge of road maintenance for the 25th largest economy on the planet, or the top 30 certainly largest economy on the planet. So this is a political patronage gone mad. While some are applauding President Tinubu for his decision, others are expressing skepticism about the suitability of the young graduates for such a significant leadership role. Those who disagree with the appointment argue that Imam lacks the necessary experience and expertise to effectively lead a strategic organization like Pharma. On social media, various individuals shared their perspective. Hashtag Haslowa expresses appointing a fresh graduate with no work experience to such a high position is absolutely ill-advised. Conversely, Fine Stephanie suggests that he will learn on the job. So the safety of all of us is learn on the job. Road maintenance, learn on the job for a 24-year-old boy. And on it goes. Anyway, so the rest is social media commentaries for and against. But if you are for or against, come on the screen, let me know. So come on the screen, let me know. Still plenty of spaces on the screen, by the way, for whoever wants to hop on. So if you want to hop on, hop on. Tinubu certificate saga, prominent northern businessman accuses Femi Falana of maintaining silence. So yes, there are quite a lot of voices missing in this Tinubu saga. Wole Soyinka, Femi Falana are the usual suspect, Femi Fani-Kayode and the rest of them. Prominent northern businessman, Madi Shehu, has accused famous lawyer and senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, of maintaining silence over the certificate saga of President Bola Tinubu. Tinubu has found himself at the center of allegations of forgery after the Chicago State University disowned. So this is very much this is poor journalism, of course, because the university never disowned anything. But I think they will go with that all the way to the Supreme Court. Tinubu has found himself at the center of allegations of forgery after the Chicago State University disowned the certificate the president presented to the Independent National Electoral Commission before the 2023 general elections. The allegation of forgery suggests a significant legal and ethical concern, potentially tarnishing the president's reputation. Shehu wrote on X. On Tinubu's forgery, why is Falana silent? He said he is said to be a radical lawyer. We know white-collar radicalism and that of under the table. As we believe he will never condemn forgery, we are pleasantly waiting for his appointment as a board member of MPA or NAMASA. Sorry for that wig. Many have expressed surprise over Falana's lack of commentary on the issue, given his reputation as a staunch advocate for justice and the rule of law. Falana's silence has prompted speculation and raised questions about his stance on the matter, with some suggesting that his well-established principle might be at odds with publicly expressing the situation. As the allegation of forgery surrounding President Tinubu continues to make headlines, Nigerians are keenly waiting further details and development related. I wonder who this is. This is called news.ng, this platform here. So there it is. Essentially, where is Falana's voice is essentially what that is asking. Still staying within that space, the world knows you're a serial forger liar. This is Atiku, pot calling kettle black. Presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the February 25th election, Atiku Abubakar has described President Tinubu as a serial forger and a liar. The former vice president, in a statement signed on Sunday by his media aide, Paul Ibe, said the world knows President Tinubu as a forger-in-chief on account of his forgeries and lies in the last 50 years, the statement reads. The world has come to the inevitable conclusion that Bola A. Tinubu is a confirmed forger-in-chief on account of his serial forgeries and lies in the last 50 years. Bola A. Tinubu has forged and lied about every aspect of his life, his heritage, his name, and date of birth, his education and certificates, and work experience. The discovery of Tinubu's records at the Chicago State University and the court-ordered deposition in the United States is only the tip of the iceberg that has been the litany of his forgeries and lies. The attempt by Bola A. Tinubu to drag Atiku Abubakar into his drowning arena of forgery must be seen for what it is, an attempt to minimize the allegation of forgery that he has to contend with. Contrary to Bola A. Tinubu's forgery shopping allegation against Atiku, it is on record that the change of name of the former vice president reverting to Atiku Abubakar from Siddiq Abubakar is well documented in an affidavit dated the 18th of August 1973, spanning over the period of 50 years, which incidentally is as old as the commencement of Tinubu's life of forgery and lies in the public domain. So we will want to see a copy of that affidavit, of course. So we want to see a copy of that affidavit. Now, let's put Bola A. Tinubu's life of forgery and lies in proper perspective. In 1999, Tinubu lied under oath in his Form CF001, which is submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, that he attended St. Paul's Primary School, Aroloya, Lagos, Government College, Ibadan, Chicago University, and Chicago State University. It has been established that he only attended CSU and that he secured the admission into the university by impersonation. So it's mudslinging, isn't it? But then of course, is Alexander recruiting my audience for a different platform? Please don't do that, Alexander Gomez. Now, let's put Bola A. Tinubu's life. Where was I? It has been established that he only attended CSU and that he secured admission into the university by impersonation. Through the discoveries of his records in Chicago State University, we now know that Bola A. Tinubu forged a secondary school certificate of Government College Lagos, an HSC certificate from Cambridge University, and a transcript from Richard Daley University, which belongs to a female owner. So, this now last paragraph, this defeats everything that that they said previously. They said and transcript from Richard Daley University, which belongs to a female owner. So they wrote F at some space on that transcript, but the rest of the filling out of that transcript referred to him, male, he, etc. So that would tell you that that's a mistype. So then, which just now this highlighted, it just tells you that this is a litany of lies. But who is Siddiq Abubakar is still what we've yet to find out. We also know, thanks to the discovery, that CSU, a few days to graduation in 1979, notified him of outstanding or carryover, as is known in Nigeria, pre-qualification examination in English, mathematics, and comprehension, which never appeared on his transcript to have been taken. So whether it appears on his transcript to have been taken or not, the university has told us ad infinitum that he attended, he was admitted, attended, and graduated. They've told you in all manners that can be expressed. So I'm not quite sure what else is going on. After his odyssey in falsifying educational qualification, Bola A. Tinubu claimed in his 1999 affidavit to contest for the position of governor of Lagos State that he had a working experience with Arthur Anderson Accounting, Deloitte and Touche, and Mobile Nigeria. It ends up that both claims on Arthur Anderson and Deloitte and Touche, both in the United States, are false because his footprints are nowhere to be found in those corporations. So I've not really investigated Tinubu's backdrop in Arthur Anderson or Deloitte and Touche, but we have his boss at Mobile Oil telling us that he was their best accountant and they begged him to stay. So, I can go and bring you the clip of the boss saying that, but there it is. So they couldn't say that because the clips of the boss are speaking about. So how do you get to become a senior auditor? Oh, I have to find that clip. Because did I bookmark it? Let me just check if I did bookmark it. Because it keeps coming up sort of as a point of reference in the course of conversations. So let me see if I bookmarked it. Una momento, por favor. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? If you know what that means, type it in the comment section. Una momento, por favor. Una momento. I'm not sure that I do have a. Oh, that's a shame. You say, because I don't want to pause to go search for it. So if I don't have it, then I don't have it. I can find it if it's needed. But yes, we do have clips of Tinubu's boss at Mobile Oil telling us that he's the best. Telling us that he's the best employee, and they begged him to stay even when he said he wanted to go into politics. So they couldn't go there. Like CSU, Deloitte denied ever knowing or having a Bola A. Tinubu. So CSU did not deny knowing or ever. What's the point of all this? I mean, what is the point of all this? It's beyond. Yeah, you know, you want to bang your head against the wall sometimes. When the CSU deny ever knowing Bola Tinubu, they told you in written form, in depositions in court, in sworn affidavits, and in verbal utterances, all means of communication, that it was admitted, attended, graduated with distinction. So what does this even mean? Like CSU, Deloitte denied ever knowing or having a Bola A. Tinubu in their employment, and he has since stopped adding that to his official or public records since his exposure. Curiously, handlers of this same Bola A. Tinubu have smuggled Adekunle, a middle name that magically. Okay, I think this is Atiku Abubakar obfuscating in order not to ask the simple question, who is Sadiq Abubakar? That's all we want to know. And we want to see that affidavit, and we want to know who sat the exams for the WAEC or whatever it is. Unbelievable. Nigeria is a funky place. So let's go on to this. Appointments. Tinubu fair to all regions. So this is Ohanaeze looking for his next oil deal. Billionaire businessman Prince Ohanaeze on Sunday commended President Bola Tinubu for what he described as fairness in his recent appointment of ministers and heads of agencies, saying he should be supported to succeed. Correspondents report that opinions have been divided over the recent appointments made by the president to ministries, departments, and agencies of government. While some alleged lopsidedness in the appointments in favor of the Yorubas, others said other regions were not carried along. But at the Holy Mass to mark the 65th birthday of some clergyman, Eze said Tinubu's recent appointments have shown that he is the ideal president for Nigeria. The president has been fair in his appointments to the three major regions, the East, the West, and the North. Nigerians should support President Tinubu as he continues his transformational agenda, as they emphasized. So I think that's just a call for contrast. All right. Let's see what this offers. I hope this will. Hopefully, this is not repetitive of what's already been read. Articles YX certificates Tinubu's main turntable as ex VP fights back. So let's see how the table is being turned. The controversy over the name on the YX certificate belonging to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has taken a new twist. A popular social media influencer, Abubakar Siddiq Usman, has raised some questions about flipping through a book authored on Atiku by his late spokesman, something Ojo. Usman, popularly called Mr. Abu Siddiq, wrote on his Twitter handle recently, Atiku Abubakar did not identify as Sadiq Abubakar, at least up to when he entered secondary school. This very much was corroborated by his then spokesperson, late Adeniyi Onokaba Ojo, in his book, The Story of Atiku Abubakar. According to him, Atiku identified as Atiku Kojoli during his primary education at Jaba Primary School and only substituted Kojoli with Abubakar to read Atiku Abubakar after gaining admission at the Adamawa Provisional Secondary School in Yola. Usman asked, at what point did the new name Atiku Abubakar change to Sadiq Abubakar, which is the name written on the YX certificate presented to INEC? And when did Sadiq Abubakar change to Atiku Abubakar, which is now his current and official name? Honest question. Who is the Sadiq Abubakar that owns the YX certificate presented to INEC? Is it the same Sadiq Kojoli / Atiku Abubakar or someone else? So this is Atiku Abubakar, a man of shaky and dubious past. I have read arguments that anyone who identifies as Abubakar can also identify as Sadiq. This can be very true, but if it is not your official name, it is not your official name. My parents chose my official name as Abubakar Sadiq, and that is why I use both till date, and not because I can be called any or both. Besides, I did not see anywhere Ojo referred to Atiku as Sadiq in his book. He referred to him either as Atiku Kojoli or Atiku Abubakar. If you have read the book and you saw where he was referred to as Sadiq, please tell me the page. Usman's poser were amongst the series of attacks against the former vice president in the apparent turning of tables over the allegation against President Bola Tinubu. Atiku has championed this case against the president, leading to amazing revelations by Chicago State University. Our correspondents report, however, that the deposition by the CSU official are being interpreted in Nigeria along political lines. Tinubu supporters said CSU has confirmed that he attended the university. However, Nigerian opposition, especially those sympathetic to Atiku's effort, said Tinubu forged the certificate he submitted. The BBC has, however, reported there is no evidence Tinubu forged the certificate. So there it is right there. Who is Atiku Abubakar? We would like to meet you. Or who is Sadiq Abubakar? We would like to meet you too. Let's go on to this. And elections coming up, and we're back to transmission or no transmission. We will transmit Kogi, Imo, Bayelsa elections result. We will transmit Kogi, Imo, Bayelsa election results according to law. This is INEC. Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mahmood Yakubu, has said that result of the November 11 governorship election in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa states will be transmitted according to the provisions of the Electoral Act. Yakubu said this in reaction to Bayelsa State Residential Election Commission, Mr. Obo Afanga, saying that election results in the state will be transmitted manually. The INEC chairman, who was monitoring the mock accreditation exercise in Lokoja, Kogi State yesterday ahead of the poll, said, "Please disregard whatever anyone has said about the transmission of results." Yakubu, who also expressed satisfaction with the preparation for the polls, noted that security challenges remain the major concern in Kogi State. So there's still ambiguity in that language. Chairman of the said the results of the November election in Kogi State, Imo, and Bayelsa will be transmitted according to the provisions of the Electoral Act. So the provisions of the Electoral Act, it remains an ambiguity. So that's that. Let me bring you this last one, and then we come into the room to see if there's anyone there. There weren't that many people there when I last looked, so we'll see how this goes. So this is the last readout. Then, if you want to come join. Nigeria's top 10 states for ease of doing business in 2023. So yes, we often go into these spaces. The 2023 Nigeria Subnational Ease of Doing Business report has shed light on the varying degrees of business friendliness across different states in the country. The 2023 report's indicators and data collection method and metrics are clearly defined within these 6 indicators: infrastructure, transparency, and accessibility of information, skills and labor, secure and stable environment, regulatory environment, and economic opportunities. So those are the parameters within which they've come to these conclusions. According to the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council report, overall XYZ satisfaction in Nigeria saw marginal improvement, but dissatisfaction remains. So here are the top 10 spaces for ease of doing business. So I think this is scaled on a gradient of 10. Gombe State, so that Gombe State scores 7.15. So it tops the list actually. The state's performance is significant for a number of reasons, including its 3rd position in infrastructure, transparency, and accessibility to information, skills, and labor. I'm not quite sure what level of skills they have in Gombe to put them at the top of the pyramid. It is also praised for a secure and stable environment, ranked 1st, regulatory ranked 5th, etc., etc. So Gombe, the best place to do business in Nigeria. Jigawa, Sokoto, Kebbi, Katsina, this is unbelievable. Actually, Bauchi, Anambra, Kaduna, Yobe, Plateau. So there is not one Yoruba space. Top 10 states for ease of doing business in Nigeria. I'm not quite sure if this coheres with lived experience. Who does business in? Can they even spell the word business in Jigawa? Never mind it being a business hub. Jigawa, Sokoto. I mean, unbelievable. But there it is. So unbelievable, but nevertheless, there it is. Unbelievable, but nevertheless, there it is. So we leave that as the readout at the moment, and we see what direction the session takes. But before we do anything, let's play the K guides, and then we see if a conversation takes place. First, the K guides.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. You don't come home. Hapa oh night oh. kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Chibu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà àgbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní ríwà àgbéṣe may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that by myself and you, my friends. So Iku kò ní ríwà àgbéṣe. So let's meet the panelists that we have been able to rustle up. As you know, people come in at various varying stages of the session, but are finally mustering up the testicular fortitude to come into the bear pit. The man with the golden gun, Mike Ogeme, he joins us. Always ever ready with an acerbic clap back. Mike is here as well. Keeping things 100, Ekene, never mind all the grammar blowing, show me the money. So Ekene joins us. Solly has taken a break from Igbo smoking in Amsterdam to spend time on the screen. Solly is here and father of the bride, Ajan Lekoko. So there you are, a stellar panel. So a stellar panel. Let's kick it off with Ike, who joins us for the first time. Ike, good to have you here.
One man, good afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. This is not the first time I've been here. I've been up here before, as a matter of fact. One of the later. No, actually, you introduced me, but there was a different host at the time. I think it was during the latter part of the show, or whatnot, if you remember.
Oh yeah, I remember now. So yeah, good to have you. I thought it was only business and money making that interest you. I didn't know you had interest in matters political.
So, as the whole, controversy of the CSU and whatnot is dying down, and I suspect that things will become more substantive and whatnot, right? I think I've been noticing that in the past couple of shows, right? So. That makes sense. It makes sense for me to show up now. There is something I wanted to mention, if I may. And it's not one of the things that was on the docket. It was, I think it was yesterday. You showed the prime or the president of South Africa responding or giving his thoughts regarding the Israel-Palestine thing. And let me know if there are any particular words that that cannot be used in this regard. But in his whole speech, you notice he did not even mention Hamas, right? So there wasn't a mention of Hamas. I find that interesting, right? It was just the Israeli government. The other thing too, when he mentioned the 1967 two-state solution without mentioning the history behind that, in the sense that yes, there was a two-state solution proposed. Well, whom accepted and whom did not accept that two-state solution? He did not give anything behind that as well. Now, I find this particular kind of posturing to be rather self-defeating, right? To just come through on the, underdog, therefore I represent the underdog. In other words, I don't mind you using the underdog as a part of your narrative regarding the team that you belong to, right? But to then just not use logic, to be completely, again, not even mentioning, one side. You just mentioned the other side. You did not, and then you mentioned the solution without talking about.
Why did you think he did not mention Hamas?
Not to particularize him, it is something that you notice. Let's say, if you are in the American space, you notice the Harvard students and all the other students in the Ivy League and the woke crowd. They will come out and they will say the kinds of things and avoid mentioning Hamas, because the general notion is the kind of notion that says that Black people cannot be racist, for example, because they don't have the power. So the agency gets removed from whomever is being oppressed, right? So there's no point in talking about what they did or who did blah, 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 because they are oppressed. And by definition, since they don't have the power here, they cannot be morally responsible or culpable in a particular regard, right? So there's no point even mentioning them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but let me present it to you from a different prism. The reason why he may not have mentioned Hamas is because essentially it's not a Hamas narrative or a Hamas storyline. If you pick up the story, if you pick up what is going on in the Middle East, what is going on at the moment, if you pick it up from this particular incident where the aggression allegedly was first initiated by the Hamas space, and you look at the brutality that took place, then you will reach a different conclusion, because you're starting from that baseline that this atrocity was committed and these people have a right to respond. But that is not, that will lead you to a conclusion, but that will lead you to a false conclusion, because that narrative, it did not start with that particular incident that's kicked off this particular play out that we're seeing now. So the narrative goes back all the way through. You remember when Kaiser was showing off a heat map of how that space was all totally green Palestinian, and now as we speak now, it's only a smattering of settlements. So that's where the story starts. So if you start the story from there, from its original source, then you will reach a completely different conclusion from starting the story from this particular incident. And that might well be why he wasn't really seeing it as a Hamas narrative. He was seeing it as a Palestinian oppression.
Yes, correct. So I agree with that. And as far as broadcasting, as far as, putting your message out there in form of propaganda, not that propaganda is a bad thing. It's just for, for mass consumption, let's say, it's supposed to be as easy as possible. Then yes, I get that. But, you can start from different parts of the story. You can start from the beginning or start from the middle, move backwards, while still having the same essential conclusion regarding what is to be done, right? So to repeat myself, he could have said, hey, this happened this weekend, and hey, 1967 borders, and mention the context around 1967 borders, what the party said at that time, right? And you can even go back and forward or whatever and still have the same narrative that the Israelis are the wrongdoers here and the Palestinians are the oppressed, right? But that's just a question of taste, right? It just seems a little, when you avoid certain things, you get what I'm saying.
Do you think it was propagandizing? Are you saying that the South African president, he was propagandizing in how it was?
Well, that is not. I mean, by definition, he's a politician. That's what he's doing. Is he out there performing surgery? No. I mean, when a politician speaks, this is what they are doing. And again, that is not to put. He is a politician, and that's what he's doing. I was just talking about a question of style. The style that seemingly tends to portion things too neatly for mass consumption, and then you lose the nuance, right? You're a man that likes nuance, right? At least you deployed it in the last time we had the conversation. So, and also I think that this general thrust of non-nuanced siding with the underdog, this adoption of slave morality, as some people would say, I don't think it redounds to the benefit at the end of the day of many African countries, right? And I don't know what the Nigerians. Go ahead.
It's a binary narrative, no, though not a nuanced narrative.
Correct.
Would you not? Because it's good or bad, isn't it? Really, what's being presented, good or bad? Yeah, good versus evil, as they like to paint it. So that's a binary choice, not a nuanced choice.
Yeah, correct. And I'll not to monopolize the conversation and whatnot. Let me just say this last thing here, and then even though you didn't necessarily say what this portion is. Is this a opening volley or whatever? But I'll just say this last thing.
Yes, opening volley.
Yeah.
Give us a few more Nigerian stuff because we want to bring you back home. We know we've lost you to America, but we want to rescue the Kingdom of Benin needs you back. They need their prince.
No, but regarding, if I may just mention this to close out this Hamas space here, the nuanced view, if you were to put yourself in the shoes of the Hamas people, both culturally and contextually, you know that there's a difference in being between these two people, right? Without judging, one side is living things on more of a what I would call heroic way, whereby, of course, it makes sense for them to use civilians as a human shield, and of course, it makes sense for them to attack your civilians because they hate you, they want to kill you, and there's nothing wrong with that. That is the world they dwell in. They don't live in this world where you try to do things surgically, right? I'm going to neatly separate quote unquote civilian from military. I'm going to neatly, it's like the way they kill people in the United States. Let's do it in a very, very surgical way with needles and such, so it doesn't even look like killing anymore in terms of the death penalty, that kind of thing. But if one were to use that kind of yardstick as a way, okay, some people try to do things surgically, and other people live in a more visceral world, which both are perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, I think one is even more natural, right? In other words, the Hamas one, the more visceral one, the one that says, hey, I'm not going to do this surgical separation, I'm going to be duplicitous and so on and so forth. It seems to be more natural, right? So that is the space that the Hamas people are in.
But you play to your advantage, don't you? You play to your strength.
Exactly. Exactly. So it's like, yeah. So that is the contextual aspect. So culturally, I'm defining it that way, and then contextually, yes, you play to your advantage, right? So, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's no need. And then on the other side, the Israelis, rather than say, "Oh, that's barbaric, horrible," it's like, okay, that's they have that particular advantage that they're playing with, right? So, in other words, let's say if you use American politics, the conservatives would simply just look at that the first side that I described and say, "Oh, horrible, barbaric, blah blah blah." But that's the non-nuanced view. It's you. That is your opposition you have to contend with. Now, what are you going to do, right? Some may say, "Hey, the only thing these people respect is they want a warrior's death. They want you to give them a real death, send them to Valhalla with honor, right? So you come in there with your full force. That's the only thing they respect. Let's say, for example, rather than pussyfooting around, moving back and forth. Anyways, so that is one aspect there. Regarding Nigeria, I'll just say this: it would seem like from what you're saying, the Tinubu government so far is selecting the right kinds of people, and hopefully, and also that they seem to be kind of business minded, which is a good thing, because that's kind of what you need at this time. You need a business kind of conspiracy as opposed to just a purely plutocratic corruption, take the money away conspiracy, right? Because as you had mentioned yesterday, if X creates value in a space, let's say in Abuja, and then they become billionaires, is there a problem with that? No. As a matter of fact, that is how.
Yeah, what was your answer to that question? Because people didn't really respond to it. If Wike, who is the governor now, or the whatever it is, the mayor of Abuja, if he goes on to create Abuja into this first-class golden city, but then makes $1 or $2 on the way there, would you object to that?
No, I do not object to that at all. Regardless of which particular idiom you want to use or which particular kind of value system or narrative you want to use, whether it is in the Bible that says that a laborer is due his wages or whatever, or whether it's just a school of human nature that understands that you work with people based on their incentives, or whether it's a question of quote unquote rational self-interest in the whole kind of Enlightenment tradition of social contract. Whatever it is, the human animal is the human animal, right? And the way we have always done things is that people have to be incentivized, glory, honor, money, whatever, in order to share their gifts with the world. Okay, whatever those gifts may be, right? Whether it is, industrialization, or shall we say, making a world-class city, as you had mentioned, right? These things are not just going to come for free. After all, what's the incentive, and so on and so forth. So my answer is 100%, no qualms with that. I mentioned earlier a conspiracy of business, which I have no issue with, insofar as these people are making these selections of of the people that they partner with based on them having demonstrated value in the past, and then rewarding said value. After all, the idea is that you come up with a positive sum, a synergistic type of situation. But anyways, that's my opening. Thank you.
Let me ask you one last question before I take opening remarks from the next person. There was this there was this piece by one of the big financial houses globally. It's not quite Deloitte and Touche, but at that level. And their projection was that within the next 25 to 30 years, Nigeria is going to be one of the top 5 economies in the world. Can you see that projection? Can you see a pathway to that?
Yes. Okay. And based on what? Based on one of the basic ways in which you grow is you either grow your population, right? Or you make the population more productive, right? Typically through technology, getting more bang from your buck, getting more output out of each input of energy, which is a technological thing, or through debt. In other words, you project into the future, saying, hey, we're going to grow more into the future, so let us consume now, right? Which is just printing money, debt, whatever, that kind of mechanism. Africa in general, especially Nigeria, has the demographic advantage, as we all know, right? Definitely by a long shot when you look at it relatively, in the sense that I think the average African is like 14 years old or something. And we know what's going on in China and Japan and the West, generally speaking, with also their birth rates, right? Declining birth rates just above and some even being below replacement levels, right? So when you consider that one big aspect, which is the demographics, right? Then yes, but the thing about it is, as you might imagine, simply growing by demographics or having that particular one parameter heavily on your favor is not. It's still going. There's still going to be a question as to the quality of life if you do not have the technological aspect, right? Making that particular people more efficient and also adding value. For example, vis-a-vis your whole notion of every raw material or no raw materials, right? Basically, you have to do 1 or 2 steps of processing before you go out. If you don't add those aspects and you're just depending on this one particular parameter of growth, there'll still be a question of quality of life at the end. So it's a question of it's a little of a bit of a okay, yeah, sure, big, it will become a bigger economy almost by definition demographically, right? So I agree. I see a path. I hope that some of the other aspects, including the technological aspects, are, shall we say, taking advantage of not just the demographics aspects.
All right, just one final song, just a condensed response to this. This is just an abstract. There is this theory that the future of the world is coffee colored. Well, so which is so, and that's it piggybacks off the fact that we were saying that the African demography, essentially a very, very young demography, and the rest of the world, through civilization, they are aging quite rapidly. So they're saying that the future of the world is a coffee-colored sort of tonality. So a mixed blend of variants of different mixed races, but not one as that the anomaly will actually be somebody of a singularity of race. So do you buy into that narrative of a coffee-colored world future?
There is one aspect of it which is just, shall we say, the empirical aspect of, okay, well, it will either happen or it doesn't in terms, and what is the likelihood of that? By that, I mean that that mechanistic aspect of, okay, people will interbreed and such. I don't think that the racial imperative, if you will, is going to be as strong given the technological opening of the world, because globalization is a technological phenomenon, right? It's not that people are becoming, more cosmopolitan, or everybody became a philosopher all of a sudden and decided that, oh, I'll marry outside. Which, by the way, they have, people are not doing as much. Still, people still marry within their race at this time, right? But I think that will erode over time. Again, not because of some kind of cultural or spiritual awakening. It's just it's a technological phenomenon. So that phenomenon obviously is called globalization, and globalization has to do with the spreading of technology. It has an impetus of its own. Basically, a technological event is when you go from 0 iPhones to 1 iPhone, or when you go from the word processor to a computer, right? That's a singular event. You go from 0 to 1. And then the impetus is now to spread out, right? Go from 1 computer or 1 iPhone to 1 billion iPhones. And that notion itself, with all the technological incentives that are tied into it, right, then leads you to people, capital moving to where it can find leverage vis-a-vis labor, right? And make your iPhone in China, and hence have to learn Chinese, blah, 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 and all these kinds of intermixing, such that, even now the elite is not racial, right? The elite that controls global capital, to the degree to which they have a clique, and we are social animals, so there's still always a clique, but this clique is not a racial, it's not even a national one, right?
And by the way, let me just stop real quick regarding that. This whole mixing race thing is only happening in the multi-racial countries. Like, it's not something happening in Africa like that, or a country like Russia, or it's just in multi-racial countries. That's it. It's not something new. It's been going on in Brazil for a long time. So
but
only going to happen in those places.
Mike, sorry, so you carry on with that thought, but the one strings to a real convergence, and then those little hubs of nationalities and race, they will no longer exist. And as it shrinks into a hub, it will mutate into a coffee-colored world. That's what they're suggesting. But sorry, Mike, carry on.
It's only in the Western, maybe for Europe. Europeans always call everything the world. Whatever is happening to them, they call it the world. Just like when they fight each other, it's world war. A world war. Yeah, in Europe, they may end up like that, but it's not something that's gonna be it's not everywhere. In just Western countries, that's where it's happening, where they're beginning to maybe accept the whole mixing and things like that. But it's not something that's going to happen in Africa like that. It's not. Are white people going to migrate to Africa and start mixing? No, it's not happening. I mean, Russia is not going to tolerate other races coming to their country, or China is not going to accept that either. So it's just a Western thing.
China is already accepting it. Or you see, go to China, see how many black children there are on the streets now already.
First of all, if you go to China, there's only limited areas you can live. It's only a limited area they allow you to stay. They don't allow you everywhere. So it's not. That China thing. China is just doing that for now because they're trying to get a foot in the world. After that, they will restrict that stuff, man. Even the Arab countries, they don't allow it. Iran is not allowing you come and be mixing and things. It's a Western thing. There is a liberal cultural thing. So don't worry. Don't let the West tell you that the world is changing because they are changing. It's just them,
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ike. Ike, stay with us. Listen to the opening salvo. Interject when you feel the need to insert anything. So Ike has his own platform as well. The link is there. If your taste is that high-falutin, esoteric sort of high-functioning grammarian sort of vituperation, yes. Or pretensions art, IIQ. I'm not quite sure that I've yet recognized. Apart from Ike, the rest of them are yam heads, except when Kaiser turns up once in a while. But
Kaiser is a low IQ one.
Don't worry. Ike is my body man, so I will slag him off just yet. But that's Ike's platform. Go follow him. So let's move the opening salvo on from the high functioning Ike to Solly, who functions. Solly, unmute and function. Solly, you see, this is it.
I'm here.
All right, but if I'm
I would have thought I was next in line though. But it's okay, sir.
No, you are next in line, but I want to shuffle it just for the curation. Go on, Mike.
Yeah.
Sorry, rather, Mike, you've confused me.
Are we talking about all the topic, for example, like
No, we're just happening. We're just having an opening phase where you can speak freely. Whatever catches, like Ike, for instance, he wanted to speak to the South African president's stance on etc. So free flow.
Well, I actually just came in for the Nnamdi Kanu part. Me, in my opinion, as much as I feel for the guy, I don't think they should release him, unfortunately, because that guy is not going to change. And the thing is that the crowd, the mentality they have has still not changed. That guy should come out today and he tells them to destroy the whole place. They will destroy the whole place without a moment's thought. What I would expect them to do is use it as a leverage. Yes, the people are clamoring for it, but use it as a leverage to develop your area because it doesn't favor the government
But
to release the guy.
if they release, it does favor the government somewhat. If they release him, will it not move the energy from Peter Obi? Because it's the same energy, isn't it? The energy that Nnamdi Kanu was consuming is the energy that has now moved to the Peter Obi space now. So if they release Nnamdi Kanu to great fanfare, would that energy not move from Peter Obi to Nnamdi Kanu, which gives the president, the government a breathing space, and then it becomes out of politics to a law and order sort of a narrative. It sounds them better, would you not say?
It doesn't favor anybody because how many times have we given this crowd pure facts with proof, with evidence, with witnesses, and the crowd mentality will just turn back and insult you. Instead of when you give somebody proof, facts, evidence, witness, and they choose not to listen to all that and continue to go with the crowd mentality, you don't reward that. If they release Nnamdi Kanu, it's not going to support the government. you know it's just going to cause more damage. Yes, I have sympathy for the guy, but unfortunately this is somewhat the result or the behavior that we've noticed all through. You can't release him. It's better to just get
Me,
benefits
let me ask you,
in your own area. Countless times, it's not as if I'm just
Solly,
talking, just
Solly,
countless times where we've been through all this. there's
Solly,
there's there's no way to satisfy this crowd. You just have to move
Solly,
on. Yeah.
Solly, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Um, if the court order is released, how would you take that? Because you are making a statement. Oh, you feel for him, or what's the right word? You said you feel for him, but you don't want him to be released. And I'm saying, if the court should release it, how would you take it? Would you still, would you take that judgment still?
National security oversees
Yeah. Would
the
you
rule of law.
hold on? Let me
So
land.
the answer is no. They shouldn't release him.
Hold on. I'm not directing this question to you. I'm directing it to Solly. So if the court order is released, how would you? What do you think should happen?
Well, there are two ways they can do it. Either they should delay his release, for they will do everything they can do possible to delay his release, or they should release him and restrict him from total internet use. That means they have to put him in a deserted area. They have to watch him 24/7, and they have to make sure that he has no access to the internet in any way possible, to anything digital, because
So
that guy is a
three-
threat.
so the
His release somewhat promises um,
so
uh, jungle justice, all this kind of behaviors, all this kind of
the
societal damage. It
so
assures it. The government
uh,
benefits nothing but
hold on.
destruction.
Hold on. So your position is that if the court order is released, the state is not released. They should continue to keep him somewhere. So how?
No, I didn't say that. I said they should delay his release
Okay,
strategically.
okay. They should delay it. That is. So how long should that That delay, how long should it last?
Till after the next election.
Um, I,
The
I,
court cannot order his release now. He hasn't gone to
uh,
trial.
you
He has to
know
go to trial now.
do you know what you're even talking about? Do you know?
It's in the Supreme Court. I think his case comes up this November.
Yes. Do you know what?
Ajani Koko,
He
there's no
hasn't gone
way
to
that
trial. Why would they release? Why would they?
Ajani
No.
Koko.
What I'm
No,
saying is,
Ajani Koko. See,
after
I sat down for almost a year and I listened to Radio Biafra before I even found this platform. I can guarantee you there's no way that guy is innocent. There's literally no way that guy is innocent. I watched from when this guy went and started begging people for money. This guy went to Japan. This guy went to different countries. That guy is a genius. That guy is a genius.
He was
So,
asking for
yeah,
money for weapon too.
yes, I watched almost everything.
You only
I
watching for
didn't watch
1 year. Me, I watching for 7 years, man.
you see what I'm saying? That guy is a genius, and that guy is a Nigerian. So that guy is a threat. That guy is a big threat. And he's a very organized person. So there, and I've
The
heard,
guy wants to destroy Yoruba land. I don't know why some Yorubas are still pandering to him. I don't even understand
you
it at
know,
all.
I've
so,
heard
We
so
have too
many.
many Victor
Sunday,
Banjos days, man.
so,
So Ajani Koko, this guy
Sunday,
implicated himself in so many ways. There's no way they are even going to release him. There's no
He
way
said
that
they
guy.
should go and burn down Lagos, burn down everything, kill Yoruba
No,
people.
that's not
Some
even.
Yorubas are
That's not
still
even.
pandering. They should release him
That's
now.
okay. Ajani Kuku, let me just because I don't want YouTube to trigger anything. Let me just tell you some of the things that this guy said. He was talking about removing some
no, let's
people's
get up
ori,
what they have said.
you know, and carrying ori and one people he also pay sacrifice fun kinikan, you know, on this, you know,
Let's
just
forget
those
about
kind of things.
let's
So he
forget
Woman,
said
boo,
it
I
was
laugh for
Yeah,
your confidence.
are you speaking German? Sorry, the old one. Look at this guy.
ori
so
I'm ori now.
okay.
Uh-huh.
Look, let me tell you. If the court order the release of someone and the government did not release him, that is violation of his right as a citizen. And number two, we picture Nigerian state as a state that does not respect the rule of law. So every action by the state carry implication along. So we cannot operate a country like that. A country that does not.
Ajani Google, the court never asked him to release. Why are you already accusing Nigeria of not releasing somebody? What is this, man?
If
You're already almost making it look like the court order to release.
I
Nigeria
said,
is keeping
can't
it.
you listen? If you have a
But
very
let's get there
strong,
before we start talking
if
about that.
you
Let's get to that
very
point first.
bad,
We are
if you
not there.
have
We are not. The court haven't ordered release. Let's not make it a
if
conversation.
we know you have a very bad heart
No,
against.
it's not
So
that. Let's not. I don't know why you point out to Igbo
yeah,
people too much. If
because
it's Fulani now, you will say
yeah,
they should not. If it's Fulani
yeah.
man now, they say they should kill it. They should do this. They do that. But when it comes to Igbo people, you start pandering. I don't know if you have one Igbo girlfriend. We don't know.
Okay, yes.
Come out there on Fulani instead. Everybody go by Ugbo. On Fulani, can you call
You,
Fulani? You start
look,
bashing Fulani people.
look,
Has Fulani offended you before?
what
You bash
is
Fulani people a
Fulani
lot
is
now.
now? Did I say anything against Fulani?
No, I know you have been with this platform with you for like 3 years. When it comes to Fulani matter, you don't have
When
mercy for them.
when
There's no mercy at all.
when,
But automatically, I don't know if you have a Igbo wife. I don't know. It just
look,
annoys me with you. Even when an
okay,
Igbo person is insulting me, when I respond, you start attacking me.
yeah, when Igbo president, you have bad heart against.
No, you are the one with bad habit
So
now. You are a Yoruba man and you are
when we
behaving
are
like this.
talking, forget.
Èèyàn
I
tó bú
don't
Nnamdi Kanu
I
that
don't
insult
care
Alaafin
about
for your that call
your
for
Yoruba this
call
thing you are
Nnamdi Kanu
talking
call
about.
Yoruba's bastard, and you are here trying to present case for him. Are you his lawyer?
But Mike, it's not
I
about
don't
that.
care
So
about this
You don't care. If it's Fulani now,
Yoruba
you
this
will care.
that,
Yeah.
but we are talking about the law.
But
The
that's
law.
not one man is the one asking question. Don't take us another this thing about
Okay,
Kinikon trying to
it looked like
play this thing.
Bishop want to talk, so let Bishop talk.
Yes, I just want to good evening, gentlemen. I just want to direct one question. I totally support you. If the Supreme Court says release it, there should be no 1 minute delay. But I want to ask you a very genuine question. did you, just like the other gentleman that spoke, not Mike, said that he listened to Nnamdi Kanu, did you take your time to listen to Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast on the so-called Radio Biafra and other platforms at all? Did you? Hello? Am I on?
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Oh, what's the question? You asked me a question?
Yes, I did ask a question. I said, why I agree with you that
Yes.
if the Supreme Court, for the preservation of our constitutional order, if the Supreme Court says to release him, there should be no 1 minute delay in releasing him. But
That's
I just wanted to ask the question the other man said, not Mike, that he listened to Nnamdi Kanu for a long time. Did you take your time to listen to Nnamdi Kanu at all, whether it is in his Radio Biafra broadcast, whether in any of his online video releases, or the one I used to host that people used to call in this live presentation?
Oh,
Do you take time to listen to him at all?
Oh, yeah, I'm
Did
listening
you
to him.
know?
I'm listening to
Did
him
you
say
know?
a lot of bad
Okay.
things against Yoruba.
Okay.
Well,
Are you aware that those his directives, a lot of these his young people carried them out, and it led to loss of several, I'm not saying 1, 2, or 3, or 5, or 10 lives. It led to loss of several lives, that they actually carried out those instructions and they killed security people. So do you think those people that were killed as a result of his direct instruction, do they deserve justice?
Look,
just a question, sir.
Yes, you see, in any case of murder, the state should carry out justice. You understand what I'm saying? If a citizen carry out a murder against another citizen, the state should do what they're supposed to do according to the law and deliver justice. In any way they know, in their capacity, whatsoever, they should do that. But in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, he has said a lot of things, we have seen a lot of things happen, but if the state, as we have seen it, as the state has arrested him, put it in detention for so long, put him through trial, and the court of the land could not see any reason to hold him responsible for what the state has accused him for, and order is released. That release should be respected. They should let him go. That is
maybe
a country of law. That is where a country of law operate, and not say, the law does not.
But the judge can be biased too, sir.
The law does not.
Mike, hold on. Let me finish.
The court does not operate with.
Okay.
How do I say it? The court
I understand.
Operate with. Doesn't operate. Hold on, let me land. The court doesn't operate on the basis of is it emotion or whatsoever. Court does not. Judiciary doesn't operate like that.
So obedience believe that when the judgment get the judgment to
look for
Tinubu,
the fact, and they deliver judgment based on fact presented before them. If the state,
the obedience believe that.
I'm not talking about obedience. I am talking
just
about
one more thing, just 1 second more.
If the state failed to present a hard evidence against him, and the court said this guy should release, to be let go, should let him go. Yes.
I heard you. Just one more thing, and I'll let go. Now, do you know that the real trial of Nnamdi Kanu had not commenced at all? All we have been having is just rigmaroling of what technical issues being raised by his defense counsel. All we have been going through are just rigmarole. The proper trial of terrorism, incitement, that leads to killing of people, both security operative, and they have not started that trial. All his lawyers have been doing ever is how to prevent that trial. So we have not even commenced the trial at all. Everything has just been technicalities upon technicalities, just for one aim to frustrate that trial so that that trial will not commence at all. And in fairness, if everybody, both the rich and poor, have enough resources to mobilize to frustrate trial of any form, because if you have so much money, you can actually frustrate her from one preliminary objection to another, and their trial will last forever. If everybody, then we really don't need the courts. We should just say, you know what, let the rule of the jungle prevail, because that is exactly what Nnamdi Kanu and his handlers have been deploying all the while. Thank you.
All right. All right. Respond to that, Ajane Koko, and then Solly retake the floor. Give us your monologue, and then we go on from you to Mike. But Ajane Koko, do you want to respond to what?
Let me just say it. Just like I said earlier, the court doesn't operate on the basis of emotion or cry or this and that. They operate with, evidence, hard and strong evidence you can present before them. That is what they act upon. So what I'm saying, if the state, Nigerian state, cannot put before proof their case against Nnamdi Kanu at the law court, and the court say he should go, men, they should let him go to his family. That is the way a functioning state operates, a lawful state operates, a country that want to show picture that, look, even to investors, that your country is a country that is governed by the rule of law. That is the way it operates, and not say, oh, because we don't like what he did, or because that, oh, we should nail him and let him be in jail forever. It doesn't operate like that. I know the way some people feel. I, as a Yoruba man, what is said against Yoruba during his in his radio talk show before he was this thing, I wasn't happy about it. But if the state cannot convince the court that this guy committed atrocity, committed killings on other men, if they cannot convince the court, and the court says please, we have to respect the law of the land. The court
quickly, Angelico, if you don't mind one.
Yeah, Carry on, Prince. Good to see you.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you know how Nnamdi Kanu is categorized? And also, do you know, to you, I know you're familiar with the J6 people, the J6 people and Nnamdi Kanu, which one of those two entities is more dangerous?
For the benefit of the non-Americans, who are the J6 people, and what do you mean by categorize?
The J6 people were the people that went inside the Capitol building during the January 6th protest, right?
Okay.
Yeah, just citizens that made their way to the Capitol, and some of them were later arrested, right, for what they did. And now, when I said category, I was talking about, because I don't know how Nnamdi Kanu is seen in the Nigerian space. Is it seen as a terrorist, or just somebody that violated the law, or just a common criminal? Because the reason I'm asking, because that would determine how the state is going to treat him. Because if you look at the people here in America, they're talking about the insurrection, which is kind of comical, an insurrection without weapons or any form of attack that would damage the state. But guess what? These people are being categorized as insurrectionists, close to terrorists that they put in Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. So, and these people, I know a lot of people don't follow them because the media don't tell the story. But a lot of these people, including older people, men and women, are languishing in jail They don't have a trial date, and in fact, many of them have committed suicide in jail because of their horrific, horrendous condition which they put these people. Okay, and these people didn't kill nobody. They were just citizens that went to protest that turned kind of rowdy, no doubt. So, but there goes Nnamdi Kanu with all the things he said. His actions and his words have caused a lot of death, according to what Mike is saying. So, how is the state categorizing Nnamdi Kanu? And to Ajele Koko, do you think the J6 is worse than Nnamdi Kanu or is vice versa?
Well, let me say the J6, every one of us will watch it, and the state has carried out action. They put them through. Some have been through trial. They've been, sentenced to some terms of imprisonment. Some are still going through trial. So, but the difference between the J6 and that of Nnamdi Kanu is that J6 were fighting for election matter, while Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for a Biafran homeland. And Nnamdi Kanu, by Nigerian state, his organization has been officially described by Nigerian state as a terrorist organization. So, the leader, Nnamdi Kanu, yes, is going through trial now as a terrorist in Nigeria. But we have some good lawyers who are defending him to show to the world that is not a terrorist, but rather a leader of a group of Nigerians fighting for their homeland within that geographical space called Nigeria. And what they are claiming in the court is that he is what he's doing is not against the law, is in line with even a United Nations Charter, which Nigeria is a signatory, and he has not done anything against the law. What Nigeria is saying is that he has ordered the killing of people. They have done this. So he is a terrorist leader by Nigerian state. But they are going through this trial, and let's see what is going to come out of it. But my position is that in a democratic state like Nigeria, a constitutional state like Nigeria, when court order, when God give order, that order must be carried out immediately. Immediately. That is my position. So we are watching that space, and a lot of Nigerians are looking forward for his release. And that is why you see leaders from that country, from that part of the country, leaders, political leaders, the strongest of the strongest, most illustrious sons of that land called Igbo land are going to the president to beg for his release. So they are not doing anything wrong. They just want to have peace in their land because the resistant group in that land, in Igbo land, because of this guy incarceration, are disturbing the peace of that land that we want him, they want him out. So let's just keep waiting and see what is going to happen. That's
all right. Thank you, Ajani Koko. So thank you, Ajani Koko. Just to add, the Nigerian state sees him as a terrorist, and his people see him as a freedom fighter, which is usually the narrative in these sort of instances. But back to you, Solly.
Sorry, one man, and sorry, Solly. Just to add, if I may, one aspect here to what the conversation that just transpired. So what I see Angelica looking for is, okay, what is the principle, right? Besides the facts, you mentioned, okay, you have to prove things with facts, but also there are principles. The principles are the things that tell you, okay, these are the things that we decide are wrong, and here's the measure, here's the rational, objective way, right? And hence, it's a principle by which you measure it, and then this is the outcome that we'll get, right? So by what principle do you hold people? And I think that what Prince Daddy was asking regarding how you categorize the person shows that there are many different ways of treating different people, right? And I think what Janet Koko was looking for was, okay, by what, if we saw our emotions aside, how do you construct a system, right, within an institution that has these principles that can handle many different kinds of cases? For example, there are ways in which the American government takes care of quote unquote known bad actors. So it doesn't matter what you do. Let's say one man, right? You are a known bad actor. You're a troublemaker, right? Let's say Al Capone or whatever, right? We have a way of getting you. That's what RICO is about. Some people may have heard about it, the Racketeering Act, which used to get mob and people like that, right? So it's like they'll create a special category for you and put you in that box because it is well understood, is it not, right, that there is no way that you can a priori determine via law all the different ways in which people can be known to be bad actors, right, and how you treat them. So just wanted to add that basically, regardless of the emotions, there are different ways of constructing principles, right, within these institutions that can catch different people, if that makes sense.
You know what the conflation here is, Ike, and the conversation. What the conflation here is somebody that has committed a crime so egregious that the human instinct recoils from it versus the rule of law. You know, it's essentially jungle justice versus the rule of law. So somebody that has a through direct action or through incitement caused the demise of so many people. But should that person be subjected to the rule of law? And if the rule of law deems it so that this person, through either technicality or the state not being able to prove its case, is allowed to let go. So that's the thing, isn't it? That's where the conflation is. That this guy that is such a bad actor, should the rule of law be set aside and let him just rot in jail? I think that's where people are, I suspect. But sorry.
Yeah, so from what I've heard from Ajani Koko, it's quite sad that you put sentiment over your own safety. You know, I didn't want to go, you know, I wanted to make my rhetoric PG-13. Let me tell you some of the things that recalled me. You know, I had to distance myself from radio. It was always very interesting, always very exhilarating, you know, pumping your blood all through. Hours of broadcast, but this guy was putting his own people through hell. This guy ordered the beheading of his own people.
No, be mindful of the words, but I carry on. Yeah.
You know, these are the words that I do not want to say. And this is just like 5% of what I heard this guy say. You know, after that, I stopped listening to this guy. I now later heard that he even told people to do things during the NSAS period. So I was not even surprised.
Yeah, he told them to burn Lagos down.
Can you imagine? And you are here giving some sanctimonious...
And that attack on the newly built Oshodi terminal, a lot of people give that attribution to that to his broadcast. Because shortly after he was agitating for actions in Lagos, that happened. But you cannot form the direct link, but some people from the association.
The guy that was arrested is a Southeasterner. Even a Hypopian Southeasterner, you know? Guy burned down
Mike,
BRT buses. Imagine a Yoruba man call for something like that in the Southeast. Like, and how do you think the Southeasterners will react?
So, you know, this guy is responsible for billions in property damage. Billions in property damage. You know, this guy terrorized his own people. His own people. That's why I could not take it anymore. Because there's no difference between him and Boko Haram and all these Fulani bandits. Because those people terrorized their own people. He was in the south, he's terrorizing his own people. Your own people. If he could do that to his own people, what would he do to us?
Just be mindful of the language. You are going to cross over in a moment.
No, I'm trying not to cross over. You can see how it's so difficult not to cross over. I'm telling you, Ajali Koko, maybe you should go and listen to
man of prestige just ran away. I was coming to you soon, man of prestige. I couldn't stomach it. I will carry on.
You know, you should go and really listen to the last few live videos that he made. It was just terrible. It was just pure hatred. You know, this guy was a smart guy, was doing everything well, but those last few moments, like it's somewhat a relief that they caught this guy. This guy was going to burn the whole country down with everyone inside it. We are pretending like
this sit at home didn't just recently get moved away. People were getting to the point where they couldn't even go to market anymore to eat. That's how bad the
The guy started the sit at
stigmatization
home
was.
now. He
He is
started the
the one
sit
that
at home.
started it, and it couldn't end. And people were anybody that was before it became soft. Anybody that was found on the streets, they were buying the person just for sit at home. We're all that even Buhari, the president of Nigeria, could not go to the southeast. We're all pretending like we forgot all these things happened. We are really all that they even had to do
that's one of the malaise
operation.
we suffer in Nigeria. We have a very short memory regarding everything.
Or have we all forgotten
Unfortunately.
operation is it not Crocodile Python or something, that they had to do a whole mission? It's just this year that sit at home ended. Though few months ago, people were starving. People couldn't make money. The Southeast economy almost crashed to nothing. It got so bad that the brainwashing had to finally stop, that the people now started saying, okay, you know what, this thing is not good for us. Some people still want the sit at home to till day. That's how the brainwashing is still terrible. This guy was buying his own people at Jane Coco, for goodness sake. He was buying his own people in hundreds, and he was justifying it online. Please, even a child can go to court and take this guy down. It's not a case of if he's found innocent. No, the proof is still online. You can go and watch it yourself. It's just terrible. It was just terrible. It was just Ajani Koko also con your only one. Over 100 people, and these people were doing it to their own tribe, to their own self. No.
All right. Settle down. Sorry. You don't even have you don't even have a dog in the fight. You are not an Igbo man, are you? So well, it's not skin off your nose.
And that's another thing. We seem to care more about their lives than themselves. I'm sorry to say it. That's the truth. Anytime an Igbo person is in trouble abroad, who's the first person that will help them? It's usually a Yoruba person or a Northerner. We are the ones always the first to help, but they still don't see us as our brother, but we don't care. We still see them as
no. You're getting a bit too ethnic now. Settle down now.
Okay, but that's just a fact. So all that one that you're saying, that we can't release the guy. The guy started out with a good cause, but he stayed long enough to become, the what's that word when they say, oh, you can start out as the hero, but if you stay long enough to become the
villain
or something. Yes, the villain. So the Southeast has more pressing issues. They need to figure out how to put railway. They need to figure out how to boost their economy. They need to figure out how to sort out their ports. They have so many pressing issues. I just feel like this Ohanaeze is just a lazy effort to seem like they are working. If they really care about
it's a headline narrative, isn't it? So
yes.
they're doing it for the
if they really care about the Southeastern people, they should care about economic development of the Southeast. Because yes, the Southeasterners, they don't want to integrate with other people. So why not develop their economy? Why not give them the space to do everything that they need to do, so that they don't need to be going to everybody's side, since they don't really like everybody, or they don't want to what's this word?
All right.
What's this word when you have to accustom yourself to the custom of others? There's this
assimilate.
Yes, they don't really want to assimilate. So help them to build their economy. That is their pressing issue right now. Not Nnamdi Kanu.
All right, you are going overtly ethnic. That's getting a bit too across. Stay steady. Solly. Let's hear opening remarks from Mike. Mike, you're up next.
You see, when they said those that came up with the law that national security supersedes the rule of law, you know what they are doing, because we all know that justice can be blind. I mean, justice is blind, and justice can be corrupt. What do I mean? Often, you see the innocent found guilty, the guilty found innocent. Those things are always, it happens, and that's why those understands the danger of, you know, national security being compromised and things like that. They have to come up with that because saying, "Oh, you put someone that's about to end humanity or end the society or destroy society, putting them on trial," there's a possibility justice could be corrupt, if at least not blind. You know, we know we've seen examples of people, politicians that have stolen money. I mean, it's clear that we know this that they stole and they went to trial for years, and at the end they got away. That, yeah, we get that's terrible, but can't be more barbaric than an actual person that's willing to destroy people's lives, that's actually been doing it, to put him through trial and say, "Oh, if they find him guilty." We all know Nigerian judges, even obedience, not the people from this side will not agree that if they find him guilty, that he's guilty. He talk less of, you know, and some people, Anyway, the fact of the matter is, the guy is a bloody terrorist, man. Like, he's a terrorist, clear. Before everybody's eye, we've seen what he's done. We've seen the evil the guy has done. Personally, I'm not someone that you hate me and I'll start loving you. If you hate me, hate my people, I freaking hate you. I hate you. I hate you too. So, they can obviously hate Yoruba people. He's one of those many Southeastern bigots that I know that just have this deep hatred for Yoruba people for no goddamn reason.
Mike, let's go to his release. Can you envisage circumstances when it will be politically expedient and advantageous to the administration to release him? Because for all of these atrocities, it's a potent political tool that can and should be played. When
I
it's
heard you earlier. You're saying it will benefit Tinubu to replace his voice with replace Obedience voice with his voice. Now, actually, Obedience voice actually serves Tinubu more purpose than Obedience voice actually do.
But not post the Supreme Court now. After the Supreme Court, then it becomes a nuisance if it's not reappointed, the OB voice.
No. Listen, if Obi is a smart if Tinubu is a smart politician, just keep the Obi voice going, because the Obi voice are just destroying Obi's political career. So they are helping Tinubu gain more supporters. You understand? Their propaganda, their crap, millions are seen through their propaganda, and the way they are irritating people, they actually creating more supporters for Tinubu. How did me and you became supporter of Tinubu? Was it not because of obedience? I mean, they are irritating behavior. I mean, they made me support. I was not even I was not a fan of Tinubu. Was not someone I was his fan or so as anyone. I became a supporter because of obedience. They irritated me to the point where I had to. It's like enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's like someone that irritates you so much. When you see his enemy, the enemy automatically becomes your friend. You understand? That they are doing Tinubu keeping their voice alive. They are doing him a favor, because obedience are not only irritating Tinubu. Now they've turned someone like Shoyinka. Shoyinka probably will never vote for an Igbo man again. And this was a guy we know that automatically will support the Southeastern candidate. The last this thing, he picked Mogalu over Showore. I was like, because I thought Showore was more, but he was more Shoyinka throughout his whole life was known to be pro Southeast. The way they've gone, really went after that man. The man has been like, I doubt if the guy will even vote for any Southeasterners, or right now even continue to be a pro Southeasterner person, advocating for the Southeast. The way they've really resort the man and just dragged him, I doubt it. So Tinubu, they are doing Tinubu big favor, because the more people they drag and burn bridge with, the the lesser chance they will have in next election against Tinubu. So Tinubu is better off to keep the obedient voice and silence the Nnamdi Kanu voice, because that Nnamdi Kanu voice is really, to me, that's the real dangerous voice. The obedient voice is not dangerous. Those ones are just cowards. They just make bunch of noise and like that. They look at say we own Lagos, and when MC Olomo came out, they all sat home. They sat at home like they're in the southeast. We all know those ones are cowards, man. They're just internet gangsters. But this Kanu is a coward as well. But he has this way of he's a master propagandist. He has a way of pushing. I mean, his own is just, at least we can say, this guy, he's just a terrorist. So I'd rather have him deal with the terrorists than the obedience, we can't call them terrorists. They are just big mouths. I don't know what to call them. They're just foolish idiots, man. It will be idiots. They are just idiots. That's all. Now, the worst, I mean, the worst of them all is their leadership. And the worst of their leadership is this foolish red hats, Ohanaeze, shameless people. So after all the attacks against Tinubu, they are not going to Tinubu to go and kneel down. I mean, those men are shameless. I think intelligent Igbos need to stand up and just get rid of Ohanaeze. Like, this guy can't be the face of your leadership now. It's an embarrassment to that tribe.
You know that's the frustrating thing, because the moderate voice, voices like Soludo they really need to fight their way through to the center stage of the narrative.
Those are the people that should be leading that ethnic group. They have a lot of correct people in that tribe. Like, there's so many great women.
They have to fight through. They have to fight through the obey space, to
those guys. I don't know what I know. No. This is what's going on. I used to attack those people before. Like, you guys foolish. How can you have quality human beings? Like, you just mentioned those. So like man. So people like Ngozi Koje, so many great men and women, but they have the most pathetic, most foolish, backwards, brain dead human, even terrorists that will be leading them, calling themselves the face of the leadership of the Southeast, and that shit make me feel like, what the heck? What kind of ethnic group is this? You got some quality human beings, and you're picking this. You are following this kind of people. I mean, when are you going to learn? Why would you follow someone like Ojukwu? You should have learned from that. You can't just follow human being like that. Study the character of a person before you follow them. Ojukwu was a pathetic liar, was a criminal, and they followed him. He led them to hell. And now you are following Kanu, Ohanaeze, this group of those Ohanaeze, those guys are terrible. I mean, they shouldn't have got to this point. They are the one that even allowed Nnamdi Kanu to brainwash. The entire time Nnamdi Kanu was doing the brainwashing of those youths. They kept quiet. And when people called in, like, come, you are the leader of this region. What do you think about what's going on here? Rather than to, counter the propaganda or, say things to help their people, they will be defending Nnamdi Kanu. They will be talking about marginalization. Yeah. I mean, these guys are shameless, man. The fact that look at the way they all been, look at even the way they made mouth, like, oh, if the Igbo man was the president, look at the way they went after Tinubu. Now they are going to Tinubu to go and kneel down. And what are they going to kneel down for? They are not going to kneel down for development of their region or to help their youth. They are going to kneel down for him to help them release their terrorists. Oh, come on, man. It's like Northern is coming to need. It's like, let's say Abubakar Shekau was arrested, and Northern leaders coming to Tinubu to say, please help us release Abubakar Shekau. I mean, come on, man. And these guys, they're shameless red hat idiots. They just put on that. They make me. I don't wear red hat anymore because of those people. Like, literally, I just don't want to. When somebody, I had a red hat before. I threw it away because of Ohanaeze, honestly, because I don't want to be associated with people that wear red hats. Because of these people, man. There's very stupid ass people, man. God, shameless old man. I mean, right. I think smart Igbo people need to step up, man. They need to do something because those people are just
Mike
they are
obeys
up
the
their
white man's law. He doesn't obey the black man's law.
Mike is an anarchist.
No, I'm a realist, man. I'll tell you the truth. I'm keep it real. I don't do this thing. I know that we have our own in our Yoruba land, honestly. We have our own problem too. Since Awolowo's generation, where they used to look out for the Yoruba land, the Yoruba ethnic group. You can call them tribalists, but to me, I don't see that as tribalists. When you're looking for the best interest of your region, to me, there's nothing wrong with that. You understand? We have the Awolowo's generation. Then after that Awolowo's generation, then we have the generation that came after that. They just sold the Yoruba land off, man. Like, we could have been, that place would have advanced further than what it is. Most of them just spent time pandering to Southeasterners all because they want to date Igbo women, I don't understand. It's like they are dreaming this life. That Victor Banjo's generation, they have grown now. Even Victor Banjo, in the name of Ojukwu promising him Igbo wife, he joined Biafran army to attack Yoruba land.
Igbo side chicks are the best.
Maybe I don't know, I mean, we still have people like that today. Like they will just pander to the southeast at the expense of their own region. You know, like I don't understand, man. Like when we start this pandering is just too much. I mean, like it's irritating me, man. Like to the point where even when Chinedu, they say Lagos is no man's land. If it wasn't people like us, me, MC Oluomo, and that's the real Yoruba warriors, like Chinedu would have been governor of Lagos right now, and he would have been, and those people would still be saying, yes, let's leave him. And right now they'll be wiring all Lagos State money to.
Is that the extent of your power and potency that you stop Chinedu from becoming governor? Look at this guy. Hello?
Nah, they won't think twice again. No. Now you want to be governor in my land. But Chinedu by now, he would have filled the whole Lagos state cabinet with people. And then, well, let me land now. If they will be right now, they would have dethroned the Oba of Lagos and put a Tochukwu as the Oba of Lagos. And those Yoruba people, they still be pandering to them like, it doesn't matter now. You know, but like us, Yoruba people like us are the only hope Yoruba land has. Me, Oluomo, you know, I mean, those of us are the ones who we are the only hope Yoruba people land have now, because too many of our people are just I don't know, man. Like we are the.
Would you describe yourself as an Omoluabi, Mike?
Yes. Complete Omoluabi. Listen, you people don't know where the word Omoluabi came from.
Hold on, both in tone and in action.
See, Orunmila is one that, see all these Yoruba tradition. The person that taught us these things, Orunmila, and many Yorubas don't understand the concept, the term, why all these ideas came about. Right? Many have become Christian and Muslims, so they're just doing it blindly and foolishly. When they say Omoluabi, you know, the man of virtue, you know, you do things the right way. That's what it means. It doesn't say do things the cowardized way or the foolish way. You tell the truth, you stand for what's right, you stand against what's wrong. That's Omoluabi. You can be a warrior and be an Omoluabi. It's not only Omoluabi doesn't mean you be soft and be timid and be, you know, or violate it on the other cheek. No, that's Christianity Omoluabi. That's one from the Bible. The Yoruba Christian are the one that have turned Omoluabi to the one they are reading from the Bible. The Omoluabi of the Yoruba is one of tradition. You understand? There's nowhere in our tradition where you say they slap you on the other cheek. That's not real Yoruba. You can't slap Shango or Ogun and they will turn the other cheek. If you slap Ogun is an Omoluabi, Shango was an Omoluabi. Ogun, if you slap Ogun will be it might get rid on some. You understand? But Ogun was an Omoluabi. Ogun hate lies. You understand? If you lie in front of Ogun man for that jowry down. That's Ogun is Omoluabi. I have spirit of Ogun in me. You understand? I'm Omoluabi. You understand?
All right.
Omoluabi. Yeah.
You succeeded in alienating a good 25% of our audience, but that's fine. Hopefully, we get them back with Ekene. Ekene, you're up next. So Ekene, and it goes like this sometimes. The conversation was actually around the Ohanaeze plotting a pathway to Aso Rock in order to persuade the release of Nnamdi Kanu. But whenever you mention the name Nnamdi Kanu, the conversation always pivots in a certain direction. But bring us back home, Ekene. Ekene, as Mike knocked you out with his... Ekene, can anyone still hear me?
Ekene is
there you are.
Yeah, I was not hearing you. I don't know whether it's what Mike is saying that they just block everywhere off. I don't know. One man, thank you very much. Thank you everyone on the platform. But I think you should have cautioned Mike. One man. Yeah. He said, I don't know what example he's trying to place. Yeah, to show difference that he has more character than Igbo man. When he comes on the platform to insult everybody in the Igbo land, or what is different for what he said from Nnamdi Kanu. That makes him a different person that you have to justify judging Nnamdi Kanu. Well, listening to Ajali Koko, I was pleased that people like him still exist in our country, because he speaks like an elderly man that he is. Everybody that wants the peace and the unity of this country. But I wonder if Mike, the way he speaks, if he really wants the unity or the peace of this country. But it's quite unfortunate that he used arrogance to cover his own ignorance on what Ajali Koko has laid down to be a way out in order to unite this nation. But the one man, I blame you for that. Because I don't think that people like Pansat will come here to say all this thing and you still allow them to say it. Are you getting me, one man? One man?
Sorry.
Say what you want to say now.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm listening. I muted myself, so I didn't interrupt you. Carry on. I am listening.
So, whatever that he said here, let it be unto him according to he said. But what I want to say is that what Ajali Koko said is just the right thing to do. Considering the state and what the order of that land is requesting, I'm of the opinion that the man should be released just to know what will happen, because that insecurity in that space has been on the ground that this guy has been on detention.
Do you think the insecurity is too embedded for Nnamdi Kanu'S release to have any effect? Because these people have been doing this thing for what, 3-4 years? You can't, and they are making a living off the back of this. By the way, the criminality. So, do you imagine that the release of Nnamdi Kanu will bring it to an abrupt halt?
Well, I think it will get a long way. It will get a long way, but if they should release him, they would have to figure out. They have to figure out some, as in restriction, as in some laws that is going to guide him in that land to make sure that he doesn't go out there anyhow again. So that is my take. But they should release him, because those guys that are going there, they are not fools. I think they are going there, maybe anything that is asked of them to do in order to contain that guy, I think they are capable to do that. So seeing those guys, those Ohanaeze and Igbo, seeking for his release, those guys are not fools. So I think if federal government should do something, they should hold on those guys. Another thing is to protect the rule of law, because one thing in our country is, the prolong of giving justice in our country is one of the problems we have in this country. This, if they want to prosecute him, they would have maybe give out law to prosecute him or release him. Then everybody would just say, yeah, this is what the law of the land has said. If the law said release him, release him. If there is any sanction, sanction him. Let's see what happens. There is no need to keep him for that long.
Let me ask you this: Do you think that Nnamdi Kanu is a useful political tool for any government in situation? Do you think it's a useful political tool? I'll answer that first, and then I'll ask you a follow-on question.
Well, I don't see any useful political tool in him, to say, because for me, I never followed him. I'm not an IPOB. I never, even the people that said that they followed him here, me, I've not followed him for one day. So
okay, let me put it. Do you think the release of Nnamdi Kanu will affect the dynamics in the Southeast?
Well, it will not affect anything, because being an Igbo man, I know what we stand for most majority Igbo in terms of politics. So our politicians can dance anywhere they want to dance, but the majority of the people in Igbo land, I know how we behave when it comes to politics, and I cannot take away that from us. That is the way we still
Let me ask you another question. Do you think the release of Nnamdi Kanu will affect the narrative, the energy around Peter Obi, around the Peter Obi narrative? Do you think the release of Nnamdi Kanu will affect the energy around the Peter Obi space? Ekene?
Yeah, one man, I was having some serious network issue now. Okay, but in terms of, I don't think it will affect him in any way. I don't think so, because the national matter is different. That Biafra of a thing is somehow a southeast something, not a general politics. It's an agenda created by IPOB, is an agenda created by Nnamdi Kanu and other people. So Peter Obi is pursuing a national agenda, no matter how we want to put it. So I don't want to align him, because what people are trying to do with Peter Obi is to make people understand that it's an IPOB, all that and all that, or he wants to push Biafra agenda using Labour Party and all that. People saying that Labour Party is a Southeast political party, all those things. So I'm very far from that thinking. It is a national agenda. IPOB is a Southeast agenda. So it will not affect him in any way. So one man, that's my take on that. I don't want to go too much on IPOB stuff, all that and all that. So, but the only thing I know, yeah, who wants to speak?
No, I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you what else caught your attention in the news cycle today.
Okay, what really caught my attention on the news cycle is those 360, is it a House of members and all that, are going to purchase is it 160 million vehicle for them?
Yes.
Each and every one of them. So that caught my attention. So
yes, Solomon was raging about that yesterday. Yes. Yeah. What's your take on it first? Tell me your take on it first, because we had that conversation. But tell me your take on it.
It shows that Nigeria don't want to change. I'm not saying that they will not give them vehicles, but 160 million vehicles is way too much. And I know these are not Nigerian-made vehicles. For now, they should think on how, maybe if they want such thing to happen, they should think of using Nigerian vehicles or giving them Nigerian vehicles. Nigerian vehicles are at least 40 million, 30 million. It's okay. But 160 million vehicles for 300 something, well, man, it's very too much.
Can I take a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me start from this very good thing. Did you permit? Did you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah. Let me start from this vehicle something. I think one beautiful and easy way we can puncture this vehicle something and make it is that let the people in opposition, let Labour Party members seize the initiative and look for other people in smaller parties to join them to reject it, that they don't want it. They would rather prefer innocent. There are about 30 or 20 something as of members of the Labour Party in the National Assembly as we speak.
Yeah.
So let all of them say, you know what, we don't want this. We want innocent. Let them give us the base innocent. And if they do it, some other smaller parties will join them. The bigger parties will have no choice than to, because this will bring about a popular outcry. But for as long as the Labour Party members and the other smaller parties partake in the sharing of the vehicle, then we have not started at all. Now, on there's no time we discuss the other topic you discussed about Nnamdi Kanu, that we don't everybody get a little bit exposed about the little bit of the internal sentiment. We allowed sentiments to rule the space when we do this thing, and sometimes it's good to be very dispassionate. Look, number one, Peter Obi's agenda is not a national agenda. To you, it is, but if you subject it to critical scrutiny, it is not. And not that it did not set out to be a national agenda, but the way it was, it played out, the way some people ran with it. Sometimes you do some things, even the things, there's this saying they used to say that a prude is someone that blushes modesty, even at the indelicacy of his or her thought. There are things that you want to eat, but you pretend as if you are not even interested in it. And there are things that you abhor. You don't even want to touch it at all. But because you don't want to offend others, you kind of, embrace it, kind of a thing. You use tactics. In all of Peter Obi's, how do I call it now? His attempt and adventure at the national politics, he did not play the politics very well. So it will be very difficult for you to convince you can only convince yourself. You can only tell people, you like yourself and people within your circle, that Peter Obi's agenda is a national agenda. When you say it to other outsiders, quite honestly, 90% of them will just laugh. They will just, I don't know how they say that one.
How is it not a national agenda if he wants to be president of the country?
Well, I mean, there are so many things you don't, I don't know how to answer you, but I know it was not a national agenda. It was foiling it in conceiving it and in executing it. Everything about it. So, national agenda would be, then how do people see it? How do people, what you believe what you believe in your heart might be different from what you are displaying. You might believe something in your heart, but by your actions, you have
was Tinubu's campaign to be president, was it a national agenda?
Yeah, you cannot compare Tinubu's campaign to
No. Answer the question directly. Yeah.
It was more of far more a national agenda than Peter Obi's. Far more.
The Tinubu's campaign towards the presidency, did it have an ethnic slant?
Well, I don't know what you mean by ethnic, whether because he said Emilukon. Every election cycle, Easterners have always been said Awalukon now. In a different way. It is our turn. It's the same thing. It is not
the point I'm leading you to is that Peter Obi's agenda is no less national than Tinubu's or Ateko's.
I disagree with you.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I've not even said what I'm saying, so you probably don't know what you're disagreeing with.
You said it.
No, I haven't said it. I was in the process of saying it. Peter Obi's agenda is no less a national agenda than Tinubu's or Ateko's. They are all national agendas with an ethnic slant.
Have you finished? That's why I tell you I've said what you said. That's what you want to say. And I'm saying to me, no, and to majority of people, and we can put it to vote to how many people that are.
No, you can't say the majority. You can only speak for yourself.
Hold on now. You have said your own. I am saying to me and to majority, and I say you can put it to vote. How do you perceive it? You understand? Because in the Southwest, we have people that vote variously, that vote, differently. It was not an ethnic directed election.
Tinubu himself said it was an ethnic agenda, so maybe you know better than
he never said it was an ethnic agenda, because he said Emilukon.
He said Yoruba Lokon.
And so every time we have always said that
that's not an ethnic agenda.
Every time we have always hold on. every time we have always said that it is the turn of the Southeast. It is the turn of the Southeast. What's the language they used to call? They used to say, this is not the first time. I've been hearing that one since the beginning of this.
Is Yoruba Lokan, is it an ethnic agenda, Yoruba Lokan?
It is not.
It is not.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
I think Bishop, thank you for.
So let me just.
I think he wants. I think he wants to take.
I
think he wants to take the floor back, but I stopped to Ekene.
No, you did not even let me complete my presentation. That's fine. Go ahead. You were the one that completely. That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bishop, thank you for what you have just said. Emilokon and the Yoruba Lokon is not an ethnic word. I don't blame him for that, and I will not blame him for that. At least that has garnered him vote awards he has achieved in the election. But for me, I still insist that Obi agenda is a national agenda, because for me, I'm still imagining after P2B, who is the next man that will come from the southeast that can get votes from the north central and even in the southwest the way Obi did. I'm still imagining.
So Ludo,
so I don't think so. So when that time comes, I will see his capacity to campaign to be able to get that vote. That from the way Obi got in the southwest, north central, then you talk about the northeast and the northwest. So I think only at least in the history of the Igbo politicians, he's the only one that have gone that far. And nobody can dispute that. So anyone can say whatever they want to say. A man that says, "Don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo man or I'm a Christian," and you still count him as not a national agenda. Well, that's your own take, because he's not your type of politician. But for me and every other people there, his support base started from the southwest. You can argue that his support base started from the southwest. So, and that is why for me, I have a lot of respect for Yorubas. No matter how people like Mike comes here to speak against the Igbos and all that, but I will never do that because of many Yorubas that have supported my candidate during the last election.
You keep saying I spoke against Igbos. I spoke against wrongdoing. I'm saying
there is nothing like
I spoke against Ohanaeze and the terrorists.
No,
there.
don't
You're saying are those the definitely are those so the terrorists are Igbos? Is that what you're saying? Or
whether you want to call on Igbo terrorists, you can still do that. But for me, I will not go down that low.
To be fair, what it's saying to you is that it's not saying the Igbos, it's saying Nnamdi Kanu, Ojukwu, and Ohanaeze. So it was specific to those people, but I carry on.
Yeah, for whatever he wants to say, but he would have maybe said it maturedly and all that. But the way he was shouting it, I don't think anybody on the background listening to him will take him very serious. So, but I want to still say one man. The space you made, there was a space mentioned there. The Igbos being more nationalistic. Maybe in terms of quantity, I believe that. Yeah, nobody can argue that. And that is why I'm agitating and I speak as an Igbo man on this platform, that Igbo loves Nigeria so well. Unless any other person wants to continue to
in fact, the real Nigerians are the Igbo people. You can't get more Nigerian than an Igbo, somebody that is at ease in every and any single part of the country. Anytime that the Yorubas, anytime they get back past Ibadan toll gate, they start to get a nosebleed.
Yeah, that's it.
It depends on the way you see it and the way you interpret it. So that's your own view, the way you view it.
No, Simba, woman is playing politics. We got it.
It doesn't.
No matter how anybody wants to see it, anybody can see it in a different way. But people say that Yoruba people don't live in the southeast, all this and all that. But I still wonder: is there any time that Yoruba wants to live in the southeast?
Yeah, but
And
even with that, even with that, you don't really see an abundance of Yorubas in the north. If you take
yeah,
away maybe Kaduna
Eh,
and Abuja, you
One
don't really
man,
see
have you lived in the
No,
north
one
before?
man, Yoruba
Have you
plenty.
lived? What you are saying is not true.
I said an
Go to the
abundance
north.
of. I didn't say
There
any.
are
I said
more. In fact, Yorubas are more in the north. They are very bad. We have abundance of Yoruba in the north. What are you talking about?
One man, I've been to the north. There are a lot of Yorubas in the north, man. Trust me.
You don't know. One man, what the way he's even talking, this one is surprising me. I'm very sorry to say. If you see Woto, when he went to damage yesterday, he ran away. He not came here now because he
I
became a
ran away.
nationalistic.
One
I
man,
ran away. I destroyed them. What do you mean I ran away?
What do you mean? What do you mean when the guy was abusing you and was raising something on you? You were angry and you left.
we have
And
to
then
give
you
it to
came
one
here,
man.
you
One
now
man stood
became
his ground.
nationalistic.
One man held them. He
What do you mean I
handled like two
left?
of them at
My
the same
time
time.
was up. I couldn't force myself on their space. I stood my ground. I rattled him. He was the one that lost his cool. I didn't lose my cool.
Yeah, one man kicked
Are
his
you,
ass on
are you
that one. I have
talking
to
of
give it.
today? Are you talking of today, one man?
Yeah, no, I went to slap around some rascally Igbo guy.
Yeah.
And I went to slap around some rascally Igbo.
He can't tolerate you. Your question for him to speak on how did Obi get into university with P
Yeah, that got him, and he started
and
to fly,
he said
you know.
shut up. He said shut up.
Yeah, imagine that. Imagine, and I had to then
That,
teach him manners. You had to teach him manners, you know.
yeah.
so, one man,
I don't understand why people even go to that platform. The guy is just always.
Enigmatic was quite angry that I went there. He's going to come and tell me off very soon, I'm sure.
He's not a straightforward person. He's always trying to act smart, but not really that smart. You know, I went there once and I never went back. I don't understand why. If you are going there, you are intentionally going there for disinformation. I don't understand it.
Yeah, sometimes we go there just for the fun of the back and forth, the screaming and shouting,
The best thing to do is just go in and get out right away, like one man does. Just
Yes.
go in, give your comment and leave. Because if you stay there,
Yeah.
Mike, if you watch the reactions of those panelists yesterday, as the one was talking, you see all of them. You see the way they. So one of them was even they are gesticulating, agreeing to the man as the man was abusing one man. You understand? It's just but I like what you people are doing here, Sha. You are trying to be mad. Yesterday, what's his name? Joel came here and abused Yoruba, and we people allow him to just go like that. He call Yoruba forgers. You understand? And you are everybody just brush over it. And Ekene came here today for against Mike. What did he even say that he deserves such a reaction? I bet then instead of you people you always are supporting Ekene and
settle down.
No, we don't do that here now.
Mike was excessive somewhat, and Ekene has the right to push back against it. Yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense if you don't like what somebody is saying. But if the person is saying the truth, you now start insulting the person, and you now start
no. You know there are no absolutes in truth. It is always there's always relativity in truth. But back
one man, I will continue to come to your platform, and this your platform is still the best, no matter what. Because for me, I choose to come here for one reason. I don't go where my opinion will just be one straight opinion. I want to come where I want to know, as in I want to have different opinion. I interject it, and all that. So that is why I come here, and I enjoy it. It's not a one-way talk. Bring your talk, bring my talk, then we argue it together. And the conversation here is more matured and all that. So I give that to you. So no matter what, they want to say that you accept us here because we are from the Igbo land. So I don't
No,
want you to see that they
I don't accept you.
continue to accept us.
Oh, hold on. I don't accept you because you are from Igbo land. I accept you because you are a Nigerian. So that's just
No, it's not from me. It's from people like Simba, Mike, and all that. So, but I don't know why they choose to think that way. You understand? So, but
Wait. When did
it's
I
left
say?
for them.
When did I say anything in that sense?
No,
I understand why you say Mike.
no. When Simba speaks, sometimes I begin to imagine. Wow, wow.
all right. Let's get back to
So,
the
but
point.
one man, there's one point I want to raise.
You were condemning the excesses of the parliamentarians buying all these luxury vehicles and not even buying it from domestic manufacturers.
That is the issue in our nation, and I don't know how we are going to move forward. What Bishop said concerning the Labour Party members and all that, I'm not excusing them from that. In fact, if they should go ahead to fall in line with that agreement, then I don't know where we will get other politicians that is going to rebuild this nation. So all of them are the same, whether Labour Party and other, and you know how they came there. Most of them just ran on the platform of the obedient and they just got there. So I don't expect anything less. Many of them, their behavior is somehow killing this nation. A lot of them. This time around, the economic situation of this country is very bad, and our politicians are somehow behaving lavishly and all that. It's very alarming. It's very alarming.
Ekene, I know the optics of it, the way it looks bad. But really, those parliamentarians, they already have set budgets, which is already embedded in the constitution. So what they're actually spending is not actually the national money, is their money. If we are going to now say the way that has been calibrated is too weighted to give them a cushy life, then there's a conversation there. But it's not really from the national coffers, it's from what is budgeted for their maintenance.
If that is what they budgeted, I think it's high time they begin to bring those things down. Nobody should say that they should not change their vehicles. But now that the country is going towards some economic meltdown and all that, they should think home. They should think home.
I have a question for Ekene on this discussion, if you want to allow me.
Carry on, yeah.
Ekene,
yeah.
Earlier on when we used to talk about that the leaders are not created differently from the followers. If you look at the National Assembly now, we have more opposition than the ruling party.
Yeah.
So what does that one mean to you?
It means that the opposition is not making any sense to me. They're not doing anything quite different from the ruling party. Because this is the time I wish, even though the opposition is not coming from one party, I don't know, but if they really mean well for this country, I think those opposition would have come together to have a different agenda that will work for the people. But I'm not seeing that since the inception of this current.
Do you not think that our problem now is a party issue, that this party is no good, this party is one that is good?
No, it's not all about party. If you listen to me many times, it's not all about party. It's all about individual, your works and all that. It's not that if you come to APC, I have a governor that I admire in APC currently from Borno State, and apart from him, I have not seen any other. I have a new governor in my party now, Abia State, doing perfectly well.
So the governor of Lagos is not performing well.
For me, that is what I'm telling you. I'm telling you the people I believe in. I believe in this. I believe in
now
these
what
two candidates.
What woman said, just listen to me. One man asked a question. He said that because it was embedded in their budget, it's not possible that if you have people that will believe, because to me, as far as I'm concerned, Nigerians were all the same. Because we all pretend. Whenever we are looking for something, we pretend to be pious, we pretend to be good, we pretend. So we're all pretenders. These people, they were members of PDP, majorly, we are members of Labour that are there, that we were doing before and even after election, we are praising them that, okay, these are the people that are better than the APC. The APC people are thieves, they are this, they are that. Now, even budget, why can't they lead by example and say, no, with what we are passing through in our country now, let us trim down this budget. We don't need this expensive vehicle. We don't need this, we don't need that. To give example to the ruling party and say, no, we are not ready to follow what you are. We are not ready to do business as usual. We want to lay good example for Nigerians. We want to do this, we want to do that. Do you see that in all these people that we are talking about?
Well, quite frankly, I don't see it, because number one thing is that Nigerians, both politicians and many Nigerians, live to satisfy their greed instead of their need. We don't live to satisfy our need. We live to satisfy our greed. And that's the problem of Nigerians, starting from our political class. Any day we rise as a nation, starting from our political class, to say what is the most important thing for us as a human being or as a nation is to start to satisfy our need instead of our greed. What happens in our society is that we satisfy our greed so much. Greed. And in terms of greed, you cannot satisfy greed. You can never satisfy greed, but you can always satisfy your need. So, but it's quite unfortunate that we don't have people that reason that way. So, but that is why I say it's all about personality. It's all about personality. When I was listening to Alex Oti, is somebody that reminded him, Mr. Governor, you have not collected your salary since you started this journey as a governor of Abia State. He said he has already forgotten that he had never collected any salary. That he has only 3 children and his wife, and I think he thinks that they're okay, that they can manage. So what's the most important thing for him is to satisfy the need of Abia. Yeah.
Don't be deceived by all this. I'm not taking salary. You know why? He's not the first governor to do that in Nigeria. If I ask you now, do you know how much the salary of a governor is?
Well, for me,
annual salary, let me tell you, the annual salary of a governor in Nigeria is not up to 5 million naira. Go and check. So what does that one mean? You understand? All these are political deceptions.
Yeah, but sorry, Simba, but he did not say he wasn't taking the allowances, so he said he wasn't taking the salary.
Yeah. So for me, anyway,
those are the things. Now you are praising because he said he's not taking salary. You understand? And those are the things that they used to deceive us. Don't fall for such things.
You know why for his own. I think somebody like Governor of Osun State also said that he's not taking whether security money, security vote, and all that. But for me, my own is this: for his own side, I'm seeing a lot of things being done. So if not that he's performing, I might not believe him. But on the ground that he's performing, I believe him so much. So what matters is that
it is the relative things. Let me tell you, you can say because you love him and you want to promote him. Simba,
we got to tell ourselves the truth.
Hold on, can I respond to Simba and then bring it home and then we move on?
Yeah, Simba, if we want to tell ourselves the truth, it's not about because I love him. It's not because I love him. It's just 100 and few days in office. You can see it now. You can see it. So the road that he commissioned last in that Port Harcourt road, if you know that road, the importance of that road to Abia State people, you just commend that man. And he gave them just 18 months to deliver that project.
Construct road in 100 days. it's possible to construct to award the
Well,
contract and get
I
to
have
this
very,
zone within 100 days.
I know Abia State, and I have people there. If it did not happen, I will not believe him. But it happened.
All right.
The hospital that he rebuilt that was abandoned since 1932. It's just a few months, just a month, and he rebuilt it, and people was accusing him it was not your project and all that. What happened to the previous government that abandoned them? The hospital is well functioning now, and it's a very big one.
I wanted to move on from you, but what you are saying is not actually true. There's actually an actress that did a video slamming him for making false claims, but bring it home so that we can move on.
Well, that one can continue to say what they want to. People are happy. They are very happy, and I'm happy that Abia people are happy, and that is all that matters. So one man, I wanted to say more thing, but I don't think I have the time to say it. But for me, the Igbo people love this country, and I still want to be pushing that for people like Simba, Mike, and others to believe in the Igbo people. Not necessary to give them presidency. So to kill that narrative in them that Igbos are terrorists and all that. But I want to bring it to their notice that a lot of Igbo
So Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. And Nnamdi Kanu is not
let him land so I can move on.
Yeah. So people like Mike should have that in their mind, so that when next they want to speak about the Igbos, at least because of the sake of the ones that love this nation, you give them some respect. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Kenneth. Still, I'm going to loop around to come back to you. It's just, this thing now that I'm doing, trying to get to people's voices quicker, but there is no bigger fan of the Igbo person than me, especially the Igbo culture. Anybody will tell you that the Igbo culture is one of my favorite, if not my favorite culture.
One man, I want to ask you something, please. Those music that you used to play, do you understand what they sing? Or you just sing them for, you just put them for fun?
I know I like the sound, but I think it means it says what will be will be. Is it not what will be will be? Eyendeba, eyendeba.
Eyendeba. If you give these people, you give this turn by turn. Just as give these people, give Yoruba, give Igbo, give us all those things and all that. Eyendeba, eyendeba. And all that.
I had Wike singing it once, and it caught me so much that I had to go and search for it.
And there is another one that he used to play. And I used to laugh. I said, if one man understand this music that he's playing, I don't think he will play it again. The other one you said that one that said that
what does that mean?
It means that if a prostitute give a birth to a prostitute, you will always be a prostitute child. I used to play it and you're enjoying it.
Good morning.
Yeah. Ekene, I want to discuss something with you.
I beg your pardon. So sorry, we were going to move on from Ekene, but
no. I just want to drop something. Ekene, because there are millions of Igbos that love to be part of Nigeria, and there are also millions that doesn't want to be part of it. But there is this behavior that I would like you to probably encourage on the side of those that wants to be within the team. When people are probably abusing, people should condemn them so that other ethnic groups can have the mindset that, okay, they are not giving this silent support. That is the problem. That's just what I wanted to drop in.
All right, but I'm not sure that narrows to the Igbo, because there are a lot of Yoruba people that don't want to be part of Nigeria, and there are millions.
And you see people condemn them immediately, then it's a front and back, then every other ethnic group believes that, okay, it's just some outliers. But when this silent majority, it gives the impression that they are on that other side with those people that doesn't want to leave.
All right. All right. Thank you, the Prime. So we'll expand that space in a moment, but not to keep him waiting for any much longer. He has actually dropped. I was going to go to Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, hop on back just when you're ready. As we wait for Prince Daddy to hop on back, we go on to Bishop. Bishop, you're up next.
Okay. Good evening, gentlemen, once again. And sure you had a wonderful weekend.
Thank you.
Please click on the like button. If you go there now, you will see that it's very, very not encouraging at all. So click on the like button. If you have not subscribed, kindly do so, please. And once again, please click on the like button. That is the least you can do for this. So at least to keep this platform going. Thank you very much. So where do we start from?
No, we were just free flowing, unless you want me to line up our topics for you.
Help me if you don't mind.
All right.
I can manage the time proper.
All right. Let me take you to this space. A lot of people really rankled by this one. Appointment of 24-year-old fresh graduate as FERAMA chairman sparks controversy in Nigeria. So I'm not sure if you know what FERAM is, but it's a
Federal Emergency Road Maintenance Agency.
Exactly. So it's a high-profile, very, very important portfolio, but they've handed it to this guy who just finished his NYSC last year, and he's not done a day's work in his life. Some guy from the north, Imam something or the other. So what are you making of this appointment? They are saying they want younger people in government, but are we looking in this direction? What are you making of all this?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not for it. That's one. It's not because I hate young people, but there's always a learning process. Even Jesus himself, despite all the things he knows that God put on him, that God gift of wisdom that God gave him, the Bible said he learned obedience through the things he was made to go through. There is the measuring. You can have all the what do you call it? Technical skill and the rest. You need experience to measure up to be able to control. I'm sure we had this conversation with one particular appointment earlier in the days of this administration that I said I did not like. It's been good to make him, like give him an opportunity to learn from some people. You can make him like a subordinate or somewhere, like to let him be mentored for some time. And I have the same feeling when they even put Boson as a senior minister that look, if it will be very lucky if the civil servants want him to succeed, but if they want him to fail, honestly speaking, they will fail woefully for different reasons. So for this particular one, I have deliberately chosen not to read it up because that's something itself really, I don't know how you make it requires a lot of managerial skills, experience, temperament, and what have you, patience, wisdom. I don't think this young man has what it takes to control some people that have been in the service even before he was born. Some of them have been in the civil service 20, 30 years. And there's a very thin line that will make them feel frustrated because he will not be able to call many of them to order. He will not be able to question them. And see, in the military, there are people we call the father of the barrack. You call them regimental sergeant major. Some of them have been there before they born some of the younger officers. But when a general comes into a barrack, the kind of respect he will give to no matter how big or important that general is, but the kind of respect they give to their warrant officers, especially the one that we call warrant officer class 1, because they have been there, they have seen it all, and they have all the experience that they require to succeed. So I don't know how the president wants to navigate it. Maybe he's doing something in the background that we don't know. Except I am convinced, I don't think this one appointment, like quite a number of other appointments, I don't think they are going to add value. I hope they do. I pray they do. But is yet to be seen. So I don't. It's one of the few. Like I said in the early days when we were deliberating on the appointment of some of the very key first officers, I said I don't know why Tinubu is making that mistake. The first two appointments I kicked against were that of Bajabi Amila. I don't know if you still remember Bajabi Amila and Nuhu Ribadu. Of course, it was not a popular thing then because so many people were kind of against it. But I still insist those two appointments, especially Bajabi Amila, is really, really not adding value to this because a lot of these things could have been, argued out with the president by a person that look, okay, this guy, we can put him somewhere. Okay, let's look for somewhere that we can put him that he can learn in the next 3, 4 years or 5 years. He will come out, he would have had some cognate experience that will put him on the front or at the sand footing, strong and sand footing for national assignment. Yes, please.
Is it not answerable to Minister of Works?
Not necessarily. Even though it's a parastatal under the minister, but he controls billions of budget that they spend on their own because they are in charge of maintaining the federal minister constructs. So
you know why I'm saying this, Bishop? You remember in one of his talk, the present minister of work, Umai, he restructured the role of farmer. If you remember, that was when he was saying that it has to be done with the state, that the state has to sign whatever farmer is doing in their state before they will get money.
No, that's a controversy that predates this.
What they used to do before is that the state, the farmer will go and do certain things in the state, or state will do certain things, and the two of them they were claiming money on both sides.
I know that what I'm saying is this. Under Fashola, they actually stop, which I think they should stop state from repairing federal roads. Look, state has more roads that are in state of disrepair. Why don't you face your own road? Let federal come and do temporary reprieve whatever on their own. And when they are ready, let them fix it. I'm actually advocating that federal government should just hand off the federal roads and give them to state.
Bishop, what encourages that is this. The states will do a federal road. They will put it in their budget that they have done the road. Then they will go back to federal government. Federal government will reimburse them. That money will never get back to that state.
Well,
they will
that's
have
fraud.
And that's what they used to. That's why all of them are encouraged to do federal road.
Apart from the fact that
they will also inflate. They will inflate. They will do a shoddy job and inflate the money.
The shoddy job aspect is the one that concerns me. I can assure you, 80 or more % of the roads that or federal roads that states do and go and claim the money is not well done. I'm telling you. Ask people. I don't know where we'll be able to solve it, but back to what one man said. Yes, it is an agency under the Federal Ministry of Works. And I don't think this man, well, I want to be proven wrong, sir, but that's my view about it. I don't think I don't think it's right. So let's move.
All right, let me take you to this space. After all of the controversies that trailed the last election, the language coming out of INEC still very much ambiguous. So off-cycle elections coming up in a few states, but still INEC unclear as to how they are going to handle it. We will transmit Kogi, Imo, Bayelsa election results according to law. So let me represent it. Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mahmoud Yakubu, has said that results of the November 11 governorship elections in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa states will be transmitted according to the provisions of the Electoral Act. Yakubu said this in reaction to Bayelsa State Resident Electoral Commission, Mr. Obo Afang, saying that election results in the state will be transmitted manually. The INEC chairman, who was monitoring the mock accreditation exercise in Lokoja, Kogi State yesterday, ahead of the coming polls, said, please disregard whatever anyone has said about the transmission of results. Yakubu, who also expressed satisfaction with the preparation for the polls, noted that security challenges remain the major concern in Kogi State. So they are telling us that the results in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa will be transmitted according to the law. So what does that mean exactly is the question. And it was can you hold on? It was that ambiguity that led us into this situation that we have presently.
There is no ambiguity. There is no ambiguity even in what Efanga said. But just to lay the things to rest is why Mahmoud Yakub said what he said. Now, what did Efanga say or said, whichever is correct? That collation will be done manually and assistance, and there will be transfer of results to the IREV portal. He took a step further because I listened to that interview live. He took a step further to say that the IREV portal is a viewing portal. Now, we said here, the media is really, I don't know why the media is choosing to cause so much confusion. And this started way before the election itself. IREV portal is a viewing portal. It is not going to be used for collation. Collation will be via manual. But after election had been concluded, at the not collation center, at the polling booth, when they have all of them have signed, they will take a picture of the form EC8A, which is the number primary election result, and forward same. They will use beavers to take that picture and forward it to IREV just to back up. Now, then I remember this guy came then, this guy that was in Akwa Ibom before, this Resident Electoral Commission, what's his name? This one that was always talking too much, that called himself an evangelist of something.
Festus Okoye.
No, not Festus Okoye.
Okay, the name doesn't really, carry on.
Yeah. So this guy said that, look, he came then to say something that was very instructive, that we should not transmit and transfer. That transmission connotes like as they are voting, the thing is being transmitted and being recorded, like a tallying, that there is no tallying on the IREC or INEC portal or server, that it is the picture that is being transferred, that even sometimes when you take the picture and there is no network, it will hang on there. When there is network, it will now upload to the IREC something. So the what seems to be an ambiguity here is not that there is not going to be collation via IREV, but every election result that is concluded at the polling booth will be transferred. The picture of it will be taken and transferred to the INEC viewing portal. The problem is the way some of these our people, when they go on this television something, the way some people keep repeating the same question different ways, just because they want them, like Shehu Okinbalo does that a lot. He will be bringing the same question 100 times because he wants you to commit. He wants you to answer it in a way that you have something to hold on to. So when I listen to the Efanga man, I listen to the man, but I like the way the chairman eventually claimed that, look, there is still going to be transfer. The collation is not going to be electronically done. The collation is still via manual collation. But that IREC is still going to be. When was it yesterday or today that Shehu Stina brought back Efanga? I think it was today, earlier today. He still was trying to make him to make clarification about. Said, look, there is going to be collation and there is going to be transfer. Nobody is going to wait for the IREC to do collation because that was not what the law prescribes. So for me, maybe some people are seeing ambiguity there. I don't see.
But why was it conflicting against the resident rec officer then? When it's inviting them to disregard whatever I said.
No, it was what was reported. It just to set the record straight. Because if you want to do us a favor, go and look for that interview of what the rec said. It is the way it's being reported. Because I listened to the rec when that Efanga guy, when he granted that interview. And the way, okay, maybe where in another forum is where he said what they are claiming that he said. But he had come out to say, and he repeated it today. And it is something we all know. Just that the way reporters or these OAPs keep asking, they will keep asking. So the INEC chairman is just okay. Let's put this to rest once and for all. There is going to be electronic transfer of results from the polling booth to the IREC, and the IREC is what it is still is a viewing portal. It is not like from there. It is only when there is a conflict with all, and you cannot get, you can now refer to, because it is the same report, the same result that is on the IREC portal that is supposed to be in the hands of all the agents, the party agents that witnessed because all the party agents are supposed to sign the copy. That one single copy that they give all of them the duplicate of it, they will still take the picture. So it's supposed to be the same thing. The only problem is if there is a conflict, somebody that says, no, what is on the IREC portal is not what they gave us at the polling booth. And that was what we were expecting Labour Party to do, that all the results we have that shows on the IREC that we won is not the one that is on the final collation, but nothing like that happened. So for me, I think he just said that just to put all the argument and confusion to rest, because the confusion is probably much being created, engineered by some people for whatever reason, just to put INEC in a difficult spot.
All right, brilliant. And then to the big talking points, then the Ohanaeze then on their way to Aso Rock to persuade Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu. So it's always a delicate conversation. But the release of Nnamdi Kanu, it can follow two strands, either through the judicial process, it has its day in court, or really as a political tool. And if it's going to be released as a political tool, how do you anticipate, or would you suggest that is played?
Okay, very quickly, like I did contribute when Ajali Koko was on this. Two things very clearly. Number one, if we want to release Nnamdi Kanu and we want justice to have been served, why don't we just put all technicalities at abeyance and just let him stand trial and let it be a speedy trial for what is being charged for or charged with, as the case may be. I said earlier on, they have not even started the trial. Everything is the technicality. Oh, he was, what do they call that? Extradition. Oh, he was, it's a fundamental human right. Oh, he was detained illegally. Oh, he was not allowed to change his clothes. Oh, he was not allowed to see his doctor. Oh, he was not allowed to see this. Oh, he was not. So the real something. So in whose interest are they delaying this trial? Now, if we release him without him facing trial, people that have been killed and properties destroyed, have they been, has justice been served? I know someone that I was living in Anambra sometime about last year that sent his 3 children and the wife to go and the husband's sister was living in Lagos, was doing birthday for his children, for his 10-year-old child. And this gentleman sent his wife and 3 children to go there to go and do birthday and spend some holiday. I was saying last year. And when they go there, he just told his sister that don't let my children come back. Oh. And this is a fact because I know I know this. And don't let them come back. Oh. That if my wife say you want to come, let the wife come, not bring her children. And that was how the wife and the 3 children remained. And the man, before the election, he himself vamoosed to Lagos. And he did not come back. And he's not coming back anytime soon. I know people that have left because I have something somewhere in Asabade, somewhere around Opana, a small something there. I know people that have left. The way people left Anambra, the few people that are there are people that cannot leave. They don't have option. A lot of people move their business So we cannot, it is unquantifiable, the damage. One of my friends that is very famous wanted to do burial in somewhere in Anambra sometimes last year. And you won't believe that he said to settle, just to have peace around the period he will do the burial, he spent more than 3 to 4 million. Not for the burial itself, just so that there will be peace. You have to pay this, pay that, pay this, and because even the guests were not coming. The only few that came, immediately they came, they went back, they filled, all of them stayed in hotels in Asaba. I mean, how do we, so if we are going to have political solution, so okay, let's just discuss this in Wuru Wuru and go to the answer and release Nnamdi Kanu. Has justice been served to the people that their, livelihood have been destroyed, or people that have lost loved ones because of the high-handedness or the rascality of this horde of miscreants that have latched onto this Nnamdi Kanu's narrative to wreak havoc on people. So it's okay if we want to have a political solution, but hey, is that fair on those people? Now, if we want to say, oh, let the judicial process go ahead, why are we deliberately stalling the judicial process? Why don't you let it just face trial and let them bring those evidence? They have not even started. Let it just rigmaroling going front and back. So those that are going front and back, they know what is there. They are cashing out on it. Everybody wants to be famous on the back of Nnamdi Kanu. But the truth of the matter is that anybody that is deliberately stalling or making miscarriage, fueling miscarriage of judgment, it's not being fair to himself. You might be benefiting from it today, but someday, somehow, it will come back to haunt all of us. So if they want to go and beg, what basis? No, we should release it. How about the people that have died? How about security operatives that have been killed on destruction of that? Because we had him telling people, kill the police, take their gun, burn their station, and they actually did carry out those instructions. We had the people, the one he was calling Janja with, the one he was saying they should kill every saboteurs. He was
sorry, Bishop. Be mindful with some of the words,
okay,
so it doesn't trigger you too. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, I want justice to be served. If the Supreme Court says they should release, I think they should just release him. I mean, it's unfortunate that some people justice will never be served. So if the Supreme Court says release him, they release him. But in our conscience, the stain is there and probably forever. It's just stained our consciousness that, hey, justice was not served to certain people. And why were they not served? This guy was hurt, and somebody was saying, oh, we have attacked them. He said, do this, do that to them, burn them down. And they carried out these things. People confirmed that they were carrying. We saw him soliciting for arms. And there was a video that came out a few days ago of some young men somewhere that they were, fully kitted in military fatigue, and they were still threatening, they were carrying all those things. There's nothing more than that. So for me, it depends. If we say we want to have we want to encourage him that way, we'll have other ones that will still come, and we'll have to treat them the same way. Because there are people who are saying, oh no, we have to leave them. At some point, it will be a handful, because it's not everywhere in the world. Not all criminals are put behind bars, but you treat certain situations so that it will serve as a deterrent. But if you treat this one because some people are agreed and you want them to get, you will treat other people specially too. Some people will come out and say, you know what, release our Boko Haram terrorists or our militants. They are fighting for something too. We will have chaos. We will have chaos. But if they want to go ahead, the federal government wants to say, okay, we can actually have the piece of the graveyard. I have no issue with that.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Bishop. So let's go on from you, unless there's any other topic that you want to bring forward, Bishop.
You mentioned a lot of topics now. It's just my brain is not bringing them back now.
No, there wasn't really that much. Okay. Like when I started, I said the news cycle was a bit sparse.
I had the commissioner for Lagos speak today. The commissioner for Lagos, what's his name? The one that did demolition. Because after yesterday, I actually just tried to read some things, some interviews, some people that witnessed the thing and the rest. I saw the whole picture, and I even took a cursory use Google Map, Google Earth to see at that place. I think it's insane. I think what should happen ordinarily is that that person that put that development there should be made to pay for the trauma and all the resources that the state is using to demolish that place. I think it's insane. It's really it's insane. Yeah, people to think that after they have served them and they were discussing, they have gave them stop work notice. The guy was still rushing ahead and still completing, and people were still paying for those properties because he had already collected money. So he wants to justify that he has built the house. So he was rushing to complete it to hand over. And people were coming and they were having meetings. They were discussing that they were coming to give them a demolition notice. They then stop work. They will remove the stop work and continue again. I mean, if we get the true picture, we listen and we are being very dispassionate, we realize that, look, there is no way we can do this. If we want a society that works, honestly speaking, we must learn at all times to do things rightly. Now, it does not mean that we will be comfortable or we will be happy at all times that, that things happen. There could be some little jobs as an exception. But if we want to, I told someone that I went somewhere in somewhere here a few months ago, and I got there, and the gentleman told me that your access card stop work. They resume work at 7 a.m. By 7:15, your access card, I'm sure, will not work again. If you have not clocked in by 7:15, that means you are not at work for that day, and automatically you get a point or 2 points if you have not called. And but we have in Nigeria that people were not at their desk. They were supposed to be at their desk at 8 o'clock, and they were not there at 9:30, and yet they had the effrontery. Now, what kind of system are we building? So if we want to build a system that works, it is not all the time that people will clap necessarily that, it will come with some degree of pay. But if we know where we are going and we are ready to weather the storm, then it is a price we all must be ready and willing to pay for the development of Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by the excellent Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. So let's go on from Bishop to the majestic Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me first of all thank Ike Gieme for coming on into the studio today to have some conversation with us. I think we appreciate the good work you and your friends are doing behind the scene in the commentary section all the time. So keep up the good work and try to join us sometimes, anytime you like. Just like the way Brother Alexander Gomez, does sometimes. We jump into the studio, just like you did today, have some conversation and move away. So it's quite, on behalf of the platform, I think I appreciate your generosity alongside others, like Brother Gomez.
Ayo is the official sponsor of the platform.
Ayo, everybody, So Eze and Chioma, I won't leave woman behind. Our sister Chioma and everybody, the comment section, you are the strength of the platform. Without you guys, it's gonna be we just be like people gathering together, talking to the air, and nobody listening. But you guys are doing a wonderful job behind the scene, because I don't know the way you guys can, multitask, listening, typing, and chatting, and everything flowing behind the scene, even more than what we are doing on the scene. So thank you so much. So I appreciate you and others. So, woman, let me go to the issue of Ohanaeze. I think, you see, in a country like ours that is multi-ethnic group, a country with that is composed of multi-ethnic group people, I think we have to learn. Leadership must learn how to show respect when leaders across the board in a particular ethnic group collectively, on a collective effort, asking for something from the government in authority. I think the government in authority should be able to see their call as a call from the people, the entirety of the people from that ethnic group. So when I see Igbo leaders across the board, traditional leaders, those that are not traditional but professional, top class professional in their field, top politicians and non-politicians coming together and ask for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I think what they are trying to do is to find solution to the problem. So, more especially when they went together to the government house, to Aso Rock, to demand for his release. I think the government should be able to sit down with them, hear from them, know from them how his release will bring an end to the crisis in their home region. That is what the government should do. And then work things out. And, if it's going to be a conditional release, political release, people should be able to see that government is showing interest in listening to them. But when leaders, on behalf of their people, asking for something from the government, federal government in particular, and doesn't want to listen to them, I think it gives the people, it shows to the people that government is far distant from them, and government is not interested in is not interested in solving the problem alongside with them that they are confronting in their homeland. So I think the Ohanaeze should be commended for going to, because they did that during the time of Buhari. I can remember this papa that was called, I can't remember the name. He served in the First Republic, what's the name of former governor of River State, the one before Wike? Is it not?
Peter Odili.
Oh, not Odili, no. The one before Wike.
Amechi.
No,
Amechi, yeah.
Is it Rotimi Amechi?
Yeah, Roti, yeah. Amechi. I'm trying to remember the name. So Amechi led. Before his death last year, he was the oldest politician. Oldest. All his colleagues are gone. He was the only one remained, the oldest. He led the delegation of powerful Igbo people. And I remember during that time, governor of Anambra State, the present governor, offered himself to be a surety for Nnamdi Kanu. So when you see people, when you see leaders from one particular region acting on behalf of their people and asking the government to help them out in the situation they're confronting, and the government does not listen, it just shows that that government is insensitive to the problem and the way they want to solve the problem in their region. So I think President Tinubu should not take that part, should not take the same part that, what do you call it, Buhari did. Buhari worsen the case, the situation, the instability that we have in the Southeast today. Buhari fundamentally caused it. If Buhari did not arrest, if we are just like Nnamdi Kanu alone to be chanting what he was chanting then, it wouldn't be so popular the way it is today now.
Yeah, but that's the thing with Buhari now. It's very one-dimensional. It's just its solution to everything is AK-47.
Brutality.
AK-47, everything AK-47.
Brutality cannot solve problem. You can't. I mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. If it works, military would have still been in power in Nigeria today. But you see, we saw the way people stood up against military in that country to kick them out of power. The way we put pressure on them. The way the press that they wanted to kill, they passed decree number 2 to kill the press, in that to silence the press. They chased many of them out of the country. They chased many of them in order to kill them. The press stood up against them. The people stood up against them. The students stood up against the military. They have to leave. The same thing is happening in the Southeast. Brutality cannot solve the situation. Putting Nnamdi Kanu in jail forever because you say you want to achieve peace in the East. You can never achieve peace by keeping him in jail because people that believe in him, people that believe in that cause, the Biafran state, you can't kill that spirit. Just as we have some people in Yoruba land that believe that we must have Yoruba nation. That ideology cannot be killed. They can exterminate him today, but I'm telling you, thousands of him are in that land that are ready to take up the struggle. So a multi-ethnic group country, leaders, the leadership of that country should be able to manage that diversity, that unity in diversity. They should be able to manage it well so that some people will not feel neglected. They will not feel marginalized. they will not feel, they are not part of the system. So I think President Tinubu should sit them down, listen to him, call the political leaders on his side, because he have APC political leaders and the Southeast political leader, including all this team. What can we do to bring peace to that country, to that side of the country? Because instability in one part of the country, if it is not suppressed or stop, it can spread to some other part of the country. The instability that happened during the Boko Haram, when the Boko Haram leader was just like what they've done to this guy, they put him in jail, and police, with their brutality, exterminate that guy in jail. And since then, that country never have no peace. And we saw what Boko Haram have done to that country. And we saw what it has translated to: banditry, terrorism, and many other things. Have we seen peace in the northern part of Nigeria? Because you see people that cannot handle, it's only brutality. So President Tinubu should not take the part of Buhari. He should sit them down, show that, yes, he is ready to solve problems. He should show that, yes, he doesn't have that military mentality, which is all about brutalization, that he is a leader that is ready to engage, is ready to dialogue and find solutions to the problem. He should do it in such a way that, yes, people will know that, yes, we have government of our own that can solve problems. So that's my take on it. So it should not follow the path of that brutalization style, like which Buhari did. So did Buhari solve the problem with all the military might? Did he solve the problem? He couldn't solve the problem. And who tells you that the problem it won't grow? It can't come back to consume off. It could. So, and we see the leaders that are ready to say, okay, let us work things together. They want to put their integrity on the line for peace. They want to show to their youth that, look, we can get him out for you, and we can together solve the problem. So I think that is what they are trying to do. And the Buhari, Tinubu should please listen to them and see what he can do to Nnamdi Kanu'S case, and let us have peace in that part of the country. A lot of people will live here, travel to Nigeria, but cannot go to their homeland because of instability. They'll be afraid, or some people will take them up on the road, some people will do that and that. It's not good. I mean, you solve it and show to the entire people in Igbo land that he is a man of peace. He's a leader that can solve problems. That's where I see that woman. What next on the agenda?
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. This space surprises me somewhat. The headline, I thought it was going to be an easy and predictable read, but when I got into the details of it, it surprised me somewhat. So at the headline, Nigeria's top 10 states for ease of doing business in 2023. So collate in your mind what states you imagine those will be. Nigeria's top 10 states for ease of doing business in 2023. So what is the criteria for that? This is the 2023 Nigeria Subnational Ease of Doing Business report has shed light on the varying degrees of business friendliness across different states in the country. The 2023 report indicators and data collation method and metrics were clearly defined within these 6 indicators. So these are the parameters that they used: infrastructure, transparency, and accessibility of information, skills and labor, secure and stable environment, regulatory environment, and economic opportunities. So those are the criteria. But which states would you anticipate? So these are the best states that has the best ease of doing business. Let me read you the list of 10, and this will surprise you. So Gombe is the best state in Nigeria to do business. So of all of the thoughts that you had in your head, I suspect that Gombe was not one of them. Certainly not Jigawa, Sokoto, Kebbi State, Katsina State, Bauchi State, and then finally the first southern one, Anambra State, quickly back to the north, Kaduna, Yobe, and then Yobe State and Plateau State. So what are you then making then of this data that tells us that the north is the best place to do business in Nigeria?
Well, which organization carried out this survey?
Let me see. Does it tell us that? I think it's the national, the 2023 sub-national ease of doing business report. It doesn't give an agency, but I suspect it maybe some one of the national agencies. It says according to the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council. The Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council are the people behind this.
Presidential. Does that attach that organization presidency?
I couldn't tell you beyond what the piece provides.
Well, look, a lack of factors might be responsible for this outcome. Maybe those states doesn't have, maybe it's easy, number one, very easy to register business, and maybe on the side of taxation, they don't overtax people, they don't double tax, the tax system is easy and simple, and security of those places as well. Maybe there are states that are well secure, but some of the states that I mentioned that, particularly they are not.
Those are bastions of terrorism, yeah. Those places. I'm not quite sure what they are talking about. Secure and stable, Gombe State. Kaduna, Sokoto, secure and stable. What does that mean?
Yeah, so those states, maybe that report, when did it? Is it just, or maybe
in 2023? That's the 2023 report.
Yeah, so I disagree with some of this thing, because when you're talking of security,
can I interject?
Yes, interject 1 minute.
Okay, that report may be somehow correct, because just as you said, taxation and the cost of living is the key factor. Cost of living, no matter how food is expensive in Nigeria, you can still have some cheap goods in there, as in terms of food items and all that, are still affordable in the north. So no matter how, because they produce it there, no matter how. And another thing is this: if not for insecurity in the north, I think Maiduguri would have been the best state. In fact, Maiduguri was the best state before insecurity rose up in Nigeria to do business, because we have a lot of people there. We know how they do business. The factor means most of the African countries surround them, so it's easy for them to cross border. They don't necessarily need to come to Alaba. The only thing that happens is that you push goods from them to Alaba, from Alaba to those northern states. So if you see where these guys are buying market in, man, those guys are doing business. So, and that Sokoto state, yes, I believe that Sokoto very well. The people that I know that do business in Sokoto from my town, those guys are doing very well. Those guys are doing perfectly well, more than the people that stays in Lagos. So, as in, I believe it.
But is there any money in Sokoto? I'm not aware that there is any money in Sokoto.
Man, the people that are selling phone accessories, these phone accessories, that business is moving very well in Sokoto. And the guys that I know that are doing it here, they are doing perfectly well. They're from as in, these are my brothers, so not outsiders, so the same community. None of them, all of them are doing perfectly well. So I think the factor that just the shop rent, house rent, if not for insecurity, but I find it very difficult. Most of them don't want to come back. Apart, despite insecurity, especially one of my brother that lives in Kano. The guy is doing very well in Kano. But what he does is that he have warehouse in Alaba. So almost all his goods are stored in Alaba market. So he just have somebody that whenever he needs something, he just go there, pick some things, wave it to him to Kaduna. So he quickly sold those products in Kaduna. But because of safety, he decided to store his goods in warehouse in Alaba market. So and the guy, when you tell him to come back, all his children are schooling in the east, but his business still remains in Kaduna State. So the guy is using a lot of sense, and he's doing very well. So these factors, you can easily buy land in the north, build your house. It's not costly, just like Lagos. Before you buy land in Lagos to build a house and all that, you know how much you have got in your account, but not like in the north. So and they come to Anambra State. Anambra is also a very good environment for when you go to Nnewi, when you go to main market. All these big markets, these are big markets that are recognized in the African continent, and are doing very well. Nnewi, if you go to Nnewi, don't necessarily travel. Nnewi millionaires, all the billionaires you will know in the southeast lives in Nnewi. They don't travel. They don't come to Lagos. Most of them don't live in Lagos. Most of them live in Enugu, and their business are doing well in Nnewi, in Nnewi market. Innocent don't travel. Innocent lives around Nnewi and the Enugu state. The only person that I know that lives in Lagos is Kocharis. But upon that, he has a big business in Anambra State. So almost all those billionaires, in Igbo land, most of them lives in Anambra State. And if you go to Nkwonewi market, where they sell spare parts, motorcycle and all that, and motor, you know that this data might be correct. One man. So the only thing that I think that Lagos was not found there was the cost of living, high rent, house rent, all that and all that. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Back to Ajani Koko.
Yeah. So I believe yes, like Kenneth said as well. Cost of living. Standard of living. It's a lot of things. A lot of factors are responsible for those for the reason why they arrive at that conclusion that and mention all those things. Every part of Nigeria will have been some of the best in the world, to run business and, live and enjoy life. But the failure on the side of our government to carry out their constitutional responsibility. Most important, the welfare of the people and security of the people. Their failure to achieve those two key things are responsible for the failure of the country today. So imagine, look at the north. With first, look at the land. That is a big asset for all Nigerians, not only the northern, for all Nigerians and for the country. But terrorists and banditry never let people live in their homeland peacefully again. So, but maybe they concentrated their this thing in the main city, capital city of the state. Maybe that is what is responsible for their conclusion to mention those states. Maybe they concentrate just only in the capital city, but because capital city, the peculiarity are more similar. Living in the cap, that is where you see the highest cost of living, and every other thing that you can compare with Lagos and other part of Nigeria. Maybe they concentrated their this thing on the capital city, and comparing to Lagos, what you are going to spend on transportation in those places, it could be very, very cheap to what we know in Lagos, and you could stuck in traffic in Lagos. There's no traffic over there. So there's no traffic over there, and these people can easily move their goods from one part of the state to the other easily without no stress, unlike what we have in Lagos. So we have to I think I will accept it anyway. I will accept it.
All right. Let me move you to this topic, Ajan Lekoko. The by-election, the off-cycle election coming up in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa State. And still, for all of the controversies that trailed the last round of elections, there's still the language of ambiguity coming out of the INEC space. So the REC, for that particular, I think for Bayelsa State, it was telling them that they're going to transmit it says say that the election result in the state will be transmitted manually. This was what he said. But then the INEC chairman comes up to tell us that please disregard whatever anyone has said about the transmission of results. And what he went on to say was that the results will be transmitted according to the provision of the Electoral Act. So for all of the controversy that we have been through and we're still in, would you not expect then that there should be more language of clarity coming out of INEC?
Oh man, INEC is an institution of government that have not convinced Nigerians rather, that it's a disciplined organization. You can never know from INEC specifically how they will carry out their job, particularly when it comes to transmitting election result. It is the condition on the ground on that very day that will determine how they will transmit the result. So they can tell you whatever they want to tell you now. If you as member of the party or leaders of the leadership of the party are not well prepared for election and not have your agent on the ground at every polling booth that can collect the election result sheet for you to have as an evidence when it comes to challenging election result at the law court, then you are not serious. Transmitting election result electronically, nobody should put their head into that. Transmitting election result is basically the same way that you have been doing it in the past. Collate from the polling unit, it will go to the collation center. I mean, to the ward level. From the ward, it goes to the local government, where they will declare the result at that local government area. And from each local government area, that result will go to the state. And if it's a national election, then it will be forwarded to the national. So Nigerians should not be confused, or rather should not be fooled by, electronic transmission. It is not even, it is the condition on that day that in the new electoral law, they have a guideline. And on that guideline, INEC is giving various way they can transmit election result. And it's a condition on the ground on the election day that will force INEC to determine how they got to transmit the result. So all the parties have to read this electoral law very well and use it at all times to guide them how they will monitor the election and election result. The election result on that very day of election. So all this one that INEC is saying, people should not, party that is ready to win the election must have agent on the ground at every polling booth that can bring to them the result sheet from each polling booth. That is it. So it's all this grammar that you hear from the chairman, you hear different things. What does that tell you? That should tell you that, it's you as a party, the party that should be well prepared for election day. It's just simple as that. Not the grammar all the grammar they are talking now. Look at what the INEC chairman. Look at all the promises he made before the election, particularly on electronic transmission. This man was mentioning it over and over and over, that they're going to transmit the election result electronically. Even went to London, Chatham House, before the war. It was the election at real time. I think if I get it right, is that not what he said?
Yes, that was what he said.
He was saying this everywhere. Did he carry that out? Then they came with another story. Oh, some people are jamming. They are trying to hijack the result. Oh, we don't want it to happen. Really? You didn't put that into consideration before you are telling the whole world? And he was telling us it is that it's the server. He said it can never be compromised. That is what this man was said, that it was built by Nigerians, engineers, and professionals in that data, how do they call it? Computer scientists and data this thing. That is what this man was telling us, that it can never be compromised. And that they have test run this thing. They give it, how do they describe it? Is it, well, maybe test run, they have test run it and everything worked perfect. And on election day, you couldn't do it because you said some people are out to hijack the result. So you didn't take that into consideration before you are promising the whole world. So we should be able to hold people in position of leadership accountable when they fail us. The obedient that are crying today is because this man failed to deliver on his promise, on the promise that he will transmit election results electronically at real time. And only the 3 days to the election, if you can remember one man, you remember this man came out again. After he had promised us for so long, after he had defended this transmission of electricity, that he is not going to do that. 3 days to the election. Have you forgotten one man?
No, that was the case, yes.
How can people, with all the money, billions of naira, millions of dollars of European Union put money invested in this election, America invested in it, and what you are saying in real time, electronically, did not happen. I mean, this is just unbelievable. This kind of people that cannot stand by their word, that cannot fulfill the promise of the state, because everything it was doing was on behalf of Nigerian state. People that cannot deliver well on behalf of the state should not be given a chance to lead. And that is what Mahmoud have done to us. The 2 elections that this man conducted are worst election. There are a lot of controversy that surrounded it. Controversy. The one that he did in 2013, the same thing happened. He said they did not have server. They don't have server. But we saw in their budget that provision was made for them to have server. Where did they keep the money? Have you forgotten one man?
Yes, no, it was. I'm not quite sure that it should have been allowed to run. I even thought the tenure was meant to be 1 electoral cycle, but a real disaster, Mahmoud Yakubu.
It's a disaster to that country. We have to call spade a spade. He failed in 2019, and because it could not fulfill what he promised the nation, on that account, the obedient are saying, "Oh, they rigged the election." If that election had been transmitted electronically in such a transparent manner that everybody can see, the obedient will have kept their mouth shut.
All right.
So people should not believe in what they are saying. Parties that are ready, and no parties that are ready, that have been doing it for a long time. They have agents. They have abundance of agents that will man all the polling booths. So they will have their people there that will have result at hand in case they want to file petition to challenge the election result if the INEC announcement or declaration of election result is what they have in hand. This is what the Nasarawa State governorship candidate of PDP have done against the APC declared winner and the election petition tribunal reversed the election in favor of PDP. So all parties should get prepared and not listen to INEC jargons. Thank you, woman.
All right, brother. All right, excellent. Well, thank you, Ajani Koko. So thank you, Ajani Koko. Let's go on from Ajani Koko to Dewale, who I suspect may not be fully there. Dewale, are you there? All right, let's go on to Zita, who hopefully is there.
How did you know I'm here?
Well, I was hopeful. I was in bated anticipation that you would be. Well, what's that cough? Is that the whiskey again, Zita?
Not really.
Maybe the whiskey is needed then. If it's not the whiskey, then the whiskey is needed.
Aye.
What's your tipple? What do you drink? Do you have a particular brand that you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, does it have a name or is that a state secret?
Yeah, I do. I have a particular brand I love.
Is it Jack Daniels? Now, Nigerians usually like Jack Daniels, don't they? Just for the show.
You are not seeing me as one woman that gets home from work and starts loading herself with
No, there's nothing wrong with that, you know. There's nothing wrong with coming back from work and just having a little drink to, just to bring the day down.
My brother, that's necessary. You just have to calm down sometimes.
You know,
somehow, anyway.
It's a good sleeping tablet as well, you know. But I hope you drink a lot of water as well. Anybody that drinks spirits should drink a lot of water.
Who told you I drink spirit always? I don't. It's once in a while. But I have a lot of them. I don't drink them quite often. It's on my down times. I pull off with them.
What's the weekend like where you are? Is it just a sit indoors and look at the television, or is it out and about?
It depends on what you want. You can go to club. It's a quiet and very exciting places to go. It's not. You can't see more. You can't see all. You know. Like 2 weeks ago, I went to Southern Truman to watch the water. You know, this is the water that has the river that has a wave pool and comes up every 6 hours. And there are a lot of things to keep you busy here. Otherwise,
is it one of those cultures where they jump into very cold water and then they hop into some sauna? Is it one of those yin and yang European sort of things?
No. This what they call. I don't know. I've forgotten the name of the river, but I've never been able to cut it like doing it. You know, humans. Whenever something is a mystery, we have narrative around it. So, for you to catch the sight is something that you have to wait for a long time. So, I have to go there so that I won't spend the whole 6 hours waiting for it.
Is it a nudist sort of a culture? Because I know the Swedes, they like to walk around naked everywhere. So do they walk around naked? Do they walk around naked in that country? Because I know those Scandinavians, they have some peculiar habits.
Yeah, the place I am, is kind of they have a kingdom. It's in the Sun mines. They are very native. It's not when I was in. By the way, last 2 weeks I was in Stavanger. If I go to Stavanger, those places are better. But this side where our offshore is really like where you obey rules. It's not develop like that. But you can't walk around naked here now. You won't die. You can't even stand on the bus stop if you want to for some minutes. You have to keep your time to yourself here if you want to survive.
Is it a driving culture or is it a public transport sort of culture?
They have everything, whichever way you want it.
But most people drive rather than
Yeah,
take.
you drive.
Yeah.
If you have a beautiful car, you drive. But sometimes, like next month, like December, January, in order to run your car on that snow, you better use the public one that has everything underneath it. So
Does the law require you to change your tires to snow tires during the winter seasons?
the kind of cars we drive here is not that kind of cars you people drive in the other part of Europe. These people they have what I would call top-notch technology, and everything is of their standard. That's all I can tell you. You need to come and visit these places. When you see this place, you won't believe that the world has gone to that level anyway. It's a top-notch technology, one of the most technologically advanced area in the world.
Does it have a technology industry as well, especially based around IT sort of?
Of course, now, of course, a lot. The way they're even going now, every company will have this session. So it's you need to visit this place. So
What's the biggest innovation that has come out of that country?
I think it's their underwater bridge.
Underwater bridge. They is it like a tube sort of a thing?
Yeah.
And you can drive on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. All right. Don't worry. We have that here. We have the Eurostar, which we can even drive a train. Yeah, you can even drive a train under from London to France. Yeah.
Well, man, you did hear the make noise. When you come here, your eye go just do you boom. Forget those places. You see those places those things you're talking about is antiques. When you come here, you see what they call technology of the now. That's what you see here. It's not those London stuffs and British. No. Those ones are they are all antiques. Anyway, what do you know that they talk today, sir?
Yeah, just the usual stuff. We were talking about the Ohanaeze making their way to Aso Rock to ask for their son back, and we were speculating as to how Tinubu should play that, and then we were talking about the ease of doing business in Nigeria, and it looks as though the best places to do business, the best places for ease of doing business are mostly northern states, which surprised us somewhat. And then we're just talking because the news cycle there wasn't that much coming out, so we're just generally mooching around those sort of topics. And then they appointed this 24-year-old guy as the chairperson for FAMA, which is the organization in charge of road maintenance nationwide. And we're speculating he finished his NYSC last year. And he's got that responsible position. He, of course, from the north. So we're just generally talking around things like that.
Okay. So which one do you want me to talk about now? Because I can talk about all of them.
You can come in at the Ohanaeze space, who are because they are giving the assurance that the release of Nnamdi Kanu would significantly drop insecurity in the southeast. And I was speculating that insecurity has been ongoing for so many, at least about 3 years solid, that these people that carry out those insecurities, they are so vested and completely already, married into that way of life that the release of Nnamdi Kanu might not affect anything, especially And I was also saying that Tinubu, he might well want to play Nnamdi Kanu politically for when it's most expedient for him to release him.
Okay, one man, you see, when we talk about insecurity in the Southeast, there are questions that need answers. And until those questions are asked and the real true answers are given, there is no headway to it. First of all, the question should be why? Why the insecurity? When did it start? When are we going to, what are we going to do about it? What is the reaction towards it? Then you keep that question aside. Then you ask the question again and say, what is Nnamdi Kanu asking for? Why was he so much supported for what he's asking for? Then you ask, what did Nnamdi Kanu do? Why was he arrested? Then you keep that question aside. Then you come again, you ask, what are his people asking for? Is he actually, if they release him, is the reasons why, when, how, is it tied to him? These are questions humans in Nigeria should answer honestly. And if you answer it honestly, you will find out there are things you have to do as a leader in the South, concerning, I'm not saying in the Southeast, concerning the why before you release Nnamdi Kanu. I've said this several times. I said, the case in the Southeast, I think, should be handled by the Congress. I've said this several times. But if any president or any administration think he or she can continue playing with the lives in the Southeast, that's fine. But it's not something you say, I will go and talk to the president, Ohanaeze, but let's sit down and tell the president to release the guy to us. The first question should be, why the insecurity in the first place? Why? What propelled the insecurity? What made it rage to the level it is? Have the problem been able to, the government been able to solve that problem? Has the ideas, the reasons, the premonition, the propaganda, the whatever, the belief that the people have, has it been changed? Nnamdi Kanu, I keep telling people, is way off this discussion. I will come back here to say it after they release him. He's off this discussion. As long as I am concerned, from what I know, Nnamdi Kanu is not in the table to solve the Southeastern problem. But I am not a security personnel anyway. Why the agitation? Why would somebody come and be saying something and has so much support? That means what he is saying resonates with the people who support him. Have you been able to solve that thing they are asking for? The answer is no. When did it start? You know, all of us know. It didn't start with Nnamdi Kanu. Has anything been done about it? The answer is no. What did he do? He went to Baba. That was why you picked him. Is somebody else going over Baba now? The answer is yes. Is the person in Nnamdi Kanu? The answer is no. So what is all this Nnamdi Kanu stuff? Are you more of interest in playing politics, or are you interested in solving the problem in the Southeast? If you're interested in solving the problem, I can tell anybody who cares to listen to me that the problem of the Southeast has gone out of the hands of the government. It's not in the hands of one arm of the government. It's in the hands of the three arms of the government: the president, the Congress, and the judiciary. And until these three come together to take a decision concerning that why, it's all politics. And I, for one, will not be happy that people are playing politics with life, people's life and their property. It doesn't make sense to me, but they do it anyways. These are questions. When I say why, these are questions prominent Igbo people, wherever, the people looking to be president, the people that call themselves Ohanaeze, the people that call themselves whatever. This why is one question you will ask them in the public in Nigeria, and they will never give you an answer. And Nigerians have not asked why. Can they answer it? On several occasions, those questions have been asked them in the public workshops, forums. They don't answer. So why don't you take it serious and handle it with the three arms of government? A man that caused the death of almost more than 100 of his people, you say release him, it will stop the killing. I mean, does that really make sense to anybody? But it makes sense to a lot of people. Why? Because most times we don't look inwardly to find out what actually is going on. There have come to a time when Africans will do research. Let them take the pain to study something, do research, so that they will come up with a right solution to problems. Not looking at it on the surface. I don't know one man, but are you still there? Hello?
No, I am here. Where I'm listening. I was muted, so I wouldn't interfere with your flow.
I don't know. If they want to release him, they should go ahead. I don't know the reason why they want to release him. Because somebody will not have a reason why you lock him up. And that reason has not been sorted out. You want to release him. I don't understand that, but it is what it is. The people going in there to ask for him to be released. If I am the president of Nigeria, I will ask them why the problem in the first place. I will not even mention Nnamdi Kanu. If group of Igbo men with my little head, I sit down in my sitting room or sitting out in the lawn or in the garden, and somebody, group of Igbo men, walk up to me and tell me, Zita, we need you to help us release Nnamdi Kanu. The first question I will ask them, why the problem that took Nnamdi Kanu to jail? I will make sure they answer that question. Until they answer that question, no discussion. But I know they will not answer it. They will mumble and jumble and mumble and jumble and mumble and jumble. And then when they mumble and jumble and mumble and jumble, I will tell them to go home. When they get the answer, they come back. Because that why must of a necessity be sorted out. And if it's not sorted out, I don't know what anybody wants to do.
But how do you sort that why out? Because that why very much wraps around the Biafran narrative.
That is what I am saying. I am saying that just as I used to tell people about politics, elections, and electioneering, I will still say the same thing about my people. You cannot win an election where you are not accepted. Let me repeat this. You cannot rig an election where you are not accepted. It is not done. It will be chaos, fight, blood, and death. And at the end of the day, nothing will come out of it. I wonder who will want to try that in the first place anyway, to rig an election where he's not accepted. Now, back to my people. What am I saying in essence? If my people do not buy that idea, it will never flourish. Never. Igbo people are not the first to agitate for secession in Nigeria, and they will never be the last. But the question is, why is so much flourishing in their area? And that's the question every president, every administration who cares to listen to them should ask them. Why the problem? And indeed, they say something reasonable about the why. Don't go into discussion with them. And let me conclude by saying this. You see, the insecurity in Igbo land cannot be sorted out by the government. It will be sorted out by the Igbos. But if any government, just as Buhari did, wants to try, let them try. But if you try anything, you will come out with a terrible narrative that will destroy your career as a president or as a politician. They are killing their people, and nobody should try that. The Northeast, they watch helicopters, bombers, and fighters dropping bombs in their villages, fighting Boko Haram. For anywhere there is a war, more especially if it is not even if it's a communal war, not to talk of a military-based war, there is going to be civilian casualties. The number doesn't really matter. It depends on the intents of the war. But the northeastern part of Nigeria watched the military drop bombs. There was a lot of civilian casualties. They kept quiet. Is Tinubu going to do that in the southeast when the madness starts again? I don't know. But if you are talking about the insecurity in the southeast, is he in the hands of the southeasterners to stop it? But if they want to cajole the president by telling him that the release of Nnamdi Kanu'S will stop it, I wish them luck. In fact, I wish Tinubu luck. But one thing I promise anybody who think that what the Ohanaeze is saying is the truth, I promise the person will come back here or somewhere and still discuss it. I will remind that person of these that I have said. One man, that thing, in my own understanding, if anybody wants to sort the government, it should be the three arms of government. If they want to sort the why.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Zita. Well put, Zita. Zita, let me see if Dewale is with us. Dewale, are you there?
I've been with you from inception.
No, I came to you before I came to Zeta, but you were somewhat
It must have been my network.
all right. Let's hear from you. Speak to the space.
To the appointment or the Nnamdi Kanu issue.
Whichever caught your attention, or even my appearance on Rudolph's face. I thought I took a W, but I don't know how you saw it.
You did well. You comport yourself in an honorable manner. Unfortunately, silence sometimes means complicity to me. I featured on that show regularly before, but even on this show, I'm not a confrontational person. But on some occasions, I do lose my cool, but not to the point where I'll be, my face will be shown to the thousands of people, and that will be the what they will.
I thought their guest took the loss because he was rattled. I wasn't. He was pinned and I wasn't, and he had the mic and I didn't. So I thought I rattled him.
I mean, your appearance on the show when you first came in, this is what you do sometimes. If I'm going to be objective, when you come on the show, I believe there are some other people that have been there before you, but you just want to, chip in your idea and leave. And sometimes it doesn't sit well with those that are already in the studio. So
Yeah,
by
but
doing
my
that,
opinion is more of I mean, what do they have
yeah,
to say?
yeah,
They don't
yeah,
have any. My opinion is I
yeah,
think it
right.
presents more value, doesn't it?
Yeah, right. It's just that they already have the mindset when you show up is your presence alone doesn't sit well with some of those in the studios and sometimes people on the comment section. But the fact
Yeah,
that
but
the
that's exactly why I go there now to I don't
yeah,
know, maybe maybe
what I what I
I'm a bit of a narcissist.
yeah, what doesn't sit well with me is when even on this show, when I see people, becoming more condescending, calling people's names. I could swear I've sworn on this show before. I think with Pansat. That was when I lost my cool. I think that was the first time. But I would never, you know, stoop so low to be calling people stupid or dead or Mali and all those, no, it's not me. That's not what kind of person
It's
I
an
am.
untamed space, isn't it?
So so
You
so
go there with that understand. It's an
yes, what
untamed.
I
Yeah.
yeah. But when it comes to communication, I'm not an expert. But one thing is communication is not one way, especially when you feature on this show like that. It's a two way. So if I ask a question and you tend to be, diverting the answer to something different, I have to redirect it back. And with that, I don't think I needed to be tested. This is not personal, and the guest took it personal. And somehow the first person was corrected, and you apologize for the outburst of I think the other guy that told you to shut up. And the guest himself imitates the guy that was corrected, and then he told you to shut up. To me, I felt no, this shouldn't happen in the first place
No,
when the guest.
I thought he took the loss when he did that, because I maintained my composure, but he was rattled to the point of telling me to shut up. I think
My
no,
observation was that the first.
and I even invited him to apologize just to highlight what he did.
No, I I think the first time he featured on that show, his response to some of the question was indifferent, especially before the election. But it seems to have
That's my
changed.
second run in with that guy, by the way, and that's the second
Anyway,
time I've slapped him around a little bit.
no,
But
there's some things that I don't get myself into. I won't get into all those. No, to be, it's not necessary. It's somehow it didn't sit well with me. That's what I. Anyway,
all right. Let's get
forget
back
about that.
to
So
matters. Yeah.
let me go briefly on the Nnamdi Kanu issue. And I will cite two examples. I've said it on this show before. Nnamdi Kanu issue is something I don't like getting involved into, but
since it's now the topic, let's talk about it because we are all stakeholders in Nigeria. What happens in Aba, what happens in Kavancha, also concerns someone born in Ondo or Okiti or Ilaje. But you see, we've seen examples in the past where people took a stand against the government for a cause. And the path that they chose to propagate that cause will determine whether they will succeed or not. And I give you an example. There were two formidable uh, uh, people in America in the 60s. We're talking about Malcolm X and MLK, Martin Luther King Jr. They were agitating for, number one, civil rights and some other issues. But the Malcolm was portrayed because he chose to go in a harm's way. And Martin Luther King decided, I guess because of his religious background, to go with that in a different direction. Despite that, the government of the day did not even accept him. They didn't even seem they believe he was infidel, trying to make himself look like the Messiah. And he successfully led a protest, a civil protest in the 60s. But Malcolm X was taken out. As a matter of fact, there was a video or a documentary on Netflix recently that was released of someone that was alleged to have committed the shooting of Malcolm X. Happens to be someone that was planted by the FBI in Nation of Islam back then. But that was about that. Today, we don't get to hear the name of Malcolm X, maybe few streets, but hardly you go to any state in the United States of America and globally around the world that you won't hear the names of Martin Luther King Jr. But this man was subjected to the worst treatment anyone could. At the end of the day, they took him out by the barrel. Now, at the end of the day, the cause that Martin Luther King was fighting for was manifesting after he had already, after his demise. Now, coming back to Nnamdi Kanu, he chose the path of chaos. And that path, if care is not taken, is going to consume him. And we've seen examples, not just in the United States, but around the world. There's no crime in agitating for something that to benefit your immediate community or you yourself. But when you decided to be against the state, no matter what you do in the face of law, you are always going to be condemned. The moment you open your mouth and start seeking to harm the state, to destroy property, then your agitation is gone to the dustbin. On this show tonight, I think it was Solis that made reference to when he was seeking for financial support to procure, I don't want to mention. And let's just take his utterances as, a braggadocio and, be just loquacious as he is, not take it seriously. But the fact that he was seeking for financial assistance across the globe to raise money in order to perpetrate some of these evils that were happening in the Southeast. That right there has made him to go against the law of the land. Now, coming back to issue, I've heard it several times on this show tonight that the court pronounced him, I think he was being acquitted. I believe that was the term used. But who was the judge that discharged him? Somebody said, well, when it comes to criminal justice or judiciary system as a whole, sometimes they themselves also make mistakes, but depends on the society. When the court make a pronouncement, I believe the government should have abided by it. But somebody also mentioned on this show tonight that national security supersedes the rule of law, especially when there's an imminent danger. By releasing this individual is going to harm the state. So, what else can the nation do? Yesterday's show, I believe I heard one because I listened to the yesterday's show as well. I think it was Rational Mind that talked about the frivolous charges that was filed against him at the initial stage about insulting the president. I guess he wasn't familiar with how court proceedings usually. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm familiar with some of those things. In order to have not every time the DA or the prosecutor usually have the fact, and that's why in America they'll file information first. And to secure your arrest warrant, you have to charge the person, and it is left for the court to decide whether to grant him bail or not to grant him bail. But the process was to make sure that he sees judge within 24 hours. But the goal is to arrest him and keep him in perpetuity. So they will find something that is somehow similar to what they're actually looking for. And they make amendments to some of the charges along the line. So the federal government had decided to keep him in perpetuity, also run foul of the law. However, a new charges was filed. So what I would say to that space is that releasing Nnamdi Kanu with the hope that he would divert the attention from what is happening southeast to something different. What if he decided to abscond and then go back to what he was known to be doing before? Are you still there, one man?
I'm listening. Well, here.
Okay. And become more emboldened this time around. Remember, he ran off, he jumped bail. Of course, if it happens, it won't happen second time for his abduction again. So what if he becomes emboldened and run to a country where Nigeria doesn't have repatriation, extraditement agreement, and continuously, inciting people back home to commit more arms. But you see, because he has done it before, a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria stood as a surety, as a guarantor for his bail. The same treatment that was meted against Showore is what is going against him too. But I guess Showore in his home didn't go this far. He didn't cross the red line of inciting chaos against the country. I think that was his saving grace, to the point that it was allowed to contest for the presidency of this country. So, whatever he's going through now, I don't pity him. As a matter of fact, if I was born in the Southeast, I would not be his disciple because he has chosen that path of destruction. You can agitate. As a matter of fact, the solution to this is in two ways, but it's all going to come back to politics. The people that are now following each other going to Aso Rock to plead with the federal government now, they left their house on fire initially. Now that the house has caught fire, they are now looking for someone to help them extinguish the fire. Well, this is what they should have done at the beginning. You remember OPC when it happens in, I believe, in 2000 or 2001, and also the South. Today, those troublemakers in the South are the ones being employed or engaged by the federal government to protect the pipelines now. The federal government is pumping money to them. Look at OPC. Obasanjo personally decimated OPC. At a point, there was a division, among the APC, among the hierarchy of OPC. The current the leader of the OPC, or the one that make himself important now, what is his name? Who became Orion Kakanfo? hijacked
Gani
the
Adams.
Gani Adams, hijacked that movement. Remember, it was a spillover of June 12 issue, snowballing and 99, 2000. Gani Adams was arrested, dealt with by the Obasanjo himself because Obasanjo believed that you are like a spoiler. At the initial stage, they were doing right by the people and the community that they represented. But along the line, they started doing things against their own rules. And as of today, nobody heard about OPC. They are still in existence, but they've been badly decimated. They're badly dealt with. But political solution was applied. The leaders were arrested, prosecuted, then released. The same thing in the South. So the one that the Nnamdi Kanu is also propagating now is not beyond political solution. However, he himself has to show that he's capable of handling things and turning things, turning to, how do I say this? He's willing and open to such dialogue. Remember, there's a man representing, I think it's a for his name or something like that. And the runaway guy in Finland was against the Geoffrey because the Geoffrey believed that there should be a political way to resolve this, while the agitation still continues. Before Nnamdi Kanu, we've had Masop, right? But yes, it's an agitation, but the quest for separation, the quest for addressing marginalization is not about victimizing the same people that you are fighting for. That is where they miss himself and his disciple, lieutenant in Finland and all his disciples. That's where they missed it. Look, this agitation is beyond what we're saying. Some people are actually pumping money into this movement with the hope that it will actualize. And guess where it has led us region into now? The absolute of chaos. So to me,
Adewale, can I
Tinubu should
ask
answer.
a question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Baba Nyaliko.
Okay, so yeah, like you mentioned earlier, that somebody stood out for him as a surety when they released him last time, but he violated the condition of release and almost put that person, Senator Abaribe, in trouble.
Abaribe.
Yeah. So, but
Yeah.
yes, but this time around, it's not one person standing for him. The entire elders of that land, are sticking out for this guy. So the situation is different. What we have as of today is different from what happened back then. Back then, Kalu was nobody. It was Buhari brutalization that went after him, that made him to be hero. It was nobody. He was just doing his ranting, and nobody cares. But when we went after him and killed people in his house or people around him, that was when the emotion and all these things, um, you know, emotion in support of him, and before you know it,
No,
spread across the world. So,
no.
so
Baba
now,
Nyaliko, no.
let me land now. But the situation now is that you have leaders of that part of the country across all spectrum of the society asking for government to release him to them. And they're ready, including some governor. Soludo has suffered himself as a surety, telling them we will take care of him. we will handle him. So you think the government should not listen to the voice of the people, voice of the leaders from that region?
I wouldn't say that the government shouldn't listen to them, but you see, the government should take their time in approaching the issue. They shouldn't rush. That's what I would say. And Tinubu shouldn't appear in the public to be interested in the issue. See, one thing we should all pray for is that we should not be against the government. Because if you're on this, you don't necessarily have to be on the side of government. But when you decide to take a stand against the government, all bets are off. And his people know. That's why they are now decided, okay, you know what, this is getting too long. I'm not saying the federal government should not listen, but he will pay that price one way or the other. And it's not going to come on the platter of where people are coming to beg in Asoro. I believe he should be released based on the fact that the competent court has already, pronounced him, is it acquitted or and to be released. But because Coco, you make reference to when his house was laid on siege and all that, and shooting and killing people in his house. He had made some comment before then. As a matter of fact, there was an interview Dr. Damages had with him. And that interview, he was even saying some lot of things that I cannot be repeating on this show. I believe it happened before the government law enforcement went to his house.
Yes, you're right. The first arrest, that's what I'm referring to. That one, it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That arrest that Senator Abadibe came out to stand for his as a surety to get him released, and after he was, and that was when he started being an hero. That was when the followers grew rapidly. And then after that, they went to his house to massacre people there. He escaped. And then he ran away. And before we know, he appeared in Israel. And from Israel to London. And he became international hero. So it was
hero to his disciples.
Eh?
Hero to his disciples.
International hero. International organization. So it was that, brutalization effort by the government that turned him to be an hero today. If they have just left him alone and allowed him be ranting nonsense, it wouldn't have been.
What I think should happen is that his representative and the federal government should negotiate his freedom. That's just the way they're going to do it.
Yes.
Negotiate his freedom. If they are going to put some condition in place, or they're going to do it like Showore's case, where Showore was confined to Abuja and Abuja only, not until towards the general election that he was released to the public. To travel across the country. Those are the conditions that they gave to him. You remember Showore has been in Nigeria for Babajale Koko. It's been long.
Oh yes.
How is even surviving is beyond me. They reduce him to nobody. See,
how do you mean how he's surviving? He's a wealthy man, Showore. He's not a poor man.
Showore is not a wealthy man.
Showore is a wealthy man, no. So Showore is a dollar millionaire now, or what are you talking about? Showore is a very wealthy man.
He probably has people helping him out, but Showore, by American standard, is not.
I think his organization is still paying his salary. So
where Sahara Reporter.
Yeah, I think he's still getting paid from there. So that is what is sustaining him. So
he has funding from some American from the foundation.
I want to believe there's some foundation that are coming to his aid because, I mean, you come to think of it, you are restricted to one place and one place only for years. You see, I won't be surprised if tomorrow comes and Showore becomes the hero Nigeria has been looking for, because he's going to use.
I think that window has passed for him.
Don't say that. Don't say that, woman. At the point in this country, we've had people that we thought that who would have thought that what is his name? Abacha's security chief security officer, Hamza Mustafa, will be the one contesting for election in Nigeria. At the
You know, it's been rumored to get an appointment, a security appointment with Tinubu.
Tinubu will now eat apple again, are we? I pity him. I'm just kidding. Well, I won't be surprised. He has to survive. How is he even surviving is what baffles me. All these people.
No, what do you mean by survive? You mean Showore?
No. Even Showore and Al Mustafa himself.
Mustafa is a very wealthy man now. He was handling money for Abacha. What are you talking about?
I understand.
And he was from a very wealthy home too.
I beg
He
your
came
pardon.
from
I understand that aspect. One man that he must have stolen some money, but you see the way this guy presented himself to Nigerian as if he has done Nigeria a favor in the past and is the best that could ever happen to the country. You know, the way he came across as just like as if we were born yesterday. Some of
you know he was the ADC to Abacha, which was the top three.
No, he wasn't the ADC. It wasn't the ADC. It was the chief security officer.
Yeah, but still, it was in that caucus of one of the top 4 most corrupt administrations in Nigeria.
Well,
that guy has stupid money, man.
I think Nnamdi Kanu will be.
You know, he funded his presidential campaign by himself.
But where did he even campaign? You see, when we are counting candidates, you shouldn't mention him. Not even in Chowore's class. Okay, as of today in Nigeria, that guy is just a loudmouth. All these lies that he came on the, patronizing and going from one show to another.
But he's been challenging government, though. He's been challenging government that
he's inconsequential. People are not paying attention to him
for corruption.
No,
they
because
come
but everybody says that now. Everybody says who doesn't. Even Babangida is saying if you have anything, take me to court.
It's of no value, so people won't pay attention. To me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see. He belongs to
Peter Obi was saying that if you have anything,
he belongs to the same class of Peter Obi. That's the way I see it. It's just mouth and nothing, no action, nothing. Anyway, well, honestly, people can continue to. You see, when you leave your house to be on fire for too long, this is what happens. You see the way they put water on the Yoruba Nation agitation by Sunday Igboho. Look, when the Nigerian military went to his house, are you saying that the Nigerian Yoruba elders are not aware? They're probably walking on the ground. But you see, he himself knew that the fact that, who was it to tell somebody to leave the land? I understand that he was agitating and fighting for his people for protection. But you see, there's some things you cannot do. You will run foul of the law of the land. And I guess it comes from his angle of illiteracy or something like that, because he's not aware of what he could do or what he couldn't do. It wasn't properly guided. All right. Even Professor Akitoye never make mention or never make such pronouncement, but he went to exile with him. This is a learned person. I knew that the consequences of making such provocative statement in the public. Right, but it was hedging him on. Hey, Majolo Bunwe, just continue dancing. I'm right here behind you, But nevertheless, I believe there's never a problem that you can't find solution to. There's always a one way or the other that you prefer solution to issues. So let these people, let them continue to, talk to federal government. We now have a Yoruba Attorney General, which I believe will have heirs of the presidency. I think with that, the political solution will help him, but whatever it is, a stringent condition would be appropriate. If that will stop the lunatics.
I think. Hold on. Ike, did you want to come in?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, is it Adewale?
Yeah,
Yes.
Adewale, yes.
I believe it's yeah, Adewale. I wanted to ask you a question. You mentioned that you think Nnamdi should be released because of what the court findings. You mentioned what might happen if he's released, right? Regarding, you know, if he's released, he's going to go somewhere else and start agitating in a place where there's no extradition treaty and such and such.
Correct.
So, what is the likelihood do you think that will happen? And let's say he wasn't. What probability do you give to these outcomes that different people are giving? For example, the people whom are saying that he should be released are saying that it will, you know, cause peace to happen.
Oh, what happened?
And then, on the other hand, if he's released and then the horror scenario that you created also happens, what chances do you give to that? And then what will be your second move, right? Let's say you are the Nigerian government and you say, okay, well, I'll release this person. I think there's a chance that this other thing will happen. And then it will now give me, for example, carte blanche or the moral high ground to really crush the situation, right? What are your thoughts in that regard?
What I would say is that no matter what the decision the federal government takes, is going to be damned if you do it, damned if you don't do it. But I think by negotiating his freedom, the federal government will have upper hand. I will tailor his freedom towards the like American parole or probation, where I will make it more stringent to the point that to even escape will be a big hazardous task for him. Number one, I wouldn't mind even putting ankle monitor on him or assign security details to him 24/7 to guide his movement. Federal government can do it. They have the means and the resources to do that. After all, even not somebody like Nnamdi Kanu, ordinary person, ordinary citizen being tailed and spied on. So federal government can do that, ensuring that maybe they will restrain his movement to only Abuja, just like they did Shoshowore. So at least they will be able to curtail him, so not to allow him to have that access to. Somebody mentioned internet. Yeah, it's part of parole process. A lot of people that are on federal parole and state parole don't have access to some of the sex offenders and all that. So yes, make it more stringent. You negotiate that so that at least you'll be able to leave the detention of the DSS, and it starts gradually. You see, and then get his power and influence weaken day by day. The more he's out there and not having that opportunity to make those provocative statements, then the more you weaken his influence, because now it's there, but it's not there. You see what I'm talking about? So federal government can do that, but I look at it. Of what consequences, importance is Nnamdi Kanu in the first place when it comes to the Nigeria project? To me, he has lost that relevancy. He has lost that what makes him thick. You know, what you're supposed to do first, when you're doing it last, then people won't take you serious.
How about what he represents? I'm sorry, one man. It seems like one is you.
Actually, that is my fear, because that lunatics in Finland, he's probably going to be. I don't see him.
I think if they release him, it will counterweight so many narratives. It will counterweight the excesses of Simon Ekpa. So there'll be a turf war between that two space, and they can cannibalize each other. So then whoever comes out, then you are having to deal with one, and then it will in a significant way, if not dissipate, it will ebb back significantly the Peter Obi space because the noise will move them to that chasm between Simon Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu, the Biafra narrative, them not getting joy within the Nigerian system, and then that the noise will move in that direction. Releasing that guy, it will slice the place up into smaller bits.
I don't think so.
Don't let us
man.
assume that it's going to work that way. You remember when a purported letter was released by Nnamdi Kanu to end the sit at home issue? You remember that letter that was disputed by the lunatics in Finland that pit him against Ejiofor on Twitter? You remember, one man? Maybe you're not. Okay.
No, we tweeted it here. Yeah.
That division or that propensity for division is there. So if today Nnamdi Kanu is released and is singing a new tune, there's a possibility that the lunatics of Finland, might decided to take a different path and chart his own course as well and continue with that noise.
No, but there can only be one alpha in that space. So there'll have to be an alpha, an alpha. They will have to duke it. They will have to duke it out. They have to duke it out.
No, one man. Releasing him, if he goes in the direction you are talking about, that means they're going to have like 3 or 4 fractions of the madness.
Correct.
Yeah, it's not if you think 2 of them will fight it out, the house will be divided probably into 3, because there is another one now in the southeast flexing his muscles, who is not Simon.
Okay, hold on, Zeta. Which space does Simon Ekpa occupy at the moment?
The lunatic one, the crazy one.
Autopilot.
Yeah, but Simon Ekpa occupies Nnamdi Kanu'S space at the moment.
Nnamdi Kanu is not the owner of Autopilot.
No, forget the title now. I'm talking about the sentiment.
He's trying to differentiate them to you, one man.
I'm trying to differentiate it to you.
No, but they are not different. Is really what I'm highlighting.
They are.
They are. That letter issue actually make me to understand what was going on between each group.
It used to be progression in sequence, but from what I understand now, it's no longer in sequence. Before it used to be from Weekend Bafron to Mosob to iPod. When a leader sings a different tune, somebody in the camp will pick up the movement. Then when he tries to sing a different tune, another person will pick up the movement. So, but with Nnamdi Kanu, it stopped. Even when Nnamdi Kanu was overseas, before his arrest, he didn't have total control of that thing. Other factions has already started forming. Yeah, that was why he came alone to Kenya. Other groups has already started for hello.
No, I think Ike wants to come in. Land that point and then let Ike come in.
No, that's okay. You can come in.
No. Go on. You land your point. You were in the middle of a delivery.
Yeah, I just said that it's Autopilot will be on their own. Maybe Nnamdi Kanu will continue with his iPod or dance them, and then they have the one they call what's the other one again? What my brother was telling me all those bullshit. They have about 3 now outside of that Autopilot. That's a money-making machine we are talking about, woman.
But that money comes from one central pool. It's really my point.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does. There is only so much of the Biafran agitation. It really comes under one mindset within the Southeast. So that mindset has been hijacked by Simon Ekpa at the moment. Is the main guy within that narrative. But Simon Ekpa is not the main guy in the Biafran narrative.
Wait.
Representing certain group.
There are different narratives and there are different reasons and there are different arguments towards what you are saying, woman. Now, the narrative of secession or secession, whatever you people call it, is different. The narrative of marginalization is different. the narrative of political positions is different. So if you think that the problem is because they want to leave the country, yeah, well, you're right. There are some people who have the narrative. Then you will see some of my people that will come out and tell you they do not support that narrative that Nigerians, we should leave Nigeria. But they will tell you that they have been marginalized. Whatever that means, I don't know. But those are the narrative that seem as if you think they are sympathizers to the iPod. No, they are not. They have their own narrative they are portraying and why they should get the federal government's attention or the Nigerian government's attention. The iPod is different. So these are all the narratives going on in the Southeast. So that's why I said, if they go to meet the president for anything concerning the region as representatives of that region, there should be a simple question. Why? I believe that question should be asked. Because look at what you are saying now. You are saying that it's a narrative of iPod. No, it's not. Thank you. I can come in.
Anyway,
But,
whatever it
but
is.
can I say something? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I think I can understand the angle that one man is speaking from. If you really look at Simon Ekpa, watch his activity well, you will see that he totally accepts Nnamdi Kanu as his boss. He never at one time, before Nnamdi Kanu was released, was arrested or kidnapped, should we say, and returned to Nigeria, he was never at any time going contrary on anything against Nnamdi Kanu. So, and since Nnamdi Kanu has been in incarceration, he's been fighting hard, propagating that. Fighting hard the more on Biafran nation and calling for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. And until when it's released, there's not going to be peace. They will not soft pedal. They will not, So they are like, to me, like two in one. It looks like this name autopilot. It's just a name, but they still operate under the they are just like a kind of a wing for IPOB wing. They can look separate, but they believe strongly in what IPOB is fighting for. And
you say John Lekoko, the thing is that praise they respond to a certain sort of language. You heard Solly describing the language earlier on, and they respond to that macho strongman narrative. So all of Nnamdi Kanu's followers, IPOB still exists as an organization, but it's the shell of an organization because the narrative, that pump and verve has moved. Because the person providing the pump and verve is no longer, is otherwise indisposed. So that pump and verve has moved to Simon Ekpa, where the energy of that space is. So the same energy that Nnamdi Kanu was projecting is the energy that Simon Ekpa is projecting, and that energy is what they want. So they've gravitated towards Simon Ekpa. If
Yeah.
they bring Nnamdi Kanu back out, he will want his space. But Simon Ekpa has enjoyed the luster and allure of attention so much, he will not yield it, and there will be a turf war, and they will cannibalize each other.
One man, maybe
man, yeah, tough.
I didn't communicate very well. Let me say this again. There are three narratives in the Southeast. Well, saying Samuel Ekpa has not never said Nnamdi Kanu is not his boss. Well, you might be right. But if you are following the space very well, why did he create autopilot? That should be the question. Because me, I'm somebody who always like asking why. Because I grew up to know that it is only a fool that will do something without a reason. I might be wrong.
He created autopilot because he couldn't seize charge of IPOB.
Okay, good. So now the cessation narrative has two branches, of which
it doesn't. It's still the same narrative.
Yeah, I know, but
It only distinguishes in name, and in every other way the same as IPOB.
Do you think that is everybody who is IPOB take instruction from Samuel Ekpa?
No, but it's still the broader family now. There's a chasm within that space, but the narrative is the same.
The narrative is the same, but it's divided. Whether you believe me or not, I've said what I have to say. Maybe in future, you will say Zita said it. That is what. The narrative of marginalization is there. And the narrative of political presence is there. So whenever Igbo people gather to go to a government to ask for something, the government should do us, every Nigerian citizen, a lot more good by asking them why. Because the moment everybody comes to conclusion, agree on the why, that's the beginning of the problem, solving the problem. We solve the problem as a why, and then at that level, government can say, but you told me that this is why, and I sorted that why, then why this? But let me say this. I don't even know why Tinubu wants to go to that area, but he's the president. It's left for him to decide, which is because when I listen to a lot of people who are not the Igbos, because most Igbos don't speak on this, but people who are not the Igbos, when I listen to the way they speak about what is going on in Igbo land, my understanding is like it can be parlayed. I don't know if I use the right word, like parley. Like, okay, come, we parley. Like, okay, fine, this is our agreement, let's settle it, parley. That is the understanding I get from them. And when they do that, I feel so bad because this thing has taken a lot of lives. And for someone to sit down and come up with the idea that it's a pali, it can be stopped with pali. I don't know, but it's okay.
The question why that you are asking for, that why, yeah, that is where the leadership of the East that are meeting, or rather went to meet with the president, that is where the government will ask them, and they will all dialogue and reach
it's not a dialogue something.
Zita, that question why has already been answered. There are about 3 or 4 strands of going on within the Southeast. So there's the broader sense of marginalization, which is an offshoot of the Civil War. The sense of not yet being fully integrated, And that sense of not feeling fully integrated, especially played out in this political cycle, where there was the sense that for reasons still linked with that historical backdrop, they are being prevented from the highest offices in the land. So there's that narrative. Then there's a narrative of want away, which is the Biafran narrative, which is still an offshoot of that narrative. So that Biafran narrative, it has broad stroke appeal. And then within that Biafran narrative, there is a core element which is activating that narrative, which is where all of these elements of Nnamdi Kanu and his co-travelers are. So the questions, there's no complexity as to the wants and needs of the Southeast.
One man, let me ask you a question. Maybe we have to think back in the history of Nigeria. Okay, let me not say in the history of Nigeria. Let me say from 1999 to date. Have you ever seen where some prominent Igbo people, which include some people, because Igbo people has been in as Senate presidents, yes, on several locations. With the help of the Senate president, they went to the presidency and said, this is our problem. Can you remember that happening?
No, that wasn't the expediency of that time now.
No,
That was
I'm just saying, I'm trying to make you understand something, but I think maybe I am not presenting it well. Have they done that? No, they have not done that. Before then and after then, this thing has been going on. This thing was going on before the present administration came in. The only position I know, a core, I want to use the word core, a core Igbo man has not sat on since 1999 is the presidency. Core Igbo man. We've been vice president before 1999. That's Adese Kweme. Is that presidency? That's what we have not won, like in a elective position, but we've been the vice. So, and they have never, just as they went now to go and meet the president and lay down their problem and make an agreement. Now, so many people have been killed. This has been going on for years. I'm not talking about 3 years, because I want to start talking about it when it started, so that somebody will not be confused about what position that they are not put in the place of government and they are not represented. I don't want anybody to be confused with that. I want to take it from since when it started and then bring it back to the present. The question is, if you know that the why has been answered, then ask, has the why been sorted out?
Well, I don't know why you are looking to be sorted out.
The
one thing that
she's asking for why to release him.
No. Why?
No. She's asking an ambiguous why.
No. I didn't ask an ambiguous why, because you said the why has already been answered. You said the secession. You said marginalization.
I said the why is known. Okay. The why is known. There is no deep inherent mystery in the Southeast, because everything plays out in the public there. If the one slot, and if you're saying the one slot that eludes the space is the presidency, then that's not in the gift of anybody. That has to be fought for.
Okay, let's stay with the why that is known, because I like discussing with people on what they said. Let's stay with the why that is known, that is secession, they are marginalized, and inclusion. Then I ask, these three things that is known, has it been sorted out? The answer is no. These three things that are claiming that is the problem why their region is burning, has it been sorted out? To me, it has. It has. But to every other Nigerian that wants to listen, the person will say, no. I will start with the secession. Nigerian government never told anybody not to secede. I keep saying this because there are a lot of propagandas and narratives of how countries are being created. And people run with it. People believe it. People don't want to go back to the olden days. Who are those people? Where was those countries then? How did they disperse? And how did they come back? They want to hold on to the narrative that a country was created. So let's run with that narrative. Nigeria, as a country, never said nobody should secede. The only thing they're saying is that we will not allow you to rename the place you're occupying. That is one. And we are not ready to release the land to you. That is two. So as long as I'm concerned, that secession area is sorted out. Then come in the terms of marginalization, the kind of government Nigeria run. Yeah, the federal government can do something in your state, but 85% of the job boils down on the governors. No southeastern, any governor from that region has come out one day to announce that any of the administrators in Nigeria deprive them of their budget. Not to my knowledge, but if you people know, you can tell me. I'm open to learning. Then the second one is presence. You must not be, presence maybe for now, but I'm taking it where the problem started because the problem did not start now. Presence, just as you said, the ones that can be given has been given. The one that is the presidency is not to be given. You have to work for it and win it, just as you said, which is the truth. So these are the why that we know. And I ask a simple question. If this is the why that we know, so why the trouble? So did I go out of context to ask that when they go to meet an administrator in Nigeria, that the administration should ask them the why? Because looking at the why that we know, for me, I don't think that should be why people will be committing suicide. Because actually what is happening in Igbo land is suicide when you start killing yourself. So if the why that we know is the why, it shouldn't be something that we get to the extent of what is going on in the Southeast. So I still beg the government of today to ask them why. But if somebody think I'm talking rubbish, that's fine.
All right. So you talk a lot, but none of it ever rubbish. So that was it. Dewale, back to you.
Thank you, woman. All right. So enough for that Nnamdi Kanu'S space. Let me move briefly to the young man that was appointed to air the farmer. So I went online to have a little idea of what this individual is all about. I found out that he discharged from NYSC last year.
Yes.
And he read mechanical engineering and also had masters in engineering, business engineering, I believe. Also a son of a prominent politician from Borno. His father was contested for the governorship of Borno in 2003 to 2007 as well. So that was about his background. However, I found it curious that, federal government will appoint a young man like that. But I also found out that he had been an administrative assistant to Dave Humai. So I think that is where that.
All right. Okay. So that's where that comes in. Okay.
Yes. So with that, I also think that is where that connection, came from. And now, you see, you can only work for someone that you are comfortable with. I think Dave Umai is on a mission together with the presidency. They are cooking something. Remember, Umai went to presidency, I think it was last week or this week, to ward off those gang uh, contractors and all that were, ganging up against him for, declaring that concrete should be used on the federal road and all that. So it shows or points to the fact that Vumai wanted to have, a smooth ride, such a way that be able to reduce the level of opposition when it comes to what he has demanded that he's trying to carry out.
You know this guy is 24.
Yes, but the thing is that
It's a 24-year-old. You have to say boy. Is he able to handle a budget?
Wait, one man, can we confirm I'm sorry, the level of authority that this particular position has? Because I saw in the chat earlier that he's the chairman of a committee that doesn't have any administrative authority and such and such and such.
No, they do. They are the one in charge of the maintenance of the road, all the federal roads in the federation. So more or less.
So, but his actual position is the head of that whole thing, or is it something which actually is worded to seem that way? But if you look at it,
there's a COO, there's an MD of that agency, but he's the chairman.
It looks as though he's the lead. Let me give you two paragraphs. It says the recent appointment of Imam Ibrahim Kashim, Imam, a 24-year-old graduate, as the chairman of the Federal Road Maintenance Agency in Nigeria has ignited a wave of controversy and divided opinions amongst the Nigerian populace. The FERMA, responsible for road construction, improvement, and connectivity between states, plays a crucial role in maintaining the country's federal roads. So I think it's a decision-making position with authority.
Yeah, Adewale, I'm sorry, one man, for diving in here and taking over your program. You were mentioning that there's a COO and a CFO. So is this kind of like a typical corporate structure where you have CEO, CFO, or C and such and such, and then you have the board, and he's the chairman of a board, right? That typical kind of corporate structure. Is that what's going on here?
Yeah. Something of such, but they also have some political power as well. Each region have a representative in that body. So, and he was made the head of that board as well. So they have an MD also.
It's interesting because, and I don't know if this is the case, but in a lot of times, the board and the chairman of the board and whom is there is typically it's a move on the chessboard politically within an organization, right? Because typically, even if you have a company that's started by one of these, Silicon Valley startups, and it gets to the point where it's now a publicly traded company, and then now you have a board, right, and such and such. Like if you look at Facebook or Meta or whatever it is, to keep Mark Zuckerberg's kind of absolute power, which is the way he runs his things. Elon does his things kind of slightly differently. The members of the board and who is the chairman and such is all a political kind of dance. Now, I don't know if that's what's going on here, but when you had mentioned that this kind of mimics that kind of corporate structure, then yeah.
Yes, you are right. It's a political appointment. A political appointment under the supervision of the minister. As he operates in his own position, he will still liaise with the minister. If his budget have to be approved by the minister before they finally take it to the Senate rather. So yeah, to the Senate. So he operates under the supervision of the minister, but he, as the chairman, have members of the board as well that works under him. And those members might be maybe from the southwest, from the east, from some other maybe they will have one kind of name for them, maybe commissioner for road affairs or something like that. They will have one kind of name. But
I was expecting the Oluomo to be the representative of the NURT on that board. I was looking forward to it.
So they're gonna have other members that constitute that board, but him is the chairman of that board, heading the others member that will supervise in their own region and their other regions of the party. But he is the chairman who
will he have a budget and decision making?
Oh yes, yes.
So then that's beyond the capacity of a 24-year-old youth corper.
No,
a 24-year-old youth corper.
No, see, no. See, no.
I agree with that, Adewale. Yeah, not necessarily, and I'm sorry for interrupting, Adewale.
I disagree with it. It's the interest that is serving on that board. See, the fact that he had been an administrative assistant to Umai shows that he was probably.
Hold on. When was what are you even talking about? When was that? He graduated 2 years ago. He finished youth service just last year, and is the chairman of one of the most important parastatals in the country.
Well,
where has he accumulated the experience?
Let me try with one man first, and then you can get back at him. What I'm saying is, first of all, before we look at the exact pattern here, we have to at least first of all state that this thing is not impossible. There are certain people, maybe we don't see them as much, or we don't notice that kind of thing in Africa, that this type of, shall we say, administrative / political and on, which typically would require experience and such. There are some people whom are just outliers enough that they actually not only have the technical prowess, but also are able to operate systems and even perhaps build better, more efficient systems with regards to dealing with people and politics and so on and so forth, right? And budgets and whatnot. So A, it's possible. B, is also, we have to know the nature of this particular, because maybe it should tell you something about the running or what this particular government parastatal is. It might be the case that there's nothing special about the budget of that thing, and basically it's about basic civil engineering principles. I'm sure it's about the roads and such, right? And so on and so forth. That it's not super complicated.
Even with that, is it sufficiently rounded off enough? Would you say at 24?
No, I would not. I would definitely agree, but that then goes back to the whole question of the board and the position. When I say chairman of a board, I understand that the board typically, especially in the corporate analog, is a political kind of situation. Plus, the chairman doesn't necessarily mean, because the board typically is a voting body, right? And it doesn't necessarily mean that the chairman has any special kind of voting rights. And also, if he's smart, okay, and if the whole situation is smart, whoever appointed in there and all that, obviously we have handlers amongst those members of the board that are there to actually watch him, So I don't see that, it will be some kind of little king in there just making decisions. I don't that's less likely in my mind.
You remember the 1960s, 66, 65, when the military took over. How old were those military officers that took over the realm of affairs in Nigeria?
Can I come in?
How old were they?
Can I ask question?
They were early mid-30s.
Some of them were not even up to 30s.
No, most of them were I think the youngest was around about 32.
Okay, so what is the difference between 24 and 30?
It's a quantum difference between 24 and 32.
Okay, well.
Can I ask a question?
At 32, you would have cycled life at least once. You would have cycled life at least once.
Go ahead, Madam Sida.
What I'm saying is that for years now, Nigerians has been screaming that the young ones are not included.
God bless you.
But first time, it was a girl that was picked as a minister in the capacity, as a copper in the capacity of a minister. Nigerians went wide. At least this age he's speaking is the age that are actually the youths. I'm not talking about youth of 55 and the youth of 62. I think these are the people that should be included in the government because they have always been in the government. But because they are not holding some kind of positions, they throw it to Nigerians that they are not in any position, they are not included, because the people that work in government offices are youths. 80% of them are youths. Even in Aso Rock, they are youths. Young people, 20, 21, 30, 35, 38, 28. But still, they said they are not in the government. Now they have started putting them in the government, like manning them in top position. Nigerians are complaining. What do we want?
Yes, when they said they want young people, they didn't mean toddlers. This is effectively a toddler.
I don't think this is the matter of whether youth or not.
See, you
Just
already
the position is just too. I mean, the guy is not experienced enough for that position.
he's not
No,
experienced
see,
enough, but he has
see,
the task that was going
how
to
will you
carry out.
say?
He has not even done any of it, and we're already judging. Oh,
No, it's not.
we're even,
Come on, man.
Will you say?
I got.
He has
see,
not
He
done a
just
day's
finished
work
college. He
in
has
his
not gained experience in any field. I mean,
but
come on now.
Can I say
but how
something?
would you have know his competence if he's not tested? If he's
No,
something
no.
we
We're
are
talking
expecting?
about.
he finished NYSC last year. He finished
And
NYSC
so,
last year.
Yeah,
and so,
And
dude.
so,
From youth
see,
corps
you will say
to
somebody doesn't
We're,
have experience,
we're
but we
talking
you
about
know,
forget
something of
that
civil
there's what they
engineering.
call
I mean,
learning on the job.
roads.
please, you
You
know,
forget that
are
there's
you
something
saying
that is
that?
called learning on the job.
No,
learning
you have
on
to
the
have some
Then how will
experience in
somebody
that.
learning
with
on
You
the
have to have
job.
some
experience in the
engineering
rest and
experience,
didn't
civil
work?
engineering experience. For me,
Learning on the
for
job
that
to
kind
be
of,
the kind of
I
Is he
mean,
sorry.
doing it
road.
alone? Is he doing it alone?
If it's
Is he
going to
not
be
working with some
supervised,
people?
if it's going to be supervised, then it shouldn't be in the position.
No, it's not a question of supervising. This is actually the problem I had some time ago in our company when we were doing recruitment. They said the person doesn't have experience. But the questions the guy was asked, he didn't show any sign that he doesn't have experience. I said, but how would he have experience when you don't give him the job?
No. We're not saying experience. No. I think you're missing it. He has to have experience in the engineering field, civil engineering field, because road construction, that's civil engineering. He has to have that civil engineering
Oh my
experience.
God.
Yeah,
That's
but
what we are saying. If you
so
don't
what
have it, how
about?
would you know if they're doing? No. How if you
We've
get okay?
had
How would you know if they're doing quality road construction? All these kind of things. How will he know? Understand?
Oh, so
Mike.
you know go learn.
Quality
Mike,
management, all those things. How will he
You
know?
know
This
go
aspect,
learn.
Mike,
Mike,
actually, this
we've
aspect of civil
had
engineering is the
we've
least
had
complicated and so on.
Hold on.
No, it is.
Hold on. Let Ike go because it's not said in much.
Yeah, well, first of all, as the representative civil engineer here, this aspect of civil engineering, which, and by the way, I don't have one way or the other. It doesn't really. I was just asking. I was just letting one man know what is possible, or that at least we should be honest about what's possible, right? And it is definitely possible. And then also giving the arrangement, what Zita said about him not being alone, blah blah blah. And then you mentioned, yes, the position. Yes, that might be, that might cramp your style a little bit. That this 24-year-old has that position, but I don't really think there will be any danger. Maybe okay, so it doesn't look right, but this company Theranos that took $8 billion out of the market, right? That had Henry Kissinger and whatever in her board and had nothing to offer. The board looked stellar, right, and everything correct, but it was a complete scam. So, but the point is, civil engineering, especially this aspect, which is the road building and whatnot, is the least complicated and basically formulaic, has been done forever. Formularized. Quality control is a question of there's nothing complicated about that aspect. Of quote unquote civil engineering. It's not like data center construction, complicated, blah blah blah. So I'm not saying that it would be best, like, if I wouldn't hire somebody directly, like I would have him have worked somewhere before if I was doing a civil engineering job. But I don't really think this guy is really doing anything other than he's a political pawn for some situation, perhaps, which Adewale was referring to regarding the person that he had worked for before as an assistant. So it's just, I think it's ceremonial at the end of the day. But I'll shut up.
not that
It
ceremonial
is
to that extent,
Yeah,
though.
can I quickly
It's
interject, please?
it's
Sorry to barge in. Can I quickly interject?
go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I think I totally agree with the last speaker. It's just a chairman of a board, and they have a CEO. Although there's a political undertone in it at 24 years old, but in terms of academic qualification, he has it already.
What do you guys mean by CEO? Who is the CEO?
He's not
They
the
have a
CEO.
CEO, just a chairman board of director of the farmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a chairman. It's not the CEO.
More
It's
an
just a board of
advisory
director.
body, kind of.
It's just
It's
an
not
advisory.
advisory. It's a very active. It's a very big board that is very
I
active. They have
think
their own budget.
But his role
It's a
as a
very powerful
chairman,
position.
his role
when
as a
you talk
chairman is
about,
what I mean by
I
advisory.
agree with Angelica. When you talk
It's
about
a
government
very,
board,
very
it's
powerful
powerful, but it
position.
does
Very
not have a
powerful.
veto power. It doesn't have veto
They
power.
run their own budget. They run their
Yes.
own budget, though it might be under the supervisory of the minister. The only person that is responsible to is the minister.
No.
Other,
But they have a board. Any
no,
decision.
that's what I'm saying. He's the chairman of the board. Hold on. He is the chairman of the board.
Yes.
Right? He is the chairman of the board.
Yes.
And the activity of that board, it takes it to the minister. It's not responsible to
They
any
have
other
a
person.
CEO. What about the CEO?
The body is responsible for the maintenance of the federal road.
It's not like that.
Which CEOs? They don't have CEO in parastatals on this thing.
They have. Go and check it out.
The MD.
Where do you see CEO? CEO.
MD, not CEO. MD.
They have. They are. I think it's just a ceremonial with some kind of power, but that power is not so powerful that he has to control farmer or tell the people what to do.
What are you saying? Are you guessing? Are you guessing what you're guessing? Or are you telling us what you know?
Listen, I have an uncle who has been a chairman of Nigerian Wire and Cable before. Nigerian Wire and Cable is a chairman, and it's from him I got to know this. He was a former secretary to your state government before. It's from here I got all of these things because that time I'm pressurizing him that I want to be a training manager with him. And he said, he assured me no problem. But by the time we do the examination for this organization and everything, they didn't pick me. And I was furious with him. Why? You are the chairman. Why don't you just say your pen or your word is enough for me? He just said it does not run that way. That apart from that, we see for this examination, there should be somebody that will sit down. They cannot just pick anybody anyhow like that because of so many interests. So it's not what you think like that because the chairman of the board, then you just do whatever he likes. No. It's not done that way. It's totally different. So to me, you can have someone that does not have a work experience like that because it's just a recent graduate. And but you can but at the same time, let's give him a chance because you guys, sometimes I ask, what does Nigeria really want? You give them a older person, you give them a younger person, he's too young.
Remy?
Yeah.
Remy? He's actually a first class graduate student.
I know it's a first class, but I'm not even looking at that one. I'm looking at, I can question that, okay, it does not like.
No, I'm just saying that it's not just about going through the 4 walls of college.
Yeah, of course.
Just for sake of going to
have
college.
Work experience, but
he
at least
graduated with honor.
But it's major tally with engineering. I think it's about mechanical or something like that, or civil engineering. I'm not sure.
I can tell you what Nigerians don't want. Nigerians don't want a 24-year-old kid in charge of federal road maintenance. Nigerians don't want that.
It's not about.
But if he's 65 years old, they will also complain, right?
It's not even up to him. We're talking about the body. And it's not just
it's not only him.
Remember one man when Tinubu drafted one of the youngest student into that tax committee that was headed by this guy from is it KPMG? Once young lady like that from it was actually still a student. She's still in school. They complain. They complain about that girl. You know, they were dragging that little girl on Instagram, on every social platform, that Tinubu is not serious. Why bringing somebody who is still in school? What experience does she has and all that? You see, the mindset is that she's too young. Who says knowledge is reserved to one big-headed man like Baba Jale Koko? Who says?
One boy,
You see, yeah, God can deposit knowledge into the head of anyone, and that's why we said he got his advice from a madman. Okay, so I mean, being young doesn't mean it's not capable. Who knows? Maybe his new idea might be the best that we could have as now. So let's give him a chance. That's what I would say. We haven't seen him. Yeah, we cannot judge his competence and see whether he's up to the task or not.
Sorry, Remy, 1 second. Sorry, gentlemen, let me bail out. I have an appointment later in the morning, so let me bail out and hand over to Mike, acknowledging Alexander Gomez who comes in. That's Alexander Gomez again. And then Olatun Bosun or Oshunlete, so thank you, Bosun, and AB as well. The James Bond, the man with the golden gun, Ike Agame, he comes in big. So that's Ike Agame right there. And Ayo, of course, he holds usually an AK-47 to the space. And here he is rattling off a volley. That's Ayo again, and Ayo again, and Ayo still again. So, and still Ayo again. So Tim Ajek, who was a roughed up on a different platform, he comes here for soccer. And Kulata, oftentimes when it's not on the screen, communicates via super chat. So there he is. For the first time, he joins in David Tunde Abbas. Thank you, David. And that's how they are speaking to my appearance on a different platform earlier on in the day. So Oliver, I keep them coming still. But under now the able guidance of Mike, who is almost certainly going to rough you up. But there it is. Over to you, Mike. See you guys tomorrow, and thank you.
Thank you, woman.
Just as I was saying, I think the issue here is that you might not even hear from the guy in the next 4 years. First, he's not a CEO, he's not a minister, just a chairman of the board, and probably maybe some contract they have to deliberate on it. So I can see as a form of compensation for his father on the role he played. But the guy academically really qualified for the position. And I think it's high time that Nigerians sometimes should give people a chance. Because sometimes they will appoint at 60 years, you say it's too old, 45 years, you say does not have experience, and 24 now, you say it's a toddler, one man's word. So sometimes I wonder what you guys really want. Let's give him a chance and let's see what will happen. At least your first president, your first head of state, Gowan, how old was he? He was just about 30 years old. Even Obasanjo, how old were they when they became the first time they became the head of state? They were just under 30s, or maybe a little bit above 30.
Boy, let's be a disaster now.
Of course, it's a disaster because it's a military rule. They are not trained to be a president.
Exactly. So, what is
but
the
he
point
doesn't
you're
have
making?
absolute power. So we're talking about somebody who is going to be saddled with just maintaining, and at the same time, he's responsible to others in that body. So it's not just him and his voice only. To me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter whether he's a teenager, or as long as he's able up to task. That's what I'm after, and he's doing the job. That's what I'm after. Dave Umai must have seen something good in him to have been, because the fact that he's connected to Dave Umai one way or the other shows that he probably is representing something, maybe through the Umai as the Minister of Works and Housing, or his father, him being a politician. Actually, his father is actually heading another agency under federal government. That's what I read, but I'm not so sure.
Apart from that, David Umai is playing a politics of the future. I've told you already.
Oh yes, yes,
Vice president.
and that is if his kinsman were his woman.
So if you are smart enough, like Emeka always said, you start playing your politics now instead of all this irrelevancy you are taking about.
And it's really poised to make a mark in that ministry.
Yeah. So they are positioning him very well, and if it can, see to our road to about 60 or 70%, and if they started this concrete road all over the country, like it happens all over the rest of the world, then we can see some visible. What I just want to see is that I think the National Assembly should make a new law that all roads within a state belong to you. No more federal road within a state. It is only
It's not going
any
to be
road
possible.
is possible. Why not?
No, you
Because
can't do it. That would be too
there's
much of.
corruption.
No.
No, what I'm trying to say, let me what I'm trying to say is this: any road from any of your city that lead to neighboring city to another state, then that should be federal road. But any road within your own state, that I've seen some road in Ibadan that they will tell you, no, we do not do it because it's a federal road. Come on.
And that is the way it works now.
No, I want it to be changed. I want any road within that state itself. Any road, you cannot tell me road from, let me give you an example, if you know about it very well. If you are coming from JLN to Akpata, from Akpata, that road leads all the way to Abeokuta. So people will now be telling you road from JLN to Akpata to Nigerian Wire and Cable belongs to federal government. It's a road within a state, inside the state itself. And then the government said they won't touch it because it's a federal road. That is nonsense. Sorry for my language. I think that kind of road should be just within a state, and the state government should just handle it by themselves. But because if we are talking about federal road, yeah, there are so many federal roads in Lagos State where Lagos State is taking care of it. So I don't want a situation whereby you say, okay, I will repair this road and I'll go and collect my money from federal government. It's corruption, it's cheating. State road within a state belong to that state. Fix your road by yourself. Any road that leads, or any highway that leads to another city or another place within different state, then federal government should handle it. Then there is clear line of authority and clear line of duty.
So,
by the way,
suggesting is that all the federal road, even within the state, should be converted to state-owned road.
Exactly. Why we talk about devolution of power? The more you talk about devolution of power, resource control, give them more job to also do, so that if they make this money, they will use it very well. Not at the same time pocketing the money and siphoning it.
And then they have to give them handing over more ability to them.
I mean, if you are given more money, the responsibility has to follow too.
That's right.
You see, the problem is the fact that everything is concentrated or shifted to the federal government. Even if somebody cannot pass gas, it's federal government. Whereas states and the local government are rendered useless, especially local government. I listened to yesterday's show where I think it was you or somebody mentioned about Ogun State was lambasting that governor, that it was wasn't doing anything, and I was cracking up.
Jide.
No, okay, it was Jide, yes. Oh, Jide, right. I was listening to him. Man, Ogun State governor, the guy needs to redeem his image. This second time, we know that his governors don't usually, or anyone in the public office doesn't usually use it for. They use it for, to establish their dominance and all that. They don't usually, administrative work is usually suffer at the second because they have nothing to lose. They're on their way out. But if that is the case, the man is a failure. I mean, when that man showed the one quarter of a bag of rice, I think that was the one that he displayed. Bishop said that probably might be a propaganda that how could the state government send a quarter of a bag to a AOS state and all that. You'll be surprised or shocked that some of these political sycophants around the authority, around the governor, they could do, after all, they would do it and nobody will say a word, right? So it is possible. I won't be surprised if that is the case. I thought it was a cheap shot that someone like him was scheming or doing something just to embarrass the governor. Is he only Dapo Abiodun? He's becoming more lazy and lazy by the day. This is his 50 years in that position. Bishop actually said it. You remember when Babajide Kuku, if you remember when the palliative was introduced and the government proposed that 8,000, and Bishop was like, no, they shouldn't give the state governors. That money would not enter into the hands of the right people. You remember Babajide Kuku?
Yeah.
Bishop was right. It was. I remember on this show that particular night, he was saying no, that the federal government should not release that money to the state government. That the money won't get to the hands of those who actually needed it the more. And we're saying, well, being the fact that they are the one closer to the people, not the local government now, that it will be best for them to undo that palliative distribution and all that. Not knowing that some of them were going to divert. Well, we all thought they would do that anyway, but it's just it's sickening to see this happening in Nigeria. I think the federal government should have handled it in a different way. But as at the time that it was proposed, there was no minister of humanitarian or sort of stuff. Anyway, that is that about that space. I think I was on a different platform. They were talking about the absence of Tinubu, that he has been uh, in hiding for a very long time, that he is sick, and you know, God will forgive some people. I was listening and watching that show, and they're talking about the fact that he has not been seen in public for a very long time. However, I read it not quite long ago that Tinubu is going to conduct Federal Executive Council meeting tomorrow. Is it today? Okay, today now. And the new minister, the newly approved minister, will be sworn in, and some other board of parastatals and all that will be sworn in. And Tinubu is going to be there, since they've not had any Federal Executive Council since the inauguration. So this is going to be the second one.
I think people does not know Tinubu the way he works. According to what I learned, he has his own kitchen cabinet. That is why he appointed some people as coordinating ministers. They are little, they are small, and then he has a special advisor, policy coordination or coordinator. So they are checking them, the work they are doing. At the end of the day, everybody will have a KPI, key performance index. It is that they will use if you are going to be related or booted out, or they should sack you or fire you. So, so at the end of the day, I don't see any big deal in him having a Federal Executive Council. What are they going to be discussing? Repetition every time. Go outside there, go and work. And if you don't work, if you are sad, that's your own cup of tea. I was listening to the governor of Lagos, Osun State, the other time, talking about palliative, because they are accusing him does not do the right thing. And they said, we only received just 2 billion, just 2 billion. And apart from that 2 billion, federal government also give them another 7 billion. They call it infrastructure support fund. Total 9 billion. They sat on it. Nothing is going on in Osun State. Palliative have not been distributed up to this moment.
Oh.
Now you see what we are talking about. And those people in that state, they voted out of hatred.
In Osun State, right?
Yes, Osun State. He cornered the money and they will share it among his family and his crony and give little to them. They just enter one chance just like that, only because of policy of hatred.
Do you know that guy doesn't even live in Nigeria? The current governor of Osun State.
I don't even know.
No,
he will live in Nigeria, but he might not stay in every weekend. Maybe on Friday, maybe go to Lagos.
My brother, I know somebody. I have that person's number right now. I can speed that number. Who is now an assistant to him? All right, administrative assistant. They were all together in Atlanta. He lives in Atlanta, Georgia. He doesn't live in Nigeria. It was when he was contesting or when he was called to replace his brother in National Assembly that he now partially relocated to Nigeria. He wasn't living in Nigeria.
Oh, yeah. We know that one. We know that he does not live in Nigeria initially.
Up to today, he still doesn't live in Nigeria. Well, because now
he might be jumping all around the world because that guy will just leave the governor to his commissioner and his brother.
I was expecting that that will be brought out during the election period and all that, but nobody ever talked about it.
Anybody that said it at that time, the Osun people already fixated that no, we are going to put anything connected to Tinubu. We don't want Tinubu to rule us. It's just a point of hatred. That guy is his cousin. Blah,
and
blah,
that
blah,
state
blah.
will suffer. Well,
they are already suffering now. They will suffer to death.
How Tinubu won't be like Obasanjo and Buhari, but that state will suffer because if you are not connected to the party at the center,
nothing will come now.
Not except for for where I haven't seen Adeleke visiting Tinubu alone since the Tinubu
You know,
thing.
just recently, for the past 1 month now, you know, that Ajibola Bashiru is now the secretary to the APC. I think he's trying to contest for the next governorship of that state. Come and see the way they are criticizing him. They don't let him even rest. They are dishing out a lot of money. They are the one exposing all the money they have been collecting from federal government. If I did not, you guys, you will not know that apart from the 2 billion, they also give them 7 billion for social support fund. You don't know this. This amount to 9 billion. And he himself, as the governor, confessed that truly they received that money. But he's not trying to say, how much is 9 billion? 9 billion is not up to 20% of what Osun State is spending on it.
Belong to him.
How much does Osun have? Osun people have money.
It's a civil service state.
So, like I always said, the major problem of our country are the governor themselves, not even the presidency. Everybody
Because
just
they gained that power after 2007 when the governor was made president.
Yes.
Before
and
then,
apart from that, it is Atiku. When Atiku was vice president to Obasanjo, he played a very smart politics by
dirty politics actually.
Dirty politics.
He himself was an elected president.
Yes, he was an elected governor, and then they pick him as a vice president, and then so he gathered all the governors around himself, and he was able to have a way with them. If not because this Baba also dobale for him. He say yes, I don't know how far it's true, but he truly dobale. If not, Obasanjo wouldn't have got his second term. So you can see what you do in the past can bite you in the future.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So I know he will never become Nigerian president. I've looked at Nigerian antecedents. It's very, very difficult for you as a vice president to come around again and want to become president. So when Omar was there, Shetima, forget it. They will tell him 8 years is not good for you as a vice president.
Well,
so many people
is going to contest. Shetima is in his 50s. What are you talking about? It's going to
contest. What I'm trying to tell you is that when you look at Nigerian political terrain, it's always very difficult if you're a vice president to come out and say you want to become president. He can contest, but if he contests, he will not win. Especially if PDP can pick up a very good northern candidate. Go and write
Kashim Shettima.
Kashim Shettima. If he contests,
he's not going to be sleeping for the next 4-8 years too. He too will.
Yes, but I don't think, if I look at it very well, if Tinubu rule for 8 years, I don't think Tinubu will give it to him. They will find a very younger, smarter, and neutral person. You know Tinubu way of politics. It's not going to give it to him. It will be somebody that you don't even know. Possible. But it's going to be another.
Shettima is a very smart guy, yo.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's good. It's good. It's a good material.
What he just need to do is to play his politics well. Still stable, no conflict with the president, and then work among the Yorubas very well.
Oh yeah.
And not only Yorubas, so all over the country. To become president of that country.
What I mean, work among Yoruba very well. You know, if he can pin down some political aid of Tinubu, like Gbajami Amila and some other strong follower in the position of leadership, those are the ones that we tell Tinubu, look, Baba, no, if you work well among the leadership of the world, not that's the end of the game.
Of course not. The government want person prosper. If they are repairing the road, fixing a lot of problems, things are.
You see, from his own region, it's not going to happen. From northeast, it's not going to be a problem there. But
northwest is the problem.
Yeah.
Northwest.
Yeah.
But luckily for them, luckily for him, the next after Tinubu 8 years, the presidency have to go to northeast. Northwest cannot be having it every time. They have their own share. Okay, just like the southwest, we have to relax, chill out for the next 16 years or 18 years. I don't know. So they have a good chance for presidency to come from their angle. They need to play their politics very well. He also have to be everywhere in Nigeria, seeing to project completion, even overdoing his job self, so that you can see that the policy are being implemented very well. Not just sit down and send in some heads to do some work for you. Because things are changing in Nigeria too. People are getting more politically aware. As the literacy level is also increasing, people are asking for more. They want to know everything. So even in the next 4 or 8 years, it's very difficult for you as a governor if they started to develop power and resource control. So if you don't have a good plan as a governor, don't just go there. It's a hell of a job. It's a job that will affect your health self. So
You
if
mean
you don't have a
governorship?
plan, just sit down in your home and continue to do your business. It's not a job like people just thought that it's so easy. You won't sleep. They will call you middle of the night. By 7 a.m. They will call you. You are having series of meetings day and night, day and night. That is why people get old easily in that kind of job. No enough sleep, not so
When you are
many.
not Sanwo-Olu.
Yes.
Look at Sanwo-Olu now.
It's already
With the
old.
metro and all that. There's, when you're a governor of Lagos State, you can't hide.
Yes, now.
You can't. When somebody say, well, Lagos State is very small. What about the influx of people migrating from the rural to urban city every day? So that's how you measure the work of a governor in a state like Lagos State. Because it's very, very assiduous, that task. Being the governor of a big city like Lagos, every day people migrate from Kano, southeast, south, everywhere to Lagos. Because of people want to
Remy,
make money.
Remy, what do you mean by the Southwest will not get the presidency for another how many years? You say 30, 16. How many years did you say?
Yes, I said in the next 16 years we should just forget it. Okay, after Tinubu 8 years.
You mean 16 years after Tinubu's 8 years?
Yes, we should forget it. Why
So
not?
people like Showore are in line. So they are just standing. They are just in line for nothing, Abi.
Showore, if Showore is serious enough, let's say the truth.
Not just him, but I'm saying all those Southwest guys that have ambition to be president. You think they are just standing there?
I am not killing their ambition, but the way it's fashioned out, after 8 years of Southeast, do you want it to come back again to Southwest again?
Southeast? What do you mean Southeast?
No, not East. I want to say Northeast. Sorry, Northeast. After 8 years of Tinubu and another 8 years of Northeast, then it should come back to Southwest. It should go to South now or Southeast. Anyone of them.
He should. Yes, this guy, you. He's coming to the south again. Whoever is the. Whoever see, but that time Nigerians, we are moving on from all these.
Okay. At that particular moment, if Nigeria get to that stage that they can choose anybody from anybody anywhere in the country, it's good for the country.
Even by the end of
I don't see that.
You know, it was almost the case in this election, sir, because Atiku could have won this election. If Obi didn't run, Atiku would be the president right now.
Yes, but but it's not easy as what you thought. Also, because people
what do you mean?
Let me give you my own analysis. People have been saying that even if Atiku, Obi did not run, Atiku would have won land. I don't believe that.
What do you mean?
I will give you why I don't believe that. It will be even more easier for Tinubu to even win than Atiku. First, let me break it down for you. It's going to be between Atiku and Tinubu. We know that if Buhari is not playing politics of the way they are playing their politics, if they truly belong to their party and they want to support their party as the ruling party, and if Wike is also angry with PDP and is also going to support Tinubu, that also guarantees that some people in the Southeast might also vote for Tinubu instead of voting for Tinubu. So let me break it down. Politics just has interest.
They will not vote for him. They will vote for Atiku.
But he will not get that 5% is getting. He will get more than that, I'm sure.
He will not get 5%. They will vote
get
for
more than 5%.
Remy, do you know that they are already singing about we nowhere even before you decide to run?
They will not get 5% in any state in the Southwest.
But there is no guarantee.
They will vote,
and there will be and they will get a soaking breast. I mean, I said breast.
And let me tell you,
soaking bread.
What will have played out is this. Okay, they will look at it. What is going to be their benefit if Tinubu be president? Nothing. But they have their own son or someone from their extraction as the vice president, and if they can win, if we can deliver Southeast, that will put them further in the national limelight, so that they will use that to negotiate for position. So because they know that Tinubu, voting for Tinubu is voting for is as well as voting for Buhari, voting for North.
Which was a Muslim ticket for one.
Yeah, Muslim ticket. No, they will not
And
vote.
Atiku would have picked a southeastern candidate for sure.
Right,
As
yeah,
I mean, for a vice president.
yeah, vice president. So you think they will go and vote? Tinubu the more 2%. You just tell 2%.
So Echo analyze it then. Ethic some PDP also have a rotational, what do you call it, in their own constitution. A lot of people are hungry with the article. You guys don't know.
No, we're just saying if they didn't, forget that hungry thing. If Obi didn't run, if Obi would have said, okay, let's just run.
If Obi didn't run, it would be article just have a
What we are saying is, if they didn't have that, issue among them, maybe they just.
I think it's just a slim edge. It's not totally that we just overrun him totally like that. Just a slim edge.
He would have won. That's a fact. Just accept it, man.
The reason Timoshima accept it, the reason that I will accept is because of the way Buhari played that politics. If he is truly a party man and supported his party, I mean, he accept. But the way he played that politics with Emefiele at the tail end of that election, of course, they already gave it
exactly. So that may also be the case in the future. So we are telling you that it's not this rotation thing. It's not guaranteed again. It's just not something that's, for sure. Like in the future, don't be shocked. Like same region my root twice in a row. And the way Southeast is even the way they play politics, if they continue this way, I don't think they will ever rule that country, man. I just don't see them ever winning an election. Whereby you want to campaign, all you are doing is insulting everybody. How can you win an election that way? It's just impossible. There's no way you can insult somebody to vote for you. It's not possible, man. Even if it's rightly your right, your time where everything favorable for you to be the president. The fact that you insult somebody, that person will not vote for you. That's just a fact.
You know what is happening? What is going on? It's because of the candidate. That Obi is a selfish person. I'm sorry to say that.
Well, it's not Obi that told them to go and be behaving like that. They just started campaigning
like that. Same plan. He knows everything. Don't let us pretend here. He knows everything. He knows they are abusing people. Why does he want to keep that base? His own policy is that if I can't have it, then non-son of Igbo, since I'm living, would never become president. That is the game he's playing. Because if truly you are a good sportsman, you will see that, okay, if I lose now, let me build on what I have. I don't need to make the country burning hell. Let me continue to be so. I need people all over the country to vote for me. But it's not looking at it. It continues to do this tribal politics. What do you call it?
I'll be honest with you, Remy. I think Obi was kind of like following rather than his followers following him. He was the one following his followers. That's what I saw.
I don't want to believe that because Obi
do you agree with me on that?
You know what? Obi came out as somebody that is simple, naive. I don't know what is a lie. This kind of people are the snake.
I get that part. But what I'm trying to tell you is that every move Obi has been making, including all these going to courts, he's just doing what his followers want. That's what he's been doing. Like he's kind of like playing along with his followers.
This kind of people are deadly and dangerous.
Yeah, they are very those kind of human beings. Yeah, it's not real. It's not a real person. It's not a real.
I don't know what he's doing. He's trying to like, if I cannot have it, then a non-Igbo persons until he die will ever become the president of the country, and he has succeeded in doing that.
Yeah, I think it's typical of the mentality of people from that side. It's all about me.
In the next 4 years, a lot of people, even in the Southwest, will not vote for him again. They have seen everything now. Even in the North Central, they won't vote for him from the church or whatever.
Yeah, the guy really he messed it up for his people, to be honest.
He messed it up. Just mess it up for them.
I mean, it's not only him. I mean, the politicians from that region. I mean, the leadership from that region. They are messing things up for their people,
Yeah,
man.
for some of the pressure from there, instead of them to speak out, they kept mute. They won't talk. That is rubbish. And at the same time, you are the luckiest Nigerian. Somebody said something that even shocked me. The first ceremonial president, or the first president of Nigeria, is from the southeast. The first head of state is from the southeast. Senate president, House of Rep, so many ministers, both that small minority out of all the three major ones, they have gotten everything they want. The only thing they have not have is the new president in this new dispensation from 1999, which they are craving for. They can get it if they play their game very well. One thing I know is that in Nigeria, if you want to be a president, then you have to have 5 solid regions behind you. And then you have to play your politics ahead, not 1 year, 2 years. The reason why he was able to get this vote is because PDP shortchanged them. So it was a revenge vote against PDP. It's a revenge vote against PDP, and that's why all these people voted for him. And then there was a lot of people that Buhari did not also rule very well.
Remy, what are you talking about? You are saying all the vote for Obi was the revenge vote against PDP. What the hell is that?
What I'm trying to say is that the people from the southeast is because PDP supposed to give them that presidential slot. They didn't give it to them.
No, you said the vote for Obi is a revenge vote
I'm
against
trying to
PDP.
say a revenge vote against PDP, so that's why they voted for their son en masse in that place.
So if it wasn't a revenge, what are you talking about? It's not a revenge vote, it's just a vote for their son.
Maybe my adjective is not what I'm supposed to use, but you understand what I'm trying to say.
You can't tell me that the reason. No, it sounds like you're saying the reason they vote for Obi is because they wanted to punish PDP. No, they were going to vote for Obi anyhow.
Part of it. It's part of it also now.
I don't think so.
Them very well.
Whether it's not a punish, they were going to vote for Obi regardless. It's their son.
I know, but don't you think why they were voting for Obi, they are also punishing their people that way? Because if everything is right, maybe Obi would have been another vice president, and they would have voted for both of them. But Obi came out, and PDP and from one Fulani man, another Fulani man want to get it again. Of course, people will revolt. So,
I'll be honest, I have to give it to the Southwest, man. When it comes to politics, because that's the only region in the South that's giving the North a run for their money in politics. Because if it's Southwest was like politically unsavvy, like the South and Southeast, the North will just they will continue to rule that country. Like they'll be the one winning election every term.
Yeah, they will continue.
They will just be winning. Just like I gave an example, if think about even if Tinubu, imagine if Tinubu didn't build himself politically. I mean, right now it would have been a Northerner winning again because
of course
they are the one that have been playing the best politics so far. The rest of us, the South, are just been.
With him spending money, time, and everything going to the North, at the end of the day, he only won 3 states in the most top northern state. I'm talking about Northeast and Northwest. Only 3. I mean,
imagine if they didn't put in all the work. Like the Northern would just be winning every election.
I now understand that God always reward hardworking people. This guy continued to work out, flying from one city to another, even went to this terrorist place in Borno State at night to campaign there. Even went to the Rivers Baramatu Kingdom. Even went there. So it continued to work hard, and people are just talking about. They are looking for frivolities. It is not well, it's not strong, it's unhealthy, he has corruption. Come on, and this guy continued to put in the work, And when God now rewards him, you are talking about another certificate again. So and you be when you want to contest, you are just you are going to where your people are. You are looking for where your people are. You are going to the market where your people are traders that you are campaigning there. So actually, it does not even if not because of the Southeast that gave him that 6 million vote. Remove all the Southeast vote. How much is the vote that remains?
Maybe very soon they'll be asking how many times him and his wife slept together.
Of course not. They will ask him.
They
will even be telling him that they are not sure he's the husband of Remi Tinubu. maybe they clone another woman for him. Now look at what happened after attack on Atiku and Obi about their certificate. I was telling Ola here that and Simba that I'm sure Obi will not respond. He won't say nothing. 48 hours already passed. So Oga Simba, are you there?
After what? What was that? After Kini?
After his word conference, after they accused him that his certificate is not right, his name is this, is this, that Labour Party. That guy came out, accused him of so many stuff about his discriminating in his certificate. And people were saying that he will make a conference. Obi will come out in the next 24 hours. In the next 48 hours, I said, forget it, he won't do that. He won't say
The guy is not smart, man. That he's doing, honestly, I would prefer him continue to do what he's doing, continue to embarrass himself, because the more he continue to do it, the less chance, the more he's killing his chance for the next election. Because the guy, I told people, I say Kwankwaso is more intelligent, because Kwankwaso, people like that, they ran the laws and they ran that they're preparing for the next time. You understand? They are putting things in place. They are strategizing for the next time. But this guy is wasting his, and he would waste the entire 4 years chasing rubbish. Next thing you know, election season will come. They will now start. Oh, that's when you now remember, like, oh wow, 2027 is it's already here. Now you spend the entire 2024, 2025, 2026 talking about Tinubu certificate and rubbish. The same way they spend 7 years talking about the entire region, spent 7 years doing Biafra, talking about Buhari's Jubril. Instead of them to be campaigning for their region to be the next president, they spend the entire time doing Jubril from Sudan, Biafra.
accusing people,
I
insulting
mean, I'm
them.
like, don't these people think? Are you telling me that it didn't occur to them that the next president is supposed to shift to the southeast? I mean,
They don't
I
know.
mean, the entire time I was thinking that thing. I even had a conversation with somebody like, come, the Southwest rule, Obasanjo rule, Yar'Adua rule, Jonathan rule, South, and then what do you call it? Now, Buhari is ruling. Now it's coming back to the South. This is opportunity for the Southeast too. But the entire time Buhari was in office, instead of them to be thinking, these things, Samatono, they were not do, they were doing something else, doing things that don't make sense. Busy doing
Mike,
Biafra.
how are you? Yeah, good evening, everyone. As Obi came out with his world conference.
No, it won't come out. I told you guys that day.
Really? Are you sure?
You are the one insisting, and Simba and the rest say, hey,
No, this guy is a nonsense guy. But he can jump on everything that is happening in Nigeria. If Mama Ilewedu fall down in Ibadan, he will talk about it.
You talk. I mean, we go there and say we go there and do photo hops with them.
This guy is we really dodge bullets with this guy. This guy is I don't want to, the word that wants to come out of me, I don't want to say it. Why can't he grant a press conference going to 48 hours now? The guy was just asking questions.
Thomas,
he should come and answer the question.
And his supporter will tell you that Tinubu did not come out to also make a conference of this question. That is what they will have on. So don't expect him to come out. I know he won't come out. The kind of politics.
But Tinubu is not the man of integrity. As they claim, the obedient. Obi is a man of integrity. Why can't he come out and answer all these questions? The guy mentioned names, many names. And his brother deal with drugs, money, everything. It should come out now. If he claims he's a man of integrity.
That's the tip of iceberg. Don't you think that APC have a lot of goodwill on him? By the right time, they start to release it. People will hate this man, okay? I think after the Supreme Court judge is to just accept and just go and lie low. If you just continue to dish out the necessary things, they will. I don't want to start. Are you driving?
I mean, Thomas, mute yourself. I mean, mute Thomas. It's this thing is loud.
Thomas, remove yourself now. Gbogbo ariwo mọ́tò ẹ̀ là ń gbọ́.
Ó ti mú ó ti lọ ẹ̀.
Àbá olówó ìkẹngà. Olówó igbó.
Olówó igbó tí ò lè lọ contest in Nigeria, owó ẹ̀ ló máa gbà tán.
Olówó ìkẹngà.
Wọ́n burú nínú yẹn.
So after this generation of politicians, after they are gone, so are the people we can see that are in line now. The way I see people like heavyweight that I see that will take over from the generation of Atiku,
Rufai son. This
Rufai
new
son.
guy, yeah, this new guy in Farmer. These are the new cross of politicians that are coming up. They are taking over.
So in the north, okay, let's see who's in the north. Yaya Bello might struggle because it's not from the core north. Well, it will be another weight. It will be another weight.
He can speak Hausa now.
No, it's not so powerful like that.
No, I'm saying I'm not. You don't hear what I'm saying. I'm saying like when the next generation of guys that will take over the same way the likes of Tinubu and Atiku they took over from the Obasanjos and
Yes.
I'm saying like of course when this generation go on, a new set of guys will come in and come and take over. Because these guys are going to be old very soon.
In the Southwest, I'm looking at if this guy can play his politics very well. There are two guys and they are young.
Who?
I'm talking about Ojo and Boson Ayen. If these two guys are smart enough, they will
national politics.
Yes, they will seize this opportunity to play their national. If they have ambition,
what have they proven?
Now they are minister. They should work out and let
no,
people feel.
No, until they prove it. Right now,
that's what I'm saying.
But we have to see people that have shown something so far that we've seen.
If you are talking about, are you talking about in the near future or in the immediate 8 years or 4 years? Which one are you talking about?
The next 10 years, the Tinubu's, Atikus, they are done. Trust me. These guys will be in their 80s or 90s. They are gone.
You know that
even the Ganduje, all those guys, they'll be very old, man. I'm telling you.
Oh, you can see the northern part. They have started choosing their younger generation. You look
they know how to do their own thing. They already got the Zulum in place.
This boy now, as chairman of the board of FEMA, they started pushing them inside, little by little. This is politics of in the next 10, 15 years. They know what they are doing.
Atiku's son is
no, forget.
Commissioner or special advisor to the governor of a state.
Those one, it's very difficult for Atiku or his siblings to be.
Don't say that though. Those will be very difficult.
The way it's going to work is going to go by like your pedigree, what you've done. I think that's what we play the best. The most.
I think Atiku is preparing himself to be governor of that state, and that is from there he can catapult to after the governorship, and then he can
governor.
Mo believe after governor that woman that contend with the present governor, the election was very competitive.
Against one. There was one Mama Taraba. You forget about that one too.
No, that one is not as that. This particular woman, actually, people.
This woman did not even win. She don't win.
Yeah,
but what happened before the general election now? No, the first general election that was conducted, she believed she won the election before the runoff.
But the runoff,
they canceled it and decided to go second round.
Yeah, the runoff.
So she believed she was robbed first time. That was the reason why the NEC could not conclude that election. So I think that was what prompted that INEC official to have gone to announce. Because I guess they were already seeing the handwriting on the wall. That was the reason why that man decided to make that announcement, even though it was illegal. But that woman is still young too.
Yes, in the next 4 years, it is that woman against PDP candidate. That
Well,
is it.
it depends on what PDP
No, I learned that
the governor,
that
the current
deputy
governor,
governor, the
according to
woman, if they
what
can push that woman ahead, then then that is woman to woman.
you know that this guy Ribadu, that guy from the north that always come here to talk, to engage with us in a conversation. He said that that governor, that PDP governor, is performing good.
What would you expect him to say?
That's what he said. He said it's
The Northerners are actually agitating or protesting. You see, they are kind of very passive, kind of.
so
They are passive. Only 2 or 3 states in the north, Sokoto, Kaduna, Kano. This is where you can see that big opposition competition. Look at Jigawa now, or look at Yobe. I was watching a capital city of Yobe. Oh my God, come and see their road. Their road was beautiful. Everything was well organized, but no people. People are not going there. And these are they said they need people to come there. It's banker there, everything are there. Come and start your business there. But Nigeria won't go there. Opportunity are plenty also there.
I mean, most people don't understand that in the north, there are a lot of development going on.
Insecurity is the problem there.
Insecurity was in your bill. Insecurity in Bell.
Insecurity not. So
It's not so hard like that, Baba. Share insecurity, you're just there. Insecurity knows in bed. I want to become one. There are some people in the north that it's good to live, but people don't always.
That was in the past. It's not like the way it used to be in the past. It's different now. Totally different. Look, that country leadership have failed that country in the areas of security. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Many local government, state by state, there are under the control of the banditry
especially in the northwest.
Yes, in the north. Yes, so
it's okay. The northwest is the problem now.
Even north central, the Benue, you know how many days they are killing? They are killing them in that state.
I think it's a communal clash between the.
It's not communal. It's not communal. It's not communal clash. It's a deliberate incursion, attack, and maiming, killing, taking of land. That is what is behind it. It's not the clash. No.
You know that for the last 1.5 months, there is a battalion or whatever there, and I think things are improving there. And even in Zamfara, for the first time in 10 years, they have a bumper harvest this year because there's a presence of Nigerian soldiers there now. People can go to their farmland.
No, people cannot go to their farm. Zamfara.
People, they were rejoicing for the first time. They were rejoicing.
No, don't let them deceive. Zamfara is the worst among them all. Many, like 2/3 of the state is under the control of banditry.
Up to now,
yes. It's even getting worse.
Okay. I think what I can see is that there is a relative peace in some states in the northern part, especially when you look at northeast. There's some relative peace there, and that's why we see a lot of infrastructure development from Borno and the rest of the state there. Northwest has a problem of banditry, and I think with time it will also be nipped on the bud. In the southwest, it is all about kidnapping and abduction and rituals. Abduction, kidnapping, and rituals. That is what we have in the southwest, and of course, with the traditional, our people are also good in 419. Let's say the truth.
419.
They are good about it. They are also.
You'll be surprised to see Edo people doing Yahoo too now.
I'm not saying they are not doing. I'm telling you that Yoruba people are also known to be doing Yahoo, all this 419 internet scam. They're also good at it. Okay, let's say the truth. So that is our own problem. But what I'm praying for is that Tinubu will quicken us so that every state have your state police, and then try to a little bit of resource control, gradual resource control. Even if you are going to use 10 or 20% of their resources today, let them have it. Let them have their own state police. Even you as a president, you give a sign of relief. Go and deal with all the insecurity in your state by yourself. Not that everything must come from the federal government. When they have their own state police, let's see what they are going to do. Everybody will buckle up and do the rightful thing to do. It's high time we have the state police, especially and yeah, most of them have the money to have state police. Even if you don't have, you can recruit 100 people to be your state police for a start. It's not bad. At least it's also a way of creating employment for our teeming youth. So if they start salary with about 100 or 150,000 per month for them, even at 150,000 for a family of 3 in Nigeria, and if the wife also supports with 80 or 100,000, that's 250,000. They will live a decent life with only son. I'm not talking about having 4 or 5 children. No, I'm just talking about a husband, wife, and 1 child. I think they'll be fine with that kind of money. With 250,000 for family of 3, they'll be fine. They can live in a rented apartment and they can eat good food and send their kids to good school. But if they are thinking about having 4 or 5 children, no, it's not going to work.
Anybody in the studio? Everybody's quiet.
I'm still here, but when people keep that, I don't know what's going on.
No, I think Adewale had the floor now. Continue now.
Okay, Adewale.
Once you are Jack, you floor to go to
rant on, rant. Continue to rant.
Yeah, I want to share this story with you that is funny. I want to share a story that is funny, and I want your perspective about this story. It's really very interesting. There was a guy. He staying abroad. I mean, in Canada for like 7 or 8 years, and he has a girlfriend, a proposed girlfriend. That when he come back, they're going to get married. So he went back to Nigeria like 10 months ago, and he lodged in an hotel in Amuwo Odofin with his so-called girlfriend. But unfortunately, the brother of that girlfriend found himself in a crime, and the police found a gun with him because they are court gang or something like that with his other friend. So that way, on the way that this girlfriend wants to get a release for his brother, so the police are asking money from them. So the brother now said his sister have a boyfriend who stays in abroad and is very rich. To cut the long story short, they started interrogating the girl about this guy. Unfortunately, the guy was also in Nigeria at that particular time. So when they got to the guy at the hotel, they arrested him. EFCC came, everybody came. To cut the long story short, is 2 houses in Nigeria, one a duplex, another one maybe 4 flats or something like that. And they also collected about 12 million naira from him. His house was seized. He was detained in the Nigerian police for about 4 or 5 months. Unfortunately for him, his resident permit runs out at that particular moment. So by the time they release him, he has nothing. Then he has 2 plots of land that remain. And these 2 plots of land is in care of the girlfriend. Now he's asking the girlfriend, go and bring the paper of the land. At least if I sell this one, I can readjust myself. The girl cannot provide the paper again. So now they brought themselves to the public there that what the girl started begging the guy for forgiveness, that he's suffering. The guy said he's suffering. So you are suffering for what? We don't know. The guy now said, what I just want you to do is give me the document for my 2 plots of land. So that is the story for the time being, for now.
So why is he entrusting vital information in the hand of a girlfriend?
We men, sometimes when we are in love, we are beclouded and
that is stupidity.
This is my future wife.
Future.
So he lost everything.
Future wife. That is.
Yeah, that is what he said. He entrusted everything that I'm coming back. We are going to get married. We already have a house. We have everything. We are collecting rent. We are doing fine. And he also said so many things I've forgotten. I think he's the one that bailed the guy, the girlfriend brother with about 800,000. Also give money to the parents. So many stuff that I cannot wrap my head remember now. But at the end of the day, he lost everything.
He couldn't go back to his base now.
No, he couldn't go back. The resident permit already expired.
Wow.
Anyway, if he go to the embassy and explain what happened, maybe they could, maybe they could consider him for,
I don't.
another thing for him, because his situation is just unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
But this is why, you see, sometimes when some people want to defend Nigeria, oh, Nigeria is a good country, or Kinekon, or don't talk bad of Nigeria. This guy, what will this guy say about Nigeria? Nigeria destroy him.
No.
Oh, okay, I will tell you, Nigeria destroy him. He did not participate in drug peddling or anything. But for mere hearing that is from abroad, they believe, yes, money is in house. And they have to rope him up with what offense that he did not commit at all and destroy his life. I mean, can you see? I mean, just listen to the way Remy just described everything. He didn't participate. He only helped by giving them money to get that guy out of bail. And during the discussion between the girlfriend and the brother, they heard that he has a boyfriend that from abroad, and they investigated, interrogated, and they got to that guy, and then they took him up, seized his houses, destroyed his life, detained him for nothing, for what he did not do. I mean, look, it's just unfortunate, man. I don't know. I don't know.
You see,
Some people be here.
Yoruba will say, "I'm going to keep go." You know, when it comes to male and female issue, people don't think with their head. You know, to me, even if you are married, even if you have a wife and a family back home, you still have to tread with caution. Okay, what if Yoruba will say, "Ìyàwó ẹni gan gbà bọ̀dẹ̀ fún yàn abọ́sibọ́sí àjẹ́ ẹni." You are
No,
not even married to someone.
I'm not looking at the angle of the document to his plot of land. I'm not looking at the way the police, the DSS, and not the way they extorted him, the way they seized up for nothing. Those ones are even more criminal than regular criminal we have on the street or in the bush killing people. These criminals in uniform, they operate criminal gangrasism. I mean, how do I describe it?
It is that girl.
Babajale Koko. Ṣé àwa ní lọ wá àwọn èèyàn? We have to go and look for people that will come and dilute us in that country.
So many stories. In that same platform, another girl, a Nigerian girl, lady, sponsor his boyfriend to abroad, maybe to Canada or I forgot the country. Spent about 5 million naira on the boy. And the boy came back, did not call this girl. The boy came back to marry another girl. So somebody now tip up the old girlfriend that sponsored him, come and say fight. Hey, he now said he's sorry. blah 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 blah. What do you mean? Sorry, our promise that I sponsor you and then you come and pick me up and then we live together.
No, but Remy, what you are talking about? It doesn't make sense now.
What do you mean?
So was she trying to buy a marriage or what?
No. They are boyfriend and girlfriend in Nigeria before the guy traveled. The guy really wants
Let
to
me
travel.
tell you, I watch a clip, and one thing you should not do, even as a man, talk less of a woman, is to say you want to train a woman. Even your wife that you're already married, we've seen examples now that husband train their women, and after getting the certificate and everything, what happened? Talk less of a boyfriend, girlfriend. What are we talking about? If you have children, just
I'm just
educate
telling
them
you a
that.
situation that happened. I am not that. What can I do? This is just what happened to people. And what I'm just trying to say that if you look at it from the morality angle, what the guy have done
There's
is
no
not.
marriage, there's no more, there's no morality. The guy went
He
abroad,
cannot give his head
he
back to
opened his
a
eyes more. He's not even in the same level with the same lady. You
I
left
know, but
yourself
we're getting return part of
undeveloped.
the money now. Return part of the money. You don't want to return nothing, and at the same time, you want to.
No, what you should be tackling is like the guy should refund the money. That's all. But you can't force him to marry the
Then they don't
lady.
want to refund money. Refund money now. If you cannot marry me again, at least you have made a lot of money over there, and you want to pick another girl, then refund my money.
Is there any? Do they have any agreement signed? Did they have any agreement
No
signed?
agreement, so it's only promise. No agreement.
So gbàgbé ẹ̀jẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n ti gbogbo ìlú.
Ṣé máa burú ọwọ́ burú kan bàjẹ́? Ojú ẹ̀ le koko ni. Kí ló dé gan-an? Láàárín ọkọ àti ìyàwó ṣe bí promise ló máa ń promise. Ṣé o lọ gbé ìwé sígbà yẹn ni? Ìfẹ́ ló wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀ náà.
Ẹ fẹ́ gbò tọrọ problem yín nù. Má dànù, is there anything like love anywhere?
Oh God.
Hey, Nigeria is the only place you go to. Akunya Moroga already they found him under bridge. However, he was in front of his own house. They say he was an armed robber. You see,
wọ́n á tó sọ pé wọ́n kóyàn mọ́ fún wondering.
One time, Babajale Koko, one time I was on my way to work.
Wondering. Kí ló jẹ́ wondering?
Tẹ́ bá lọ wo bọ́ọ̀lù stadium, national stadium, ọlọ́pàá kọ̀ wá kọ̀ kó gbogbo yìí kẹ́ jókòó tẹ̀ ń wo láti ṣe ní wọ́n kó mi rí lẹ́ẹ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ náà wọ́n kọ̀ kó gbogbo wọn ní síbẹ̀ wò. Wọ́n bá ti wá kó yí bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n máa wo tí lẹ́yìn
Remy, it was that thing was common those days, but it's no longer common like that. They don't do such things again like that. No, Remy, let me tell you, Adewale, before is a daily. In fact, those policemen on evening duty, that's what they do it every day to make money. It's a regular thing. You understand what I'm saying? That's why that word is very common. It's very popular now. Ruga. You know when they say Ruga. You understand?
I remember in those days.
Simba, they were still doing it before the NSAS. They were doing it before the NSAS.
No, let me the one that the SARS police are doing is totally different. Their own doesn't even have any timing. Do you understand what I'm saying? They will be in their vehicle, they just be moving around the town. And if they see the way you dress or you are carrying a laptop, that's when they will harass you.
In Bariga, in those days,
you can't carry your laptop. You can't carry your laptop.
And they will just carry you. If they see you with a backpack, you are wandering alone. You are dead. You are gone. They will take you to ATM or POS. They will vomit everything. In those days in Bariga, I'm talking about.
But what I want to say is, let me tell you, these people that we are talking about, is our way. Let me tell you, is our way.
No, it's not our way. It's not normal. It's not normal, Simba. I said in Bariga.
Yeah, I know it's not normal now.
They will just park their truck in one corner in the street. Then they will be launching around. So any also sweating young man walk around, they will grab you by your pants.
Let me tell you. Adewale.
Tó bá rí ẹran tó rò pé ó dàbí owó wà lára eléyìí wọ́n kọ́ pé ní.
We are watching the Spike stream. Stephen Keshi, Makaro and the rest. Everybody just started at National Stadium. We are enjoying. Then the police just came. First they came, they stand everywhere. We were like, maybe they also came to watch football game. Before we know it, they just brand up us. They took us to the where they are doing. And to my surprise, they were just looking at your face. They look at your face. It's like they are just like they are profiling you. You are not getting now. Go away. They just released me. When I get home, I told my grandma.
Ilé àwọn wèrè.
You are really lucky. They would have been parted away with some thousand now. The others just threw them away like that.
It's just something else, man.
Adéwálé ó mọ ọkàn tó máa sọ Adéwálé tó mọ lónìí ọkàn tó máa sọ wá ti bá ọ wálé ó dàbí pé owó àwọn ànáwó àwọn eléyìí tó ẹ jẹ́ ká gbá wọn mú ẹ jẹ́ ká gbá wọn mú.
I think the problem
Adéwálé,
is
I still want to listen to your whole story. What happened to you at Bariga?
That one in Bariga. I was coming from office one night. That I had not even bought a car. I was around 99 or so. So as I was coming, sometimes if it's on Friday, I will stop by with my friend's house. I will hang out, sometimes sleep there. So it happens that the vehicle dropped us by the bus stop. So I was about to start walking towards my friend's house. The next thing I knew, I saw people. You know, when you have the street kind of deserted, not really full of people, you begin to wonder. There's no man walking on this. Only you are the only man walking. I was like, so I stopped. The moment I got to Yano Worubariga, I stopped because I was looking at something must be wrong. And I know for a fact that is usually when they park their truck, you see all young men flying like everybody. So I didn't notice. So I almost got into their hand. The next thing, even with my shirt tucked in and tie, I was just like, I don't know where I threw away all everything I have in my hand. I run on back TV. Thank God for one woman that was selling rice by the roadside. No, Fagboni ní ìgbòho lè tó wọ táwọn ọlọ́pàá tó rà about around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Nigeria. Hey, I'm on walk to sell. I never been in a sell. I said, you know what? That's my friend's house. No.
Lilo síbẹ̀ yẹn for several days.
Normally we know how they operate. Once they show up like this, you will see all young men running everywhere, scatter like crazy, like a fly. That is how we'll be doing in the Bariga. You know, Bariga is notorious for gang and area boy and all that. So it was just, and the next thing I know, it's like, you know what? Just have to be vigilant to know where you're. Because those police officers, some of them will not wear uniform. So they'll be looking around. Before you know, they will just grab you by your pants. Your trouser. That's where you grab you. You ain't going nowhere. Before you know, they started hitting your go like, okay, oh yeah, go, move. So when they park enough like a sardine in the truck, then they would now start moving. And you get to the police station, they will collect then there was no cell phone. So you have to give them your address.
Yes.
So God help you if they come, because you will sleep there that night. There's no way you go home. No way. Except if you have money in your pocket, then you can pay your pay bill for yourself. If not, you are not going home tonight. One time my brother came back from work, came out from his house to buy oranges by the roadside, just a few blocks from his house. They grab his boxer. He had boxers on. He was just getting home from work. He had boxers on. They grabbed him by the boxer and put him inside the janguro. So while he was sitting down there, my friend that was going to his house in Bariga walked past. So he was calling him, Yemi. So the moment Yemi saw that somebody is calling him inside the police van, he too ran off. My brother says, what do you want?
Ó kàn fẹ́ lọ́rọ̀ sọ kó mú ní o.
Just to drink orange. He was having boxers on. So the moment Yemi heard that somebody is calling him inside the police vehicle, he too ran off. So I was on my way to work the following day. Then I saw one police officer entering that compound. I was wondering. She started asking for me that, look, are you I said, yeah, but luckily, my brother's friend that they live together stayed a little bit nearby. So somebody that knows them together was there with me because I was in a hurry to go to work. So he was saying that your brother is in a police cell. I was like, what? What for? None of my family have been to police custody. How come? And I said, well, they found him under the bridge last night smoking weed. I said, but my brother doesn't smoke weed. He said, you know, like, come on, don't come and bail your brother. So that police officer was an older elderly man, was going from houses to houses. So I said, I told that brother that was in the house, look, if you don't mind telling his friend to go and bail him out, I can't lose my job. I have to go to work. So his friend got to the police station. So they told him that his friend was found smoking India M's under the bridge. So he was speaking English. Okay, he was like, no, this is wrong. So my brother heard his friend speaking English at the counter. I said, his name is Peter. He said, Peter, my pussy, I don't you don't know. He said, if he had passed another night in that cell, he would die. He said, that police cell is breeding one special mosquito. Remember, he had the boxers on, no trousers, nothing, just boxers.
Hello.
He said they all, like, when you have to, like, you are not sitting down, you're just on your toes, but everybody scooped together. That is how they all stayed all night. So his leg was kind of crampy. He said, Peter, my son, you mom, I pussy me. That was how they bailed him. It was after he left that without becoming a jovial thing. It wasn't funny. He was crying the cell block. He said they had a chairman that they were carrying. The chairman would pee, and somebody would go and drop it off. And it was a terrible, terrible nightmare for him. But me, no, that is the kind of police officers we have in Nigeria. They too will feel so they will employ every opportunity just to get that money from suspecting people. One time, myself and my friend, we went to Ajegunle to go and meet his girlfriend there. His girlfriend's name was Shere. They are both from Imo State. So on our way coming back, it was my vehicle, Abadale Koko. You see that? Did you watch that video when that woman was saying, "They can't be where I don't know"? Abi? You remember that video clip? So immediately we left Shere's house. We were approaching one junction before we get to the main road. Immediately, my friend was one driver, but it was my car, and I was sitting at the passenger side. The moment we are approaching that junction, I knew trouble is brewing. This police officer will stop us. It's a must, Shani. You see two gentlemen in a car, forget it. You must drop something. So as soon as we were approaching, I told my friend, I said, Andrew, see, watch you. These people, police officer will stop us. So he said, don't worry, just look as if we are not looking at them. So I said, well, we had not even gotten to that junction when one of them jumped inside the front of the vehicle and directed us to park. Not be small. There were three of them actually, no, four. Two left, two remain, one woman and one female. Not long after, when I started, they were saying that we didn't have one document or so, and we're now negotiating how much we would take. So the male officer, jumped inside the passenger side. Then the woman left, the female officer left. So my friend and I were still, because my friend had the key. Immediately I saw that, after negotiating with this police officer and he didn't, budge, he was just saying, let's go to the station. I collected the key from my friend. I started driving the car. He thought we were going to stop by the police station from where I faced the one coming to mainland. He thought it was a joke. This man was started dragging the steering wheel with me. I said, if you like, we will all enter this lagoon together. He said it's a federal offense. I said, don't worry. By the time you are dead people doesn't go to court.
But actually, why did they normally enter somebody's vehicle?
Because it has been once you are in their
They are desperate. They are
in their
so
car,
desperate.
you can't do anything to them. So they believe that is even
I
National
think
does it.
I think what is happening is that I don't know when that culture started, but to me it has been there even before 80s. we tag policemen, policing in Nigeria. Because even if you want to join a police, they will is the riffraff in the community, the bad guys,
The
the
worst in the
notorious
society.
children, the worst in the society that people used to go and join police. I don't know
Even
how
their
we started like that.
even their
Bad
training
guys in
is
the
not.
society.
Have you seen them in training before? Have you seen? Have you seen police?
No.
Uh, you know, that is not training. That is just what you can call a camping. You know, like going to a camp. You know, people just go there.
You know why I'm saying this. I have a family member, and you know that the guy, it was even a little bit better. It was better than before he joined police. Before he joined police, he was a better human being. So immediately he joined police, it became
Better,
worse.
it's a better human being. What is it now? It's not a good human being anymore.
he thought
No,
to
even
criminal.
presently he has been sacked. He has been sacked. I don't talk to him. You know me. I don't. Presently, I don't even talk to him. If he calls me, I don't pick his call because his way is totally different from my way. And it became, what he was doing when he was in police. That is what he's now doing, even within the family. He doesn't do anything. He will just be calling one person and he will call you the same story. Today is sick, tomorrow is you understand? Just using that one to extort money from people, and he doesn't even have conscience. He can even ask money from the people. I don't understand. I don't know
It's
why
not
they are like
this is
that.
his training. This is his training. Police college
And you
here.
know, when you look at them, Adewale, most of them, even all the money that, even including the high rank officer, by the time they retire, they don't live a good life.
Not AIGO. Not AIGO.
How many of them will become AIG? How many of them will become Inspector General? We are talking about majority of them. It's like that course used to follow them.
If you now, it's unfortunate that what we have as police force, or what do they call it, police department, is not, they are not really working for the protection of the people and property as their official responsibility, in line with our official responsibility description. I don't. It's you can't even know what is why they are doing that is what you don't even know. Why don't you even have mercy? Why can't you? Why would you just go out? Let us go and raid people on the street, extort money from them, and then go? Why must that be a practice that people
Let me
that
tell
are
you this.
given
Let
the
me tell you this.
responsibility to protect you are the one that will
No
kidnap you?
more.
They will kidnap you, take you to their station, take their money, or forcefully take you to your bank.
Do you know why they join in the first place, Babajale people? Do you know why they join in the first place? Those are the motivation. What you are describing is the motivation for them to join. Let me tell you this. This my family member that I'm talking about. Let me tell you. You know Ikonri police station. Ikonri in Lagos
Yes,
now.
yes.
That is yes. If that time I used to go to with him. So occasionally I used to spend night with him. He will come when he come back from work. He will, all those money, they will squeeze all those notes. You understand? He will come and then he will not put it on the table. He will not be, all these village women and the market women. He will not be spreading those 50 kobo 1 naira notes. Then
will just be squeezing and he will be piling it, and the wife will join him. You can see that it's become a family this thing, and
Family
they're
affair.
happy with it. Those are the money that they extort. Yes, yes, you understand. But you know what happened to him is very, very unfortunate. In fact, he was at home. He was not supposed to be on duty. There was a guy they were looking for. Somebody just called him that night that they saw that guy in one beer parlor. That was how he carried his gun and went to this beer parlor. When he was struggling with this guy, he wanted to arrest the guy, and it's not as if he was committed to the work. Oh. What he wanted to do is that just to arrest that guy so that he will make money. That was how he mistakenly, I don't know where they are struggling. He killed that guy that night. He spent almost 15 years in prison.
Wow.
Yes, this is something that this is a very close family member.
So
now he's suffering from those things, the effect of that prison. Every time now you will complain, I'm sick. My leg today, my head tomorrow, my hand next to me, you know.
I have a class.
And when you look at it, Adewale, it's not even only in policemen because they have that power of arrest. I think is in our DNA. Anywhere you go, Nigerians are ready to. I told you what happened to me now when I was coming back to my last vacation. I got to the airport. I made my reservation online. I pay my money. I pay for extra load. I got there just because if you have extra load, those guys there, they will use that one as opportunity to bill you, and they make a lot of money from you. But they were shocked when I told them I've already paid for them. I even paid more than what I'm supposed to pay. You know what they said? They said they couldn't find it in their